Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It is February 27th. We are on day 25, I think, of 370 million of the Alec Murdaugh double homicide trial. It is going into the 6th week. We started this as a 3-week trial, all of us collectively. And so into week 4, we were like, okay, we're ready. And now it's just starting week 6. On Friday, the defendant finished up testifying. The defense indicated they had 4 more witnesses and they would probably be done at some point today. The prosecution indicated a few rebuttal witnesses. They're allowed rebuttal witnesses, and then we'll get to closing arguments and charging the jury, which is giving jury instructions. That's what's left in this case. Hopefully, this will get to the jury this week, possibly as early as Wednesday. So just hold on. We're almost there. I think the defense is going to bring in a pathologist. I think the defense is going to bring in someone, a tool mark expert, who's going to debate whether these were family guns or not. I think that's a big point for a lot of people, but there's a lot of discrepancy within tool marking and tool marking experts, and whether you can really say that these all came from the same gun or not when guns are manufactured by machine. So there's going to be that. I've got a few qualms with the end of the week. Yesterday, I think you know that I always do. We're going to get into what I'm thinking about this case. We're going to get into what you're thinking about this case. I basically brought out a blanket to wear today because I just need it. I just need it. I just needed it. So let's go. We will begin rolling and see who the next defense experts are when the court resumes. But for us, it's time to roll the intro, and I've got some thoughts. We're going to share them, and then we'll wait for the court.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
I've definitely gone through 3 notepads in this trial and 2 pens that have run out of ink. I am now just wearing a blanket and a bun, and that's where we're at. Coffee and cursey words mug is what I'm rocking this morning. Let me know where you're coming in from and what you're drinking. It is very, very dark outside here in Middle Tennessee, so we'll see how stormy it gets as we get going. But with all of that, good morning, Emily. How were the Krispy Kremes? I missed it. For those of you that missed my live stream trying Krispy Kreme for the first time to celebrate 700,000, if you are on lawnerdalert.com, if you have signed up to our Law Nerd Alert, you will get the link. So that video, unfortunately, is outside of the realm of my normal content, which is not something that YouTube is super friendly to. And so I decided we would do the video and then send it out on the Law Nerd Alert. For those of you that are just here for the trial stuff, that's perfectly fine. For those of you that actually want to see that, you just need to go to lawnerdalert.com and sign up, and then it will get sent out to you with some other stuff. We've had to upgrade our account like 4 times because Law Nerds like to break things. So Law Nerds, I invite you to continue breaking things. I am here for it. And thank you for constantly not just breaking the internet, but like when people look at this channel and look at how many of you are here and the conversations we have, they either are like, we don't understand, which is fine. Please don't. We're not for you if you don't get it. Or are like, this is actually pretty incredible that you've got, 30, 40, 50, 60,000 people having a conversation without, threatening the defendant harm or diagnosing him with everything you could think of or without a DSM. And that we're able to just have conversations about, do I believe this? Do I believe that? Without piling on, and there shouldn't be piling on. I think the chat is just as split as everybody else is because there are really kind of 3 options in here. Yvette, you can watch it on YouTube. You just need the link. You'll be able to watch it on YouTube. You just need the link. And we're sending out the link via email. And it's incredible just watching y'all be able to have a conversation, because there's a lot of people with this case who are like, I think he's involved, but I don't know if they can convict him beyond a reasonable doubt. Or I think this evidence shows that they can convict him. Or I think that he's not involved. I think that this is steamrolling over someone, and I think the prosecution has gone way too far, and this is an acquittal. Or I have so many questions, I don't even know what to think. And all of those things are opinions that we have in this chat and are having conversations about. And that is a really incredible thing. So thank you. I think I'm a hung jury independently, personally, in myself. And here's why. I have questions about the tool marks, but I'm more inclined that these are family guns. It seems too coincidental for me. Remember, the jurors get to decide what the facts are. They get to decide. And I want to see the defense experts on this. Maggie's phone is a big question for me, and the prosecution hasn't closed that loop. Well, I could maybe close that loop in my brain. The prosecution hasn't closed that loop for me. Maggie's phone is a big one. And again, the motive, they don't have to prove motive. I think they might have done better if they didn't prove motive, if they had let it go and said, we don't know why people snap when they snap, but this is not a financial motive. And I think the defendant's own words in the third person, when he is talking about whoever did this hated Paul, had hate in their heart. This is about the boat case. I just wonder if he's protecting family legacy more than this financial stuff is at all, if you think that he did it. Because he said to Maggie's sister, whoever did this has been thinking about it for a long time. Does the homicide clear Paul's name in the boat case? Does that even make sense? Well, homicide doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Solving things by killing somebody never makes sense. Or killing someone, depending on the particular case, because you just murder people like a serial killer. It doesn't make a lot of logical sense. And so I don't know if we can apply logic to it. But he also said the dogs weren't going crazy because no one was there. He also didn't indicate that he felt like maybe he could have stopped this if he had been at the kennels longer. That's not what he said. The language he said when he was on the stand was, and then I got out of there. No regret. And then he lies about the kennel video, which is a huge question because he says he lies about the kennel video. We're hearing court is now in session. They're calling court to order. He lies about the kennel video, but why lie about that particular period of time if you don't know that that's when they're murdered? So there are questions both ways in this case. But again, Maggie's phone, 2 guns, no blood.
Good morning.
He would have been covered in blood. Close timing. I don't know.
I want to remind everyone in the courtroom that the courtroom
You gotta act right.
decorum must be maintained at all times. You're not allowed to react to any testimony, cheer, jeer, nor speak in the courtroom.
Yeah, it's been getting real
Unless
lax.
it's during the time I said, let's take a stretch break. You can speak at that time, but otherwise we need to maintain order. Anything before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, a couple of sort of housekeeping matters. One is we expect to rest today. We've got 3 witnesses.
Oh, I thought 4.
I don't know how they could go all day, but
Creighton can find a way.
Quick. We're going to rest today, I believe, and then the state is going to call several somewhere. I mean, we've been told up to 4. Maybe it's 5, maybe it's 6, but whatever. I think there's a high likelihood that they will rest on their reply case by tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday morning.
Tomorrow afternoon, I believe we can get done and be on track to close and charge on Wednesday, Your Honor.
With this caveat, we believe it would be useful for the jury to visit Moselle.
Oh,
Both the area in the area of the kennels and the house, just to get some understanding of spatial relationships.
okay.
And so what we would ask is that you ask the jury if they want to do that. I know,
Ask them if they want a jury
I
view.
wouldn't- if they don't want to do it, I don't want them to do it. If they want to do it, that'd be fine with me, and it needs to be done in an expeditious way. And obviously, Your Honor's dealt with this before. I don't know we're not going with them, but I don't know who does go with them. No one's obviously going to be able to answer questions. They can see it. And I don't know whether that should take any more than, Roselle's about 30 minutes from here? 40 minutes from here.
Oh, no,
So
he said
that's,
45,
40 there,
Poot.
40
When
back.
Dick says 45, you
And I
don't go to
wanna see maybe
40.
3 hours. And I just throw that into the mix, not wanting to get this case closed.
It's not in the
but
same condition it was
we
at the
believe
time
they
of the
ought to be given
murders.
the opportunity to ask to see it if they want to see it. And I don't know whether that's done by majority vote. I don't know how all that's done, but
It's
we're
not in the
asking
same
they be allowed to
condition.
do that if they want to do it.
Your Honor, I don't know that I've heard of just asking the jury and having them take a vote on that.
I've not.
You know, I am not, the state is not asking for there to be a jury view of the scene, and if anything, I think that that would require additional testimony, because the scene is different than it existed
Yep.
on the night of June 7th, 2021. And a big factor, which I think is very relevant to some of the issues here, is that the trees
grown.
that were planted that separate the kennels and the house are markedly taller and thicker than they were on June the 7th. The state is not asking that that there be a jury view, and I don't think the defense is either, and I'm not aware of any.
The defense is
procedure.
asking
We're
for a
just now
jury
throwing
view.
into the
That's what they just
jury's,
asked.
You know, hands to take a vote.
They just asked for a
So
jury
we would
view.
object to that proposal.
Creighton, they literally
Your
just
Honor, I'm
asked for it,
instructing them They're
dude.
only there to see the kennels. There's
No.
no issues. They should be viewing the house, or because the scene is, that has, we concede that that's changed. But the kennels, the spatial,
How small the kennel room is.
the feed room is, the spatial between where, and they've seen the pictures, where the feed room is compared to where Maggie's body was, compared to where the quail pens
Who's gonna
are,
walk
where
them
the
around and tell them
doghouse
that,
is.
though?
I mean, you just can't really appreciate the spatial issues without
a fair
actually
point.
seeing them. And if you want to limit it to just the kennels and them not being allowed to in any way
gonna
deal
put
with
up a poll.
the relationship between the house and the, and we actually do have some photos from that night and the next day. I mean, I think you can put restrictions on it that would assist the jury if they want.
I'm asking the chat if you
I don't
want to
know
go.
whether
If
they
you
vote
were
or
a
you ask the
juror,
poor lady, or, I mean,
would
it's
you
not-
want to go?
I've seen it done where the judge asked the jury, do you want to go to the scene?
I've not
Now,
seen that, but
it's
okay.
been a while. I can't remember whether it was a vote, but he did ask the jury. It was sometime in the dark ages of the early 80s.
I appreciate the self-awareness.
And we certainly would object to putting any sort of vote to the jury at this point in time. I've never heard of any such a thing. Generally, jury views are at the request of a party.
Yep.
And,
The defense is
I don't
requesting it.
Well,
Creighton, you knew he was requesting it. Come on.
That it's necessary in this particular instance, or that it would be a particular help or aid to the jury, and if anything, it may confuse the issues again because
They can
the
go
property
view
has changed since the night of June 7th,
Depending
2021.
on whether or not it would help.
All right, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Upon request of either side, the court will allow a jury view. I will not ask the jury to decide whether or not they want a view. I think that would
Yep.
could invite premature deliberations
I
in
think
the
the judge
case.
is right.
So just the mere fact that they would have to
Decide.
discuss that issue, I think, would invite premature discussions
Because then they'd have to be like, would this even help
relevant
us?
facts, what might be relevant
Yep.
facts. If either side wants a jury view, the court will arrange a jury view, and the court will go, the lawyers may go, if you want to go.
The judge has to
Of course, There
go.
are so many lawyers. It's a mammoth team in of itself. And I can advise the jury as part of the going to the
Cameras
scene
will not
that
go.
the, certain things may not be the same as they were 2 years ago, whenever the period of time was.
I think that's reasonable.
So if the defense wants a jury view, then the court will arrange a jury view.
Your Honor, thank you. And I just bring this to the court's attention. There were literally dozens of people at Moselle last weekend trespassing to get selfies in front of the feed room. I mean, most
Oh,
distasteful,
God.
kinds of things I've ever seen. So
I looked at Jim like,
perhaps
really?
before they head out there,
Oh,
some
that's
of the
fucking horrific.
security could be in place, and so they
We'll have
don't.
law enforcement security scene, ensure no one is there.
Members of the public going
Well,
to the crime scene
Unless- yeah.
for what? Clout?
John Marvin, his brother, is maintaining that property. He had to call the sheriff's department to come remove them.
That sucks.
And it seems.
But people are
they
doing
have
that in
more-
Idaho too.
They're sort of a carnival attitude about this case than what we have to deal with. So I don't want the jury influenced by, crazy paparazzi. I don't think there's really any.
No one can be there.
Randos on the
scene
internet.
will be secure.
Poot
No one
wants to
will
say
be there
randos from the
during a
internet.
jury view.
That's gross.
Now, do you want a jury view? Does the
I
defense
do.
want a jury view?
I do. I just want to ensure that the security
You can
is not
just say
caught
yes.
unawares about what a circus is going to be outside the property. And they've got the authority to close off the road. So, I'm not telling them how to do their job.
Really?
But I am suggesting these are things that we became aware of over the weekend.
That's awful.
We'll arrange for a jury view with law enforcement. All right. Anything else?
That's going to push back closing.
Your Honor.
That's going to push
Hey,
back
you may
closing
bring the
argument
jury.
more than half a day. The judge has said you can bring the jury. That's going to push back closing till probably Thursday. All right. These cases aren't a circus. Or shouldn't be a circus, but my goodness, I guess I shouldn't be surprised by anything internet anymore. But breaking into Moselle, it's such a large property, breaking into Moselle and going out there to take selfies at the kennels where 2 people were murdered but then again, people are doing that at the house in Idaho before it's demolished, which is what's going to happen with the house in the Idaho murders case. Who arranges the trip? The court does. The court arranges for the bus, for the sheriffs, for all that. Hey, Dr. B, good morning. Thank you. Appreciate it. That makes me sad. The OJ jurors had a field trip as well. They did. Their scene wasn't as dynamic as this one, but Poot's point was we want them to see how close things are. And that could go both ways, right? It could be, oh, now I can more easily
All right, thank
visualize
you.
how
Good
one person
morning.
could do this, or oh, now I can more
Hey,
easily
welcome back
visualize they
once
can't.
again, day number 25. The defense's case, you may proceed.
Court, Your Honor. The defense would call Dr. Jonathan Eisenstat to the
Probably
to the
pathology.
stand, please. And Your Honor, while he's coming around,
Ugh.
Dr. Eisenstat, the pathologist, we're going to be, first of all, showing some pretty graphic photos on the computer.
This is a rebuttal pathologist.
And secondly, we're going to be talking about some pretty graphic details. So we will be offering exhibits. We should, we don't have to do it out of the gate, but certainly 10 minutes into his testimony, we're going to be showing some pictures and discussing matters that are going to be pretty graphic. So a number of these exhibits, not all of them, but 90%
Thanks for the
of them
warning.
we just introduce under seal. Some of them are already introduced under seal. And we've warned the family that if it gets too graphic, they can leave. So if Your Honor sees some of the Murdaughs get up walking out, that would be because it's...
They already
again,
sat through the
extremely
other pathologist.
So,
Is it going to be more graphic than the other pathologist? I appreciate the content warning, though.
Raise your right hand.
Dr. Eisenstat, I'm going to try to catch the
You
question.
affirm the testimony
Or
that
the
you give
spelling.
in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And you take a seat in the witness.
It's early for this.
You can adjust the mic. Please state your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jonathan Eisenstat, Eisenstat.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I am a medical doctor who specializes in forensic pathology.
So this is to rebut the other pathologist we saw,
And where do you practice medicine?
the cheery
in the
one.
state of Georgia.
Could you tell the jury, please, what forensic pathology is?
Sure. Forensic pathology is a subset of pathology
It is
which
early.
really deals with investigating the cause and the manner of someone's death.
Okay, and let's get a little bit of your history. So if...
Background
and I'm
training
looking at this,
experience. Background training and
You
experience.
went to the same medical school as Dr. Reamer?
I did.
And
wonder if
then
that's why they
after,
picked him.
I think you went to University of California, Davis undergraduate?
That's correct. I grew up in California.
Graduated from there in '93.
I mean, as so many
You
of
went
us
to
did.
Sackler School of Medicine, as did Dr. Reamer, and you graduated in '98.
Yes, sir.
And then you did a residency where?
Well, when I came out of medical school, I initially wanted to be a surgeon. So I started out in general surgery in Staten Island, New York, and quickly realized it was not the profession I wanted. Beautiful
Surgery's a
profession,
whole
but
lot.
not for me. So I transferred
Fair.
into a pathology program. This is all up in New York, out in Long Island. And to become a forensic pathologist, you first have to do what's called anatomic pathology, which is hospital-based pathology. If you've ever had anything taken out of your body, surgery or blood or anything,
They test
that
it.
goes to the pathology department. We look at it, we diagnose it, we tell your doctor, and your doctor will tell you what the diagnosis is. After doing all of that training, I did a year of pediatric pathology at New York University to study diseases of childhood. After that, I did a year of forensic pathology fellowship in the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in New York City, and then stayed on one more year in New York City as a medical examiner or forensic pathologist while doing more training in forensic neuro and cardiac pathology.
Not every case has
And
competing
that would have been
pathologists.
in
Especially
2000,
the cause of death isn't really at
That
issue.
would have been through 2004.
Very clear they were shot and
Correct. My
killed.
forensic pathology training started in 2004 to
I wonder what he takes
2005.
issue with.
And then from 2005 to 2006, I did my forensic neuro and forensic cardiac training.
So would that have been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the city? Who would that have been with?
With the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in New York City.
It is
And
leading.
how long did you do that?
Well, the forensic pathology was 1 year, the forensic neuro and cardiac
He
was another
can't,
year.
I don't think
So
he
that's two
can
total.
do time of death.
Okay. At some point,
Maybe.
did you leave New York?
Yes, after I completed those forensic subspecialties, I was offered a job at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in Atlanta. I accepted the job
GBI?
and moved to Atlanta in July of 2006.
Did the Georgia, what if, I mean.
Because
the
in
Georgia
California,
Bureau of
GBI generally
Investigation
stands
have
for
their
great
own
bodily
medical
injury, but does it also
Yes,
stand
so
for
the
Georgia
state
Bureau
of Georgia,
Investigation?
there are,
Questions?
Metro Atlanta has its own medical examiner offices.
We'll
So
see.
there's Fulton County, Cobb, DeKalb, and Gwinnett. So 4 of the 159 counties in the state of Georgia has their own medical examiner,
Per county or total?
per county. So
Okay.
1 for each of those counties.
Okay.
And then the GBI, for short,
This should be about-
covers the other 155
This should be
counties
about
in the
bullet
state.
trajectories.
And when I first started there were, I believe, 5 or
This
6
should be about bullet
offices.
trajectories,
And
mostly.
then over time, it sort of shrunk down to
But we'll
3
see.
offices, and I was at the headquarters office in Atlanta.
So when you initially started with a medical examiner's office in Georgia, who did you start with?
So I was with the GBI as my full-time job.
Right.
But I did do some
Keep
moonlighting,
reading.
pretty much at at the Fulton County office, the Cobb County office, and the DeKalb County office
So those 3 counties they comprise the metropolitan area of what city?
of Atlanta.
Okay, so, and is that a rather large metropolitan area?
Yes,
Yes.
that's why each one of those counties have their own freestanding medical examiner office.
But you did part-time work for all 3?
Yes, and I
The-
actually still do now.
The
for
freeway has
Fulton
like
County and then hopefully
17,000
some-
lanes.
Okay,
It's
so.
so many lanes. Driving
Tell
through
me
Atlanta
about your
is
work with the Georgia Bureau of
special.
Investigation, and how did that
I love
differ
Atlanta.
from what you were doing for these other counties?
but the traffic.
So at the GBI, that was my full-time job.
What did you do, what was your job?
Oh, my job was as one of the workhorse pathologists doing, when I first started, I believe it was about 250 autopsies each year. And then as time went on, the caseloads increased. And so I would say I was doing anywhere between 250 to maybe 350 autopsies per year. I would be testifying in court. We had residents that would rotate, so the hospital pathology residents would rotate in our office. We would lecture.
I didn't
and
know it was
then
called Spaghetti Junction. That makes so
went
much
until
sense. That's an exact
2014,
accurate.
when
it's
I was
exactly
promoted to
accurate.
deputy chief medical examiner.
Okay, now, the autopsies you were doing, and would you generate reports for each one of those?
Absolutely.
And were these, you indicated early in your career you were doing general pathology. That is, if you had a polyp taken out during your colonoscopy, you would be doing those.
Yes, that's a requirement to be able
Atlanta
to
is
take
great.
the
I love
forensic
Atlanta.
pathology fellowship and boards.
So at this stage in your career, when you're doing autopsies, typically, how did those folks expire?
So those are sudden, unexpected deaths, whether they are just, we don't know what happened. You know, a 45-year-old individual found dead in their residence. No one knows why they died. We would get those cases. But
Valerie,
then,
I'll talk about this at a break when I can talk
obviously,
about it.
all of the traumatic and non-natural deaths would be investigated by the medical examiner. So anything from car accidents to gunshot wounds, stab wounds, fights and somebody died, things of that sort.
I don't know. We'll see if
So
he examined
you did autopsies on
them.
people who
He would have had the
died of
opportunity to,
under traumatic circumstances?
Absolutely.
but he might have
including
relied on
gunshots.
reports and
Yes.
photos. So I don't know.
And now, you were,
We'll
you
see.
just indicated promoted to Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for the GBI. How did that change your duties?
So that added a little bit of
I'll switch feeds so we
administrative
get a free
duties.
split in a little bit.
Thus, I sort of dropped back a little bit in the number of cases. So I probably at that time, I would be doing about 200 autopsies. That was just for 1 year until 2015. So maybe about 100 autopsies, but now I was overseeing other doctors, investigators, and then we have a unit at the GBI, which is called the Child Abuse Investigative Support Center. And so we would actually do, I oversaw it, but I wasn't the doctor
Doing
in
the
it.
testing.
So I know that sounds a little weird, but the
No,
person who did
that
most
sounds
of the work
not
in
weird
that
at all.
was a doctor and an investigator. But as I moved up, you know, that sort
Kid
of became
autopsies
under
are the
the umbrella
worst.
of what I would oversee.
Were those child deaths
worst.
or?
They were living consults and deaths. So district
investigations,
attorneys
just the worst.
or CFR, I'm sorry, the Child Protective Services from around
Not
the state
relevant to this case
may
at
come
all,
and ask,
but
hey, is this an
awful
accidental
and
injury?
difficult
Could the
work.
child have fallen off a bike, or is this abuse?
And did you review those cases?
Oh, a few of them, but really the vast majority was done by one of the other doctors.
Were
Not
you still
relevant.
reviewing death cases?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so if somebody did an autopsy on somebody who died of trauma, would you review their findings and the evidence?
Well, I was doing plenty of autopsies still myself, and what we had started doing was we would do rounds on all of the bodies that were in the morgue in the morning, and so we would discuss them all.
This is still going
It
to
really
background
wasn't-
training and experience.
Excuse me, and then in the
It's not
afternoon,
highly
we
relevant to
would
this case.
revisit all of those in a meeting and discuss, hey, does this look,
They're
if we're
trying to
focusing on
ex-
gunshots?
they're trying
do
to
you think
explain
this is
that
a
he's more
contact at
qualified
close
than
range or
Dr.
distant
Reamer.
range? If we're not sure about the directionality, we would discuss that.
That's why.
That wasn't specifically me, that was all the doctors. But then when I became chief, all of that became,
Your problem.
the scheduling and the meetings would become my responsibility.
So,
That's how that goes.
and did you, after you were the deputy, what happened?
So then in November of 2015, I became the chief medical examiner for the state.
For the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
And were you continuing to do autopsies?
I did because I wanted to, I didn't want to lose my skills. So I did continue doing autopsies. At that time, I dropped down
Yes.
to about 100 autopsies
He's an expert.
that I
Per
personally
year,
performed per year. But I was now involved in more policy writing, administrative duties, going down to the legislature and lecturing, it was during the opioid epidemic. So there were a lot of things going on.
I didn't realize that was over.
But
I
if
thought
there
we were
was
still
a case that
involved,
was
but okay.
very difficult, it's written in the policy of the GBI Medical Examiner's Office that the chief medical examiner was the final arbiter of those cases.
Okay. Now, you did that, you said, until January 22,
That's correct.
which would have been last year.
Yes, sir.
Now, have you been doing other things during that period of time in addition to being chief medical examiner?
Well, yes, I was doing some consulting work. All
right, we're gonna
I would
switch
do that
feeds
at night and on the weekends,
To
unless I
look at things other
was
than
in
this man's
deposition,
face.
and I'd take
He seems eminently qualified. We'll just
consulting case.
We need to look at other
was in
things. This is
2008.
going to be
It was a
slogging
cardiac death in New York. and,
until we get through
the
his
MD's office in
credentials.
New York referred the attorney to me.
I know, eminently
But I
qualified.
don't believe I started my
But Dr.
actual,
Reamer had done so many autopsies.
business probably
He has not done
until
as many
about
hands-on
2013 or
autopsies. He's done a
14.
lot of
Okay.
administrative
I
work
just read this.
and investigative
So,
work, but this, they
tell
want
us
him
what
to do
that is
investigative
called
work.
and what you do.
So investigative work
So that's
matters.
called Eisenstat forensic pathology. It's nothing fancy. And really what I do is an attorney or a family may call me, ask
Like
me to
you.
review a case or to perform a private autopsy.
That'd be real hard to
And
do
if I have
after
the
an
time, I'll
autopsy's
accept
done.
that. I'll look over the documents. I may do an autopsy if that's what the family's requested. And then if it's an autopsy, I'll tell the family what my findings were. And, you know, I recently had one where I referred the family to I told them to go to their cardiologist and get tested because I believe the person had a genetic disease that could be transmitted to their offspring. If it's just a record review, I'll review the records and I
What
will
did
tell
you
the
do
attorney
here?
what my opinions are. If my opinions support what they are hoping, then I may hear back from them. If my opinions don't, I probably don't ever hear back from them.
So, did you have permission from the GBI to do that?
I did while I was at the GBI, every single consult case that I did, I got written approval.
So this is what he
by
does.
my superior.
Which is fine.
Who was the
Again.
deputy director of the agency.
Now, have
He's
you ever been qualified to
heading
testify
off
as an expert?
the things that the
in area of
prosecution will bring up,
forensic
which is fair.
pathology, especially in gunshot wounds, in any state or federal courts?
Yes, so throughout the state of Georgia, obviously. As far as gunshot wounds in other states, I've been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in a number of states.
How many states have you been qualified to testify in as forensic pathologist?
Oh,
Just,
probably in the area of 20, 25.
okay. And you've been qualified in the state of Georgia by both state and federal courts to testify about gunshot wounds specifically?
Yes, sir.
And have you done autopsies on people who are the victims of a shotgun wound?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The
Have any
opportunity
idea on
here
how many
will be,
occasions you've done that?
Oh, I'm sure
They'll
myself,
qualify him as
I've
an expert.
probably done, 75 to 100 or something to that effect, and then been involved in many more.
Okay.
that's
Tell me what the,
been involved in, meaning he's
National
not doing the
Association of
autopsy,
Medical
but he's
Examiners.
reviewing records.
So that's actually the primary national organization that, every profession has their own national organization. And for us, for short, we call it NAME. NAME is really the main national organization for forensic pathologists. And they write position papers, we have annual meetings, there's a journal that comes through that organization. So it's the prime organization for forensic pathology.
And
Dr.
you
Baker says he
enjoy any
prefers to do
position
hands-on
with
work
NAME?
than record review,
do.
though he gets asked to do
What-
record
what
review a lot.
position? What
I forgot to put my
So
earrings
I'm
on, chat.
currently
You
on the
didn't tell
board of
me.
directors.
I forgot this morning.
And I sit on a few committees for NAME.
Okay.
DK asked if Dr. B
Now,
works from home. He is
you're licensed in
mostly
the state of
retired, but he
Georgia
still
and New
teaches
York?
at a local dental
Not
school.
New York anymore. When I left New York,
The
I let
whole
my
other-
license lapse because I had
It's
a feeling I wasn't
expensive.
going back for quite a while. So currently, I'm licensed in Georgia.
Are you board certified
Yes, sir.
in forensic pathology?
Yes, sir.
At the break, we'll
and
talk about
you've
Alec
got
Murdaugh's new charges.
A
I
number
saw
of
them.
different articles and books, and you teach at
But I wanted
what
to wait till the
schools?
break.
So I was teaching at Augusta University. And that's the medical
There we go.
school. That's the Forensic Pathology Fellowship Training Program.
Thanks, Chet. You're
that
like,
I
no, we
started at
respect you. It's okay.
GBI.
You don't have to wear
They were the
earrings every day.
sponsoring agency. But I've lectured at St. Louis University
Thanks, Chet.
at their master's course in death investigation. I've lectured all over the state of Georgia to law enforcement, to coroners.
How about Emory School of Medicine?
Yes, well, at Emory, we had residents and fellows that would rotate through the medical examiner's office in Fulton County, as well as actually GBI. So we would teach them as well.
You got to learn somehow.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move to have Dr. Eisenstat qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Says the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I imagine there wouldn't be. He's a
Okay, let me
qualified
talk to
forensic
you.
pathologist.
Well, let's get to this before they get to it. Are you being paid for your testimony? When I say paid for your testimony, are you being compensated to evaluate?
Is that the way you would ask the question,
Yes, I'm being
Poot?
compensated for my work.
Are you being
And how much
paid
you
for
being
your
paid?
testimony?
So up until this point, I've been paid $3,000.
They wouldn't ask it that way.
And then I have another invoice that will come out after trial, which will probably be a number of thousands of dollars. I don't recall exactly.
Okay, you compensated by the hour or by the task or what?
No, by the hour. So when I review documents, I charge $600 an hour. And then for testimony, I charge per day, so 24 hours, and that's $5,500 per the day.
Okay. So,
mean,
and is that
reasonable for an expert.
unusual for doctors who testify, consultant testify, or is that the normal practice?
In my field of forensic pathology, I've been told I actually undercharge, but,
It is-
you know,
it's
there's
low.
some that charge less than me, there's some that charge more than me.
Okay, I've got a number of topics I want to talk to you about today, but some testimony we had last week. I was going
Don't-
to say earlier this week. The weeks are beginning to mush together.
Objection, comments?
Yep.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm an old guy, I forget things. I'm not sure what week it was. I apologize to the court and the state for my faulty memory.
Yes, sir. You may proceed.
The snark.
So, sometime I believe
snark, he's
last
like,
week,
"I'll
we
answer
heard
your
from the
comment with a
coroner of
comment."
Carlton County. Did you
She's
watch
not
that
gonna let him
testimony
do
or
it,
hear that
though.
testimony?
Not the coroner. I saw Dr. Reimers, the medical examiners, but I did not see the coroners.
Oh, the coroner
Okay,
just
tell
put his
the jury,
hands in the
please,
armpits.
if a
Don't
medical
worry about the
examiner or
coroner.
coroner comes on the scene.
Just ignore the
of a
coroner.
Suspected homicide.
Poot's
how
trying to
would
do
one,
the, ladies and gentlemen, the
as a
jury.
physician or medical examiner, how would one determine time of death? What procedure would you follow?
Oh, well, whether it be a homicide or not, any death scene, you want to try to get an idea. It's not an exact science, but you want to try to get an idea of what the body temperature is as compared to the ambient temperature.
Why?
Why? Because it can give you an idea of how long the body has been there.
How do you do
But
that?
there's a lot of factors. So the way that I always taught,
Liver
the
temperature?
investigators and coroners is if you walk into a room or you walk into an environment where there's a dead body, the first thing you do is put a thermometer down. Don't look at the thermostat on the wall. Don't, look at the computer to see what it says. Put the thermostat down, look in the
Thermometer.
area, start your investigation. Come back and look at the thermometer. That will be your ambient temperature.
Ambient temperature means what?
The temperature of the air in that area.
Okay.
And obviously, you want to put it near where the body is.
We
And
all
then,
know you can go
you take
quickly
the
through.
thermometer
Armpit,
and
dude, is
you
not the
do
way.
a rectal temperature, you put it in the rectum, but you leave it there and you start doing more of your scene investigation. Then you come back, you take it out, and then you have the closest to what we can get for a core body temperature. And you document those two. And then there's other things you look at. You look at blood settling, and you look at what's called rigidity, so stiffening of the muscles.
So why would
Not
you want
Riger,
the core temperature
Targaryen,
and
you don't look
ambient
at
temperature? What do
Riger?
you do with that?
Well, then you can, the body will equilibrate,
Well, what?
will
Equilibrate.
sort of even out with the ambient, so the outside temperature, between 1 to 1.5 degrees per hour. I will say it's not an exact science, because obviously if,
Bodies are different.
right now, I'm sure my body temperature is a little higher because I'm on the stand. So I may not be 98.6 degrees right now, which is normal.
He's like,
And
I'm
if
not
you
been
die
the
right
hotter.
now, it would not be appropriate, I'm not saying you should die right now, but, so your temperature's up a little bit.
It's not tempting,
Does
Poot.
that mean that you would start at in your calculations at a higher temperature? What would you do?
Right, so that's the problem,
You can't.
is that, let's say I'm 99.5 right now, so that's 1 degree higher. That already moved, we're starting to move that time frame out to it could have an hour faultiness to what you're going to do. So it's 100 degrees outside, my core body temperature is 99 degrees, so we have 1 degree difference. So you may say it's been about an hour, but Unfortunately, television shows have made it seem like you can say it happened at this time.
And
But
you can't.
In all honesty, you can't, but by far the best methodology
Is
is
not
to do a core body
putting
temperature.
your hands
And an ambient
in somebody's
And an ambient temperature,
armpits.
yes.
So tell me what you would learn by sticking your hand under the armpit of a deceased.
You wouldn't learn anything.
Yes.
Really?
Well, you may learn that the arm can't come down because of rigidity, but as far as temperature, you have your own body temperature. You have.
That's why the defense called.
you're
That's why the
sticking it
defense
in
called the
an
coroner so they could
armpit,
roast the coroner.
Which is exposed to the ambient
I'm not mad
temperature.
about it.
So.
I'm not mad about it at all.
That it's just
I'm
not a
not mad
valid
about it.
method to try to make a determination of time of death.
Just a guess.
The
It's a
defense
guess,
called the
yes.
witness because the state didn't. The state wasn't going to
So-
call coroner armpits.
Let's talk a little bit about.
It's a disastrous clown show that he's like, well, I didn't want to use a rectal thermometer. I didn't want to take a rectal temperature and do my job. So instead I put my hands in the armpits. It was such a disaster. But the defense's theory of the case is that SLED did an appallingly bad job and the coroner shows it. I think that's why coroner armpits was their first witness and the state just called the pathologist and the state didn't really give a time of death in their case.
At our request,
They used the phone.
Mr. Murdaugh's lawyers, did you examine materials?
So
in
he
this
did
case?
not examine
Yes, sir, I
the
did.
bodies.
And let me first of all ask you if you examined.
No, the coroner's not SLED, but that's their, let me be more general. Their theory of the
These
case
two
is that the
documents.
investigation was botched. So coroner armpits is not SLED. Coroner armpits is elected for what, Colton County? So they are putting that in because they want to show that the
witness defendant's
state's
exhibit 177,
investigation-
178.
law enforcement's investigation was done poorly. So, but also, I never thought I would see that in a case. I didn't think we'd have a Doofenshmirtz type character in this trial. And then coroner armpits came in and we were like, oh shit, there that is. There that is. So he was
So
called by the defense
178,
because the
yes.
prosecution wouldn't call him.
Tell us what that is.
That is the Medical University of South Carolina's autopsy file. So it's more than just the report. It's essentially the file for the medical examiner.
Okay. And you examined this.
Yes, sir, I did.
Go ahead. What's the next one?
Oh, I'm so glad I'm in my blanket today. So this is, I can only imagine that they're going to ask him more about pathology, the shot trajectory, and all of the rest of it.
So 177 I did examine, and
And
this
then
is
challenge the time of death, 'cause they wanna push the time of death back
MUSC
later.
file, for Maggie.
This being 177.
Yes, sir.
So Maggie's 177 and Paul is 178.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would offer these into evidence.
So-
Your Honor, the state would object to these documents coming in.
They're not evidence.
Your Honor, Dr. Reamer testified to her reports.
And the testimony's
by
here.
Dr. Reamer.
The testimony's
These are not
evidence.
Reports generated by Dr. Eisenstat. He has reviewed those reports. He can testify to the substance of those reports.
But he can't
but
utter
we
them
would
in.
object to the reports themselves.
A
coming
good
in
objection
as
by the state. It took 25 days.
Sense.
Your Honor, these are business records.
No, you haven't
They're kept in the
established
ordinary
that.
course of business, according to Dr. Reamer. And
I don't remember him asking about that. Maybe he did.
there's certainly nothing in here other than her findings, basically. So we'd object, I mean,
Those reports never come in, by the way.
these are what Dr. Reamer relied on. This
Nope,
doc-
her
these documents.
testimony,
Certainly.
she didn't rely
under
on
the
it.
business
She relied on her
records
memory.
exception, They would be admissible. I don't quite understand
These never
why
come in.
the state would not want this jury. to
Oh,
be
now
able
he's
to-
arguing to the jury.
I'm sorry.
The state has objected, so the argument is not why they would not want them.
Business records exception, I'm sorry.
I haven't seen the exhibit, I can't rule without seeing what they are.
Oh, he didn't walk to her. He made her walk to him. It's the little things in the courtroom that bug me about Poot, and that's one of them. Instead of walking over and handing them to the other court reporter so she could hand them up, he stood there and waited for someone to come get them from him. It is those types of things in court that are absolutely a power struggle. So the prosecution is arguing that the records don't come in. The defense is trying to admit all of the records in. They should have done this objection when they asked Dr. Reamer to allow a page from a freaking textbook in, but they didn't. Normally, you just get the testimony, not the report. On occasion, you will get the page that has the diagram of where the bullet trajectories were. And so you will absolutely get those coming in, but that's it from the report. It is rare that they try to put these records in court because the testimony stands on its own. So we'll see what the court determines. I don't think that Dr. Reamer testified to everything in those reports, I would imagine. And I think in cross, he probably did establish business records knowing he would try to get them in. I just don't remember it because my brain zoned out. So we'll see. But it is a power. Look, commanding a courtroom is a power struggle. And Poot takes the, I think it's just ingrained in him, and we see it happening constantly. Is the prosecutor rocking a side bang? Do I need side bangs? Kind of is a side bang. Wonder if they're intentional growing out. I've got questions. Excuse me, Madam Prosecutor, can we talk about your bangs? Yes, I also love the all black suit. I have questions about your bangs. Can we chat? Is it a curtain bang that chat? Look, here's the thing. We need to chat about other things. The court's reviewing the record. I'm going to answer some questions. I saw a lot of you ask, can the prosecution call Alec back to the witness stand now that he's testified? No, his testimony is done. Why not get the report? No notes. I would want the info. Yes, it's just not appropriate. There's probably things in the report that haven't been testified to. It is also an anomaly. Like, I've never even considered it. It's just a strange thing to go and put the reports in. So digital records are more valid than body temp. No, I don't think digital records are more valid than body temp. I think the state doesn't have an actual body temp, so they are arguing the digital records show the pattern of life better than what was taken in this case. So the court reviewed the records and is admitting them over the prosecution's objection.
Primarily interested in her determinations and some
And these are what the
So,
experts relying on to rebut.
examined
Can body language
her,
be used in court? No.
her report, correct?
Yes,
Yes,
we're
sir.
all back together again.
And-
We live here now.
Elmo, please.
Thank you, Christy.
Can I have those reports? Let's talk about
So the reports
Maggie
are
to
evidence
begin
now.
with, okay?
Okay.
Emily, I finally get to watch live because I'm on jury duty. The irony. Well, you're on jury duty here and there, Stephanie. Double duty today.
And I'm going to put this on the Elmo.
I don't know about that. We'll see.
Can you tell me what this is, please?
That's a standard body diagram for a female.
And you reviewed this?
Oh, we'll
Yes,
talk
sir.
about that. It was the outside
Put
stairs.
this on the Elmo. And could I have the easel, what? Oh, you can? Okay, so this would be the body sketches,
Thank you, Sess.
Maggie.
Congrats to Ian. I did. I hear that Ian won Breakout Creator at the Gundy's Award Show this weekend. Very excited. Saw some pictures. They had a lot of fun. If there's a hung jury, can they retry under different charges? No. They can charge different they can charge different charges, yes. Can they retry under different charges? They would have to charge the different charges first. So they can charge different charges. It looks like they're pulling out the boards that Dr. Reamer created as exhibits, I think, unless they're pulling out their own. Somebody should, oh, they're pulling out their own blank boards to draw on. Aviation Fanatic said, bought an I Have Questions shirt this weekend because I have questions. Same, this trial is all over the place. Same, but you've made it easier to watch. I sure hope I have.
What do you see on your screen?
I see the female body diagram from the autopsy of Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay, so,
Most of the female body diagrams are more Barbied than this one. This one's a little bit less neutral. I'm just going to leave it there. This one is less neutral than most that I have seen, but here we are. Isn't she the same prosecutor who wore all white? Yes. She's the only female prosecutor on the team that has been questioning witnesses. I have not watched the Netflix documentary yet, but I'm pretty solidified on how this defense team acts. There's ones that I like more
Okay,
than others.
so by way of, let's walk through the wounds on Maggie, okay?
Okay.
So look
It's
at
a very
the
fair
sketch
point,
in front of
Christy.
you. And walk the jury through, if you need to come down here with a pointer, or can you do it from up there, whatever's more convenient.
We'll
for
get
you.
to the cell phone
There's
stuff.
a lot of writing, so it may be easier for me to point it out. I don't know if this is a touch screen or not.
Kristen, the amount of times this, why is no one ready, in the Miranda Priestley voice goes through my head during this trial is excessive.
Step down here, please.
Why isn't anybody
I'd like you
ready?
to stand
All day, day. And it's a Monday after a weekend. He knows what's coming.
so that those jurors over there can see, so you probably need to stand over there.
Sure.
Aquarius, yes, we shipped to Germany.
Okay, so how about walk them? Yeah, okay. Walk them through the wounds on Maggie, please.
I don't think this person
I think
contacted
the
the defense.
easiest
I
would
think the
go-
defense
would be to go
contacted
from
them
bottom
to hire
up.
them.
Okay.
So we have, these are all rifle wounds.
These are going to be
They're
trajectory.
all caused by a rifle. We have an entrance wound on the left thigh, and the entrance wound on the left thigh has, on the diagram, little dots, which is stippling, which makes it an intermediate range rifle wound.
What does that mean, intermediate range?
We're talking up to, 1 to 3 feet.
Oh,
The end of the barrel to the
thanks,
actual
y'all.
skin
We
where the bullet goes
binged.
through.
Okay.
And I agree
Thanks.
with what's Dr. Reamer put here. That's the medial left
It's
thigh.
fair. They take their
Now,
sweet tea
flip the
time. Nobody
body
seems
over,
annoyed.
And we have the
It's just the jury's on
the
week
diagram.
6.
So this is now the left side, and we have the corresponding exit wound on the back of the left thigh. So I agree with the range of fire, the directionality.
What do you
that it's
disagree
an
with?
Intermediate range rifle wound.
So you and Dr. Reamer agree?
Yes, we agree on this one.
Okay, next.
Moving up, we can go here to
Why?
the torso.
Why the
So we
diagram if they're
have
dealing with the
another
Elmo,
entrance
though?
rifle wound on the
Okay.
upper right torso.
Okay. Sure.
It, as per, I obviously can't see the inside in this, but as per the autopsy, it goes through a number of organs, goes across, and comes out the bottom left back of the torso. And I agree with that, with her finding on that as well.
Let me interrupt you one second.
Yes, sir.
Prior to your agreement or disagreement, did you look at the autopsy photos?
Oh, absolutely,
Did you look at her report and her notes?
absolutely.
Anything else you looked at?
I looked at some scene photos.
Prior to your agreement or disagreement?
All right, I'm
did you look
switching
at the
just
autopsy photos?
to get slightly better
Absolutely.
audio.
Did you look at her report and her notes?
Absolutely.
Anything else you looked at?
I looked at some scene photos, and I believe.
I'll
that
switch
was
back
it.
if we need to.
Okay. But you're relying on her photos?
Yes, the most important for me is the autopsy report, the autopsy diagram, and the autopsy photos.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, go to the next one.
Okay, so we've talked about 1 gunshot wound, a rifle wound, 2 rifle wounds. Now we have a rifle wound on the left wrist and forearm. We have an entrance on the back of the left wrist, which is the dorsal surface, and this is the ventral or volar surface. And the exit is on the volar left forearm. I agree with that as well. I'm sorry, I also looked at x-rays. That was
Okay.
part of the photos. On the x-ray, there are some little fragments of, you can tell it's a rifle round in the left wrist.
And it went through?
It went through, yes,
And entrance on which side?
on the back of the left wrist.
So we were talking about Maggie Murdaugh's
Next.
injuries.
So we've now talked about 3 of them. Now we have 2. I'll start with the first one, which I agree with her findings, and then the second one is where I have, there's a discrepancy. So if we now look at rifle wound E, which is the one that's here on the back of the head,
Yes.
the directionality is correct, and I can explain why I believe the one on the left breast, the directionality was wrong. But we have a almost tangential, meaning that it doesn't go super deep into the brain. It comes here, but a rifle has a lot of kinetic energy so it has a lot of force to it, and it can cause severe disruption. And it's coming along here,
Disruption
goes
is one way to
through the
put it.
brain, and when this one goes through the brain, it causes an injury to the brain stem. That would make her die immediately. So this one came here, and then, which is the entrance on the back right of the head.
And that's labeled what?
That's labeled E.
Okay.
And then you can
The
see on
question
the
I have
X-ray,
about
there's a
this,
little
though-
fragment, or a few little fragments in the head. And so a rifle round will fragment. We call it a lead snowstorm. It sort of on X-ray looks like a snowstorm, a bunch of little
That's a
white
band name.
pieces. It breaks up. Pieces of projectile come through, down into the back, and continue down into the right chest. So
So
this
they're
is,
talking about the damage
now remember,
done.
we're talking about directionality. This is top, this is bottom. And so on the body, it's going downwards, but obviously we have a moving situation. So if she's like this, it may have been coming straight, but on the body, the directionality is downwards.
He did a very good job of explaining
And
that. Here's my
There are
question.
some up arrows here.
I don't
on
know
the
what these
injuries
photos
to
look
the
like.
upper
I don't
back.
want to.
I don't know why.
But
because
when he's
in
talking
the
about
report,
it
they go
grazing the back
down.
of the skull and then
So
damaging
that's
the
all
brain
part
stem,
of gunshot
that
or
might not have been
rifle
readily
wound.
apparent.
That's actually the lethal
So
rifle wound.
how is Alec able to say Maggie
And
was shot in the
now,
head? I
I'll
don't know if
focus
that would have been
on
apparent. The coroner
A,
had to shave her head to get a better look at
C,
that.
and
So I have
then
questions about that too, and the jury might as well, depending on the
abrasion
photos.
or, the graze wound of the abdomen.
It might have been more
And
readily
this is
apparent than
where
it's been
I
described,
differ
but
in opinion of directionality.
it
So you
doesn't
agree
seem
with her
readily
on
apparent to
everything
me.
except this one?
On Maggie, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, if we look at the autopsy photos, that's going to be extremely important.
We will in a minute.
Okay. So we do have a wound on the left breast. We do have a wound on the left chin. And we do have this abrasion under the left breast. And sometimes there are characteristics that we look for to try to give us directionality of these superficial gunshot or rifle wounds.
So he agrees with most
And
of the directionality of the wounds to
What
Maggie.
you're looking for when it's a tangential wound is you're looking for skin tags. So
Tell me what a skin tag is.
sure. So if you think about it, if a bullet is coming and it hits the skin, and you can see how it's pushing the skin like this, so you're going to get these tears in the skin. And the tears in the skin are going to be in the direction that the bullet's coming. But if you
For those new to the
let
case,
that
Maggie was shot
go,
4 to 5 times.
between those two tears,
There
is a
were
triangular
7
piece of tissue
casings.
left, right? So we have a tear over here, we have a tear over here, and then you let it go, and you have a skin tag. You have a piece of tissue pointing in the direction that the bullet came from. And so when I look at the picture of the rifle wound to the back of the head, you can see all of those skin tags are pointing up this way, so the bullet came here. When I look at the left breast, and I look at the wound to the left side of the head, or excuse me, the left chin or jaw, I see skin tags pointing this way. So that would make this rifle wound come from here. It would be superficial, but remember we have all of that kinetic energy.
So they're arguing the
that's why we get
trajectory.
the splitting of the skin, the fracture of the chin, then it comes down through the breast,
and goes
then it
down the body that
grazes,
way and then out.
the upper left chest. And it sort of
That actually makes more
when you
sense
think about it.
if somebody
If a
stooped over,
person is
yeah.
leaning forward and you've got one going down
That the
this
other
way,
one goes this way.
you've got another one going essentially in the same exact direction.
Yeah, one,
So there's the
one,
scientific
two.
aspect by looking at
Because this one
the
would have to be
actual,
first, because this one, there wouldn't be
outline
anybody
or
up after
the
that.
actual look of the wound.
Okay.
And then you also have two wounds from a rifle that are right next to each other.
Going the same
going in the same
directionality.
direction.
Okay,
And you indicate that both of the directions of both of
that
those,
makes sense.
one that goes down.
Yeah, that makes a lot
this
more
way
sense.
and severs the brain
To me.
stem, and then the other one that goes down and through her breast.
Yeah, this makes way more
Unless
sense.
somebody were very, very tall, Is there an explanation on how those wounds would have come about?
Yes, so I mean, really, we know it's coming from the top of the head downwards, right? So unless someone is standing in an elevated position.
For me, this doesn't-
Or someone is lying down
This
on their
makes more
stomach,
sense in the
and then you have a
order of the
sniper
shots
who's on the ground going this way.
and where somebody
Really,
was.
and we see this in people who are going to open the door because someone's knocking on the door and a gunshot comes through. If you're leaning, as I was saying earlier, if you're leaning forward, let's say the first shot here gives her significant pain, I agree with Dr. Reamer on that, and she's leaning over like this, then if I don't want to hit you, I'm sorry. If I have a
Oh
gunshot
my
coming
God,
like
he's
this,
looking at the jurors to
now
not hit them with the
I look at
ruler.
it, the body lying flat on the table, you can see how it goes straight down. So the explanation that I think is probably most feasible here is that she's leaning forward.
Because of
Most
the other
likely
shots.
Probably in pain from the
Because the
abdominal.
shots,
And the second shot?
the leg and the
Same
abdominal
thing.
one.
So she's leaning forward, one back here, and where does the second shot come?
The
No, no.
second shot goes right next to the left ear, and on the autopsy photos, you can see a ring of a contusion or a bruise, and it looks
That one would have happened
very, very
first.
similar to her earring that was found there. And again, that's from the energy would push the earring up. The bullet comes down, goes through the breast and out.
So
That
shot
makes more
blew
sense
her
that it-
earlobe off or blew,
Pretty much, yes.
Who-
and the ring goes, they find at the scene, right?
Correct.
The earring with hair was
Okay,
found at the
so
scene,
let's
but that makes
walk
more sense that the
through,
energy that it took to break the
photos
jaw is because
and
that's
say
where the
where they
entry
are.
wound was.
And then I'm gonna maybe have
The
you draw
other
something up
ME
there
said
ahead
she
of
was
time.
leaning forward, but said that the
Could
shot
I
came from
have-
behind and up instead of in the
Defendant's
front
Exhibit
and down.
169, please.
So it's a shift.
And I remind everyone, we
It's a
should be
shift.
covered for this.
So no, I think she was, I agree. She had leg shots and then a shot to the abdomen and was bent over from the injuries. And then the shot
I'm
that went
sorry,
cheek down,
159,
he's saying,
not your
the
fault.
shot that went cheek down and then the shot that went head down. But I still don't understand because of the
Right,
superficiality
and
of the head
again, I apologize
shot,
for
how
the
he
graphic
could
nature,
say,
but-
without checking the bodies,
what
she
you
was
do
shot in
every
the
day.
head.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't think it would have been
So
visually
tell us what
apparent
this depicts.
like it was with Paul.
So this depicts Maggie's body on the autopsy table.
Does it make a big difference? No,
And
it shows that
when we're doing our
Dr.
measurements
Reamer
on
might
the
have been
body,
wrong
that's
about
how we're
Maggie.
looking at the body, lying
And
on
then
her
we're gonna
back
look at Paul,
or
and I
on the
think
person's
they've got a
back
big
on the
argument with Paul.
autopsy table. And we're looking at the left side. Here is that wound with the left ear and the
Coot does
left
use
chin.
graphic
and here's
language.
her left breast. And then right above this wound here, we have that semicircle, which is consistent with the earring.
So this is the shot you would disagree with Dr. Reamer about.
Yes, this is the only shot I disagree with.
And her explanation of this was what?
I'd
I
say
mean,
we
what
do
was
a
the-
potluck
I mean, it was going
Thanksgiving.
up?
Yeah, she stated that it was going up.
I think we
Would've
just do a
entered the
potluck.
breast
I'll
and then
host.
gone
We
up.
just do a potluck.
Right.
And the reason you disagree with that is?
Well, number one, there's skin tags. When we look closer at the breast and we look closer at the left side of the chin, skin tags are pointing upwards, showing that that's where the bullet came from. And the other is, there's also a part of our job where just sort of common sense, and it just seems very odd that when you have one going this way, you have to be in a very bizarre position to be able to get it to go up. But from the scientific standpoint, it's how the wound looks.
And you believe those wounds are caused by bullets fired in succession?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
Could be.
Could we go to?
Everything in this case could be.
Sorry. Defendant's Exhibit
I'll
160.
warn Dr. B about the crowds for Thanksgiving. Don't worry. We might travel at
What is this
Thanksgiving this
depict?
year.
So this is the left side of her
It's a lot of
jaw.
that's a lot of attorneys
And
taking a look, but that makes sense.
It's pulled
The,
forward, but you can see up here. I don't wanna-
those
I'll use my
that
finger.
cluster of
You see the
shots
skin tag is pointing this way, right? The laceration
Going
is
kind of
coming down here.
front instead of
And
coming
if I
from
were to
behind.
flip this back up, these skin tags point up as well.
Point out a skin tag again.
This is a great example of a skin tag that is like this.
Could you blow that up a little bit for me, please? Right
All the
around
prosecutors have chairs.
right
They
below
just
the
all
ear.
want to see what
Yeah,
this
right
witness
into the
is
peripheral.
testifying to.
Okay, show me the skin tag.
Okay, well, there's, if we were to, you see here that this is sort of in a triangular shape? And if I flipped it back up, it would fit right into here.
Right.
And so the
Jesse
skin
Lynn,
tag
no.
is pointing upwards in the
I enjoy doing this.
directionality of where the bullet comes. It'll be easier to see on the breast, actually.
Okay.
I have a lot more control
So
over
could we
my
go
time and my
to-
life and my energy doing this than I did when I was in
this-
court. And I still get to go back into
Yes.
court when I
Okay, that would be
go home and
Defendant's
visit.
Exhibit 161.
I get to go visit my friends who are judges, but do I miss practicing in court every single day? No. I love
Okay,
doing
tell
this.
me, is that the area you want? Does that help?
Yes, but I think before we blow it up,
long-
I
it's a
think
long
what's
career.
important is,
It's time for a
for
change.
orientation purposes, you can see that her head is up here. So this would be up, this would be down.
This makes sense to me.
And now if we need to blow that up,
The question I still have is,
you can see the
from the
skin
crime
tags
scene photos, how readily apparent
are
was it that
pointing-
Maggie had a head wound?
up.
That's my biggest question.
The lacerations, the splitting in the skin is pointing down. So that indicates an up to down directionality.
Okay. And could we see State's Exhibit 498? Tell me what this depicts.
This is a beautiful depiction. I don't mean to use that word, I'm sorry.
Beautiful is not.
I didn't mean that. That's from a forensic pathologist. It's a classic book example of
I appreciate that he kind of went,
lacerations-
wait, let me explain.
coming and pointing downwards. The skin tags are pointing upwards. So skin tag.
Dr. Reamer disagreed.
Skin tag.
Oh,
all
I saw the
pointing
comments
up,
that
where the bullet's coming from.
the fire chief
The
said they could see
lacerations
inside
Are pointing
of Maggie's skull
down,
cavity.
which is
I need to
the
go back and
direction
look
the
at
bullet's
that.
going in.
Now, did you and
You off?
Dr. Reamer agree or disagree on that?
Enjoy.
We agreed on this.
Okay. Now, the other thing is, it appears her head was shaved. Why is that?
Right, so any gunshot wound to the head, if you're trying to make a determination of entrance or exit, or trying to get a
Yes,
better
I appreciate
idea
that he
of
went
what
clinical
it
and then
looks
was like, wait,
you
wait,
also
wait,
want to look
this-
for,
let me tell you what I mean by that.
if there's any gunshot residue, you shave that area. So most of the time is to look at the actual outline of it. Sometimes it's to preserve evidence for further testing.
Okay, could I have 168, please?
I don't think they'll recall Dr. Reamer. I don't know how much this matters for the jury.
And what is this an X-ray of?
So this is an
I-
X-ray of her head and neck.
At this point in the
And
trial,
it might be hard to see, but we have.
at this point
right
of the
here in
trial, the
center,
pathology doesn't
we
put a
have
weapon in anyone's
fragment
hand. The
of
defense is trying to
possible
argue
jacketing
that Alec is
or
too
it's a
tall.
fragment of a projectile, right here in the
But it will
midline,
matter with
a few
Paul, I
smaller
think.
pieces. We have nothing over on the left side where this injury is. So nothing went in here and stayed.
For all of you
the
asking about
projectiles,
what
and
they're
then
seeing in
we'll
court,
Continue down to the chest. It's one rifle that went down, and then you'll see that lead snowstorm.
bodies
which is
are naked
consistent with it going back
in all of these photos,
to the back and down to the chest.
in every murder
Okay,
case.
and could you go to 169, please?
Once you get to the autopsy photos, everybody's naked.
So you can see here how it
Autopsy
continues
photos are-
down into the right chest, and it sort of
whole
looks
thing.
like a snowstorm. That's a rifle round.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and take.
Stephanie, thank you. I'm going to go back and watch that. Stephanie said in one of the body cam videos, the police officer mentioned seeing hair fragments around
So,
Maggie's body, and he mentioned it was a
your
gunshot wound to the
job
head. I'll go back and look at that.
Is to look at the photos
Because
and
truly,
determine
I'd
whether or
forgotten.
not the original
'Cause 6 weeks of
pathologist
trial.
was correct or incorrect. That's what we hired you to do, right?
Well, really, what you asked me to do was look at the autopsy report, look at the photos, and give my opinion on the gunshot wounds. That was it. I wasn't even asked to say, I wasn't even asked, is she right or wrong? You just asked me to look at them and give you my opinion.
And how many bullets holes do we have here? How many shots?
Well, we have 5 shots.
And of the 5, you agree with her on 4?
I don't
Yes, sir.
remember
And
where
disagree
he
with her
said
on
he
one.
teaches.
Correct.
Okay. So let's move on for just a moment.
The
and let's
pathologist
look
Reamer
at-
was looking at the body. He's going with pictures. He
we'll go
just
to
disagrees.
Paul's, autopsy report.
I
and we'll go to his
suspect,
sketch. Let me
and
get this
again,
material away.
there are the sketches behind Poot, which is not a problem. Hopefully they'll change angle when they put the photos back up, but they're going with Poot with the sketches. And the sketches will, after this is over, be made available to the public. Those aren't going to be sealed forever. Some of the others will be, but he's going based on pictures and reports, which is fine because the pictures will tell you a lot.
Step down
The
with your pointer, please.
Maggie and Paul were released pretty quickly after this to be
Your Honor,
buried.
maybe approach. Thank you.
So, yep, he disagrees. He disagrees with one of 4.
So how about detail what she indicates are the wounds to Paul? And we'll start at, I guess, at the
But
bottom
is,
and go up.
why are your suit sleeves too long? You
so-
testify a lot.
There's 2 shotgun wounds to Paul.
I mean, all of my jackets
One is
are
on
too
the
long,
chest,
so I have short arms.
and one
but
is on the head.
Okay, let's talk about the chest wound first.
They're looking at
So the chest wound is
They're
also
looking
an
at the
intermediate range.
billboards like
so
Poot has
1 to
put up
3
here
feet.
in court. This is one of the most graphic ones
Shotgun
I've ever
wound
seen.
that goes across
Most of them don't have nipples.
the chest, does not enter into the chest cavity. It leaves near the armpit, and then
YouTube
the
is
pellets
thrilled with us today.
themselves disperse, and some of them go through the arm. I agree with her on that, both on the range of fire and the directionality.
So we've moved on to Paul.
So the other shot resulted in his head exploding?
I
Correct.
imagine he doesn't agree
Okay,
with this
explain
one.
to the jury what she said, and then what you believe, and we'll talk about why the difference is in just a minute. okay?
Sure. So in her autopsy report, she stated that she believed the entrance was coming from the left side, went up, and then it exited.
All right, we're switching feeds real quick.
Extreme pressure buildup in the head from it being contact, leading to these types of fractures.
I know they didn't use the board, they
And
just
that
put it
the
up there.
pellets, so the shotgun wound comes in, the wadding will start to open up. All of that pressure, basically, for lack of a better term, will explode what's there because the pressure needs to get out somehow.
The
And
monitors are
then
low,
the
so
head
Alec can see the
would have
jury.
been down like this, and the pellets lodged here and went into the left shoulder, and then you can see that the pellets are going down into the tissues of the left shoulder.
So you believe...
So that's why they're so low to the ground, so Alec and the defense team can see the jury and the monitors don't
wound
block their view. It's a
resulted
small,
in his head exploding
awkward
was where?
courtroom. It's
Where would
hundreds
the
of years
shot have
old.
been?
Well, it would have been to the top back of his head.
And how far away from the head?
Oh, no, it would have been pressed against the head.
So it'd be a contact wound to the back of the head,
He
Correct.
thinks,
and that would result in, and we're going to talk about this in a little more detail in a minute.
He
But
thinks
if it
somebody
in the
was
back of the
above
head,
Paul?
Tell me how we have a hole here and then a
he
wound
thinks
here.
somebody
How
was
does that
above.
work?
Well,
Paul-
you're shooting,
Paul's
it's
wound
different than
goes
shooting
this way,
into,
like that way,
a
not
space where
this
it can
way.
expand. It's not up against a firm
Sir?
surface. So shooting into the abdomen is different. The
have
pressure will
questions.
still go in.
It's not-
If it's a contact to the abdomen.
you don't
but the
end up
abdomen
with
can stretch.
your body going that
pressure
way
and the
if the
gas
shot
can
is coming
disperse,
this way.
'cause it's sort of an open space with skin that can stretch out and back.
I have a
The
question.
skull really only has one hole at the very bottom. So if I were to take a shotgun and press it against this pile of paper here, and I were to shoot it, this paper would blow up because the pressure has nowhere to go, so it's got to blow everything up that's right there. If I were to take that shotgun and shoot it from here, the pressure is open. It's open to the free atmosphere, right? So it's going to come out of the barrel and it's going to spread out. It'll go a little distance, and that's why we get soot in close range shotgun wounds. It'll go a little distance, but then it'll disperse. So if I were here and I were to shoot down at this paper, the paper is going to get a whole bunch of holes in it, but it's not going to completely explode.
And this is birdshot, correct?
In the head, it's birdshot.
In the chest, it was
It appears that it was buckshot.
Okay. Now, so her opinion was, and tell me the path.
So unfortunately,
But the
the
question
top
you
of the
want
head
is,
wasn't shaved.
what was your
So
opinion?
I can't tell you the exact entrance, but it absolutely is a contact range shotgun wound to the head.
How do you know
And
that?
from the way it was described by Dr. Reamer, what she described as the exit wound was that it was near the top of the head and a little bit back on the right. So probably right about here.
Okay. Now.
That's what she determined was the exit.
Let me talk to you a bit, if you take.
Who's
the
her?
witness stand
Her
again,
is Dr. Reamer. Her is the state's pathologist, Dr. Reamer. So they're saying that, I thought they said that the shooters had to be short, but now they are saying that the shooter is behind Paul with a shotgun on the back of their head. This is why they want a jury view, because they want to argue that space in the
Defense exhibit.
in the very
116.
small quarters in the feed room. I am confusion.
Okay, so, yeah, if you can blow that up a little bit.
Rebecca
this
asked
is
in the
an
chat
evidence-
difference
where
between
did this,
birdshot and buckshot. I'll let the chat answer. The chatter
come from?
weapons
Book?
experts at this point.
Yes, this is from
Yes, the
the
pellets
main
broke the window
textbook
behind him.
on gunshot wounds by
Yep.
Vincent DeMeo.
And it has been described as the Bible for gunshot wounds, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What is the book? Okay. I'm gonna
And
just
that's, I
stop.
think we asked Dr. Reamer about this book, and she agreed, right?
Yes, sir.
And this
Well,
sketch
that's not
or this
exactly what
50
Dr.
pictures
Reamer said.
are from that book.
Kind of
Yes, it is.
mischaracterizes it.
So this depicts a shotgun shell being fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury, please, this is the initial firing, correct?
The very top image, correct.
And what is that coming out?
No.
What's coming out are actually flames
you.
and gas. So sometimes you'll see a little bit of burning because
If this
the
camera
gunpowder
starts to
is
drift
ignited.
back, I will
So you
shift
have
it.
a little bit of flame and then gas.
Now, if they had shaved Paul's head, which they did not, correct?
Correct.
This is not consistent with the
seen,
way that the
some-
blood was,
Evidence of that gas and.
because it was
flame coming out.
directional.
I would say most likely yes. You don't always see it. But yeah, most likely there would be some soot or what we call searing, burning.
Okay, the next one down.
Because
B,
the
what is
way
that
that
showing?
the
So
pellets went
now
out
what we're
and then
seeing is
the
at the front,
blood
you can see
went
all the
up.
pellets that are still sort of in a cylindrical form because the wadding itself has not completely opened up yet. So you know the pellets are all, you have a plastic tube in essence, and then the pellets are all at the top, and then there's a piece of wadding, so like a plastic disc or something, and then underneath it you have the gunpowder. The gunpowder gets ignited, the heat builds up the pressure, it pushes out the plastic tube through the barrel of the weapon, and that's when, that first image, you see that. The second image, you see that we still have all of the shot, or the pellets are still within the plastic tube. And so that's going to go for a little distance. Behind it, we see the cloud of gas. We see the pressure from the cloud of gas. And this is still very early on in the
release
shot.
of the shot.
Okay.
Why
And
is
what's
there
the
cardboard
next,
hiding Alex
scene?
monitor
What is
from the
that?
gallery?
Right, so now we're a little bit further out.
The photos being
a little bit
showed
later
are sealed?
after the weapon's been
So
fired.
they don't want the gallery
We
to see
still
them.
see that the pellets are in sort of a cylindrical
The states are covered
form,
with paper.
and you can see that the cloud of gas is getting bigger, right? The reason the cloud of gas is getting bigger here
Yep, he
is
can't
because
see the
it's going to
monitor.
go where? Via the path of least resistance. So it's going out into the atmosphere. This is not pressed against anything. This is just if I were shooting in the air and the gas is coming out.
And the last one, D?
A little further on, you can now see the pellets are just starting to separate. And we see this big cloud of gas.
This is
So
the
pressure is
anatomy of a
dispersing
shotgun
outwards
blast.
into the atmosphere.
So
And if we cut
how a
another
shotgun
shot,
blast works.
3
is what they're
feet
going
down,
through.
4 feet down, what would be happening with those pellets?
So now you're starting to get individual pellets that are, the pellets would be opening up. So
And
they
again,
wouldn't still
the
be in
jury
that
gets to
cylinder.
decide
If we're talking 3,
who they
4
agree with.
feet or further. So on the skin, we would start seeing a little outline of individual holes from individual pellets. It's not like they all have separated yet, but we would see some.
10 feet, would they be separated?
Oh, yes,
Okay, and so you see a pattern of shock,
correct,
individual pellets,
correct.
okay. So let's follow this back.
Okay, let's run this
If,
back. Run it back one more time.
Let's go with her scenario first.
Okay,
And the testimony, I think, has been
No, ask
3
him.
feet. The muzzle of the
You a-
shotgun is 3 feet from, and let me maybe.
That's not what she said. She said 2 to 3. Why don't you have him restate it? He should have been watching the testimony. Not with me, I talk. He should have been watching the testimony somewhere, if not in the courtroom, streaming,
Let's see which one seems-
which is great. It costs them less money to, they don't have to fly their expert in to watch the other expert when the expert can just watch it live. Who going through a transcript?
Let me have State's Exhibit 478, please.
But she did not say 4 feet. You said 4 feet.
Now,
I mean, it's just true, sir.
the wound.
He
in the
misstates
center
her
of his
testimony
chest,
constantly.
You and she agree on directionality. It came out under his arm. Pellets penetrated his arm and then went on, I think we've heard, out the back window.
right, so directionality and range of fire, I agree with her on that one.
Okay, so when you look at the wound in his shoulder and his neck, and of course, his head, tell us where Dr. Reamer got it wrong.
Well, I think she has it reversed. And the reason being is, now that you've seen where all the pressure would go, if the entrance wound is here on the left shoulder, and we're saying that we're at least 3 to 4 feet away from there because we have no soot, we have no stippling on the skin, then by the time it gets to the left side of the chin or over here at the angle of the mandible, the jaw, we've lost a lot of energy. And so, yes, you can get some pellets still going up into the head, but you're not going to have the top of the head completely blown off. And if you look at the photograph here, you can see, for all of us, it curves over and goes around because the top of our skull's there. If you look here, it goes flat.
These will
He's
not be
missing the
posted.
top of his skull. That would not have happened from a 3 to 4 foot, 3 feet or further shotgun wound
She said
coming in on the left
two
side.
to
And the
3, I
wound on
think.
his shoulder, let's look at that real quick.
But different media outlets have them posted on their websites. Court
Shoulder,
TV
please.
has a lot of them, but most of these are sealed.
That's a pretty big wound, is it not?
It is, and there's pellets that are going down into the tissue.
And what is the evidence of that?
Well, there's photographs that are taken looking down into the wound, and you can see pellets there, and there are x-rays that are taken that you can see there's pellets down into the left shoulder.
Okay, if you go to Defendant's Exhibit 162. Okay, step down here, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to answer some questions
Your
while
Honor, may I
they're
step down?
stepping
Thank you.
around.
You stand over there with the pointer.
If his new
Show the
charges are
jury,
drugs
please,
they smuggled to the
the
jail and he
individual
claimed
pellets.
that had been clean, can they
Oh,
charge?
well, this is
use the
probably
charge
the
to impeach
easiest
his
one to
testimony?
see.
No. They can't
round and
impeach that
silver.
testimony.
I'm gonna have to come
I don't
around
know
for
if
that
they
one,
drug
I'm sorry.
tested him. We'll talk about additional charges. Contraband can just be, and I've heard
There's
it
one
reported that
here.
it is a book.
There's one here. It's not projecting well, but I know that I saw a few down here, but then on x-ray, it'll become more apparent.
Okay, well, let me do this. Let's go ahead and put the x-ray up while we're talking about this, which would be... Which one of these you want to start on?
Sheila Green said did say that Paul's face was still intact. It was. If shot from up close from the back, it would not
The objection.
still be intact in this way. I agree. I think that's going to be the main point of
Your
cross-examination.
Honor, I would offer into evidence Defense Exhibit 112 and ask it be put under seal.
No objection.
Submitted.
All right. Tell us what exhibit you got. Do you have that? 112?
My kid's personal Uber driver. I sent you a Twitter DM. I'll go look. I haven't. I generally take the weekends mostly off of socials, so I was on the stream on Saturday and then on Instagram a bit. I'll go look. I'll absolutely go look. But the prosecution can't use anything in closing that they have not already introduced. So they would have need to introduce that. When it comes to exhibits, can they do demonstratives? That would need to be shown to the defense. It would need to be based on evidence and cleared by the court. So can they use demonstratives? Yes. Once it's cleared, they would have had to create it. It would have to be based on expert testimony, and they would have to make sure it's cleared
Shocking, Your Honor.
by the court and
Here. This is,
counsel to not be objectionable.
I don't know what happened to big poster boards. I just...
If a hung jury, does this case go unresolved? Tiffany will talk about it. I still think it is one of the most,
Got it? No?
it's a likely outcome. And we will talk about what happens then. They can retry. They can retry on different charges. They cannot
It's gonna
retry.
take some time. Let's just put it on the Elmo and go from there.
They're trying to figure out what they want to do. Head not shaved. Seems like the hair would be singed if contact to the back of the head. It would have been. And a lot of the head wasn't shaved. Just the skull structure was no longer there without being too
Okay, tell
graphic.
the jury, please, what we're looking at here.
Sure. So any case that comes to a medical examiner's office
Alec does
that
not
has any
have-
type of penetrating injury.
I'll talk about that in a minute. Alec
the
does not
medical
have to tell
examiner
them
will
what
do
happened.
X-rays, to see if there's anything left in the body, and then also for safety reasons. But what we're looking at here is, this is the spine, these are the ribs, so we're looking at the chest, the left shoulder, because we're coming out here to the left arm, and all of these dots are the pellets from the shotgun wound. And what we can see here is that these pellets are coming down all the way. So this is the first rib right here. First rib is about right here. So we have pellets all the way down to this level.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with a shot being fired from his left, apparently going upward to the brain?
That wouldn't be consistent, and the reason being is then it would have to, the pellets would have to go up, curve, and come down, while the rest of them are continuing this way.
Okay. So could I have this one next?
Sure.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 111. I can do Elmo.
Really? He's like, I can do the almost. Sure you can. So the rational party said they'd save so much money on this circus if Alex would just tell them he doesn't have to prove himself innocent. He doesn't have to prove himself guilty. He has the right not to. And doesn't have to say anything. He testified.
about the lower right
He
hand.
said what he said. So,
The left side of the
I mean,
body.
the
side.
converse
The R
of that
stands for
is
right,
this
so
could have
the
all been
action
much
is being
quicker if the
taken
state
like
had
this,
waited to
right
charge
side,
this
and this is
until
the
they had
left.
more.
Okay, so could you blow up the lower or right corner, please?
So, like most things, it goes both ways.
There you go. Now, what does this
Biographer,
So this
Could they
is
find him-
showing
oh.
here on the left side of the jaw.
I'll answer that later.
And
thank
we
you.
see all of these pellets that are here.
Cheers,
So
Jojo.
the
Thank you.
jaw is right here, and you can see these pellets are in the left side of the jaw, in the neck, and they're going down into the upper left chest.
So, and you believe the directionality on these is down?
Well, from the totality of the evidence, I believe, yes, they're downwards.
Okay. And,
Which doesn't make
But
sense
this
with everything
X-ray
else.
has other findings, I think, that are important for that opinion.
okay.
And, I mean, you can see the severity of the fractures of the skull. The skull should,
Stay
actually, I think
intact.
it's better if we were back. The severity, the skull should obviously come all the way around, right? There's no skull here. That's probably the area where the shotgun was pressed against the head.
Or-
And we've got all of these fractures. In medical terms, we call it multiple comminuted fractures. This is, I mean, textbook for a contact range shotgun wound to the head, to the top of the head.
But then you would have had
And,
bone into the brain structure,
Okay, so.
and that's not
In your
what
opinion,
happened.
if it had happened the way Dr. Reamer said,
I don't know
you would
about
not
this
have
one.
the directionality of those pellets in the shoulder down, correct? And you would not have that kind of devastation to the skull. Wouldn't be enough energy.
That's correct. You may have some what we call linear fractures, so little lines of fractures, but you wouldn't have the top of the skull completely gone.
So explain to me, not being a hunter, how does the gas, you got gas coming first, pellets coming second, right?
How does the face
So
not
how do
get
you
injured,
the
though?
gas going
How
in
does the
and
face
pellets
not
continuing on?
be impacted
Well,
if it's coming
pellets are
straight down this way?
projected by the gas causing pressure to push out the shot and then the pellets within it. So, think about a rocket that's going up into space, right? So you see all of the cloud underneath the rocket, and the rocket will continue going up, but the cloud goes out because that's the area of least resistance. But the rocket will still continue. So that's pretty much the same mechanism. The shot cup is going to be pushed out. The energy from all of that gas needs to go somewhere. And when it's being pressed up against a firm surface like a skull, that pressure is going to build up. It's going to go through the hole that's caused by the entrance wound, and it's got nowhere else to go. So it is, and of course this is all happening in milliseconds, but all of that gas is expanding the inside of the skull, and the least resistance is right here at that opening now. So it's going to cause that area to basically pop out.
And some of the pellets would go through, most of the pellets would go through?
Oh, the pellets will continue through. There may be, the brain is not here.
Right.
And so there's
Let's
probably
talk about
pellets within
that.
the brain, but we don't have an x-ray of the brain.
They didn't x-ray the brain.
Correct.
So, and the skull, I mean, the brain would leave the cavity? Or in this case, did it leave the cavity?
Yes, it did.
And under what kind of force?
I can't give you an exact, number. The forces are usually in what are called newtons, but it's the buildup of that pressure in the skull. It's even in that textbook. Brains being eviscerated in shotgun cases are from contact wounds.
So if you're the
But
person
how
holding
is
the gun
the
to the
rest?
skull,
I have
does
questions.
any of that energy go up the barrel of the gun?
Well, yes, once that, like I said, it builds up in the head and then it comes back up. So that's what causes the brain to be pushed out. There's going to be pellets that will come out. There'll be other bodily fluids that will come out and will go up along. It'll basically be what we call back spatter or back motion.
But in a violent way?
Yes.
And the person holding that gun, would they be subject to being covered in that material
Yes, they would.
in a very forceful way?
Yes.
Okay, so let me show you a couple other pictures.
All of the screens in the courtroom except what's facing the jury are covered.
That's this photo, right?
This has gotten very
That's that
blurred.
one.
Yeah, okay. Would you put,
I'm just going to switch and see if this is less blurry. But now I have to unmute the tab. Apologies.
okay.
Trying to keep
Would you
a
put
decent viewing
Defense
experience.
Exhibit 113, please?
It's just, the one with Maggie, I went, oh, that makes a lot more sense. As he's talking about this being a contact shotgun wound to the back of the head going down, it doesn't
believe this is
make
evidence.
sense to me.
Okay. Tell
I
us
know
what
he's
that
trying to
depicts.
explain it.
So now we've moved over to
But-
the side, to the left, more of the left shoulder, and showing some of the left arm. And again, You see how the pellets are sort of dispersed?
The
and they're
biological
coming
material
down.
went
This is your
to the side
shoulder
and to the
blade, your
corners.
scapula. And so
And
it's
the
even
bullets,
down
the
to the level
buckshot went
of
back.
the collarbone.
This
here
one doesn't make sense, and I
the
don't know why
shoulder
they're
blade.
trying
Is
to.
that consistent
do
with the
that.
shot coming up and across the shoulder and into the neck, or is it consistent with something coming down?
Well, again, with the totality of everything, this is absolutely going down.
How? Then why aren't we seeing, instead
Now-
of seeing the bird shot in the windows and in the doorways,
Let
why
me
aren't we
see.
seeing it on the ground? And why aren't we seeing the high velocity kind of
States Exhibit
biological
487.
material towards the ground instead of up in the corners of the room? Like up in the corners of the room.
I'm sorry.
This doesn't make a lot of sense.
Tell us what we learned from this.
Excuse me. It just doesn't make a lot of
Well,
sense.
for lack of a better term, we have no brain or top of skull. It's completely gone with multiple fractures.
But his face is intact.
And was his hair shaved?
No, sir, it was not.
Would that have been in the normal practice, the prudent practice, the required practice?
That's compound.
Yes, I would have liked to have seen it shaved to help determine an entrance versus an exit wound.
Okay. But with this autopsy photo, you can't really tell. What would you expect if it was an entrance wound?
Becca, he's here to
contact
contradict the
entrance
expert from
Right,
last
well,
week. That is the
I
point.
can tell with this photograph that it is a contact entrance wound due to the severity of the injury. But what would have been nice is if the hair was shaved, I'd be
So this
looking
is-
for gunpowder residue.
point is to
I'd be
contradict
looking for
last week.
burning, on the skin itself, on the brain itself, and on the skull itself.
So, when this goes, well, back up for just a second. The first shot, I
Just
believe
Joan,
you
but they're
agreed,
saying this is a
to the
contact
chest
to the back of the
with
head.
Dr.
That's a
Reamer,
very
correct.
different
I do.
circumstance.
Um,
They're saying somebody has a
shot,
shotgun on the back of Paul's head
which would be
to
on the
shoot it.
top right back.
That's a very
Can you tell,
different
or would you have an opinion as to his
circumstance.
posture at the time of that shot?
Well, it's sort of similar to what we were talking about with Maggie, unless somebody is in an elevated position where they're high enough where it can come down like this. He's most likely bent over.
Further than that, about that? I mean,
That's hard for me to say. I mean, his head's over like this.
That's what the
because
other
we have
expert-
the smaller wound, the bigger wound as it's expanding out here, and the directionality goes like that. I can't tell you how far down he was actually bent over.
and why would he be bent over?
Well, the second you get this shot, you're immediately deceased.
No, I'm talking
No,
about
before the shot.
Right, and so and we know that he fell forward, he has abrasions to his face, so that indicates to me that the belly shot was first.
So the shooter's not 5'2"?
I'm sorry, the shot that comes across the chest, not the belly. And that would be extremely painful. So that would cause, he may be bent over from the pain.
And that's what Dr.
and then
Reamer
came
said
this
too.
shot.
Would that first shot affect his ability to breathe at all?
It would.
In what way?
Well, Dr. Reamer documented what's called pulmonary contusion, so bruising of the lung. And it's hard on a postmortem x-ray to see if you have what's called a pneumothorax, so air that's around the lung. So it'll be difficult for him to breathe.
Could you take that down, Doug, please? Okay, so you believe that he was in pain as he bent over, and then somebody shot him in the top of the head?
Well, yes, this is a painful injury.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about just a couple more things.
Yes, Poot thinks he's going to get through at least 3 witnesses today.
Yes, please. Well, yeah, go back up. Can I have
I need my other.
Defendant's Exhibit
I'm
189, please?
cold today. Just going to sit here wrapped in a blanket because I am cold. I don't know what their point is other than Dr. Reamer's
Okay, tell us
wrong.
what this is, please.
But the contact
So
to
this
the back of
is,
the head, maybe to argue
oh,
he could never do that. He loves Paul. he could never hold a shotgun to the back of his head. I just don't, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The other one makes way more sense when they talked about the 2 shots for
Have
Maggie.
you seen,
Makes much more sense to me. But this does not make more sense to me.
before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And is it from the same book as the gunshot, the shotgun?
Yes, it's from the DeMeo gunshot wound book.
And what does it depict? I mean, I'm not telling you specifically what it depicts, but what does it depict?
What the appearance on the body would be at different ranges for shotgun wounds.
Okay. Offer this in evidence, Your Honor.
It's a text.
Kate objects.
It's a textbook.
This is hearsay. This is
Yep.
a book by, a page from a book by somebody else. not-
Should have objected the last time they did it.
Your Honor, she has not objected to 2 other, her witness and this witness relating to the same
So?
book, different page. It's a learned treatise.
They should have objected then too.
The Bible of gunshot wounds.
You're right.
for, I mean,
They didn't
both,
object.
Dr. Reamer
I didn't
and
hear the
this
court.
witness
I didn't hear the
objected.
court
That is
ask
something
for
out of line.
argument, Poot.
I can have him sketch it out, or we can just put this in.
Have him sketch it.
Says the state.
Have him sketch it. This is hearsay.
It's hearsay, Your Honor.
It is. They should have objected.
That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break.
Well, it's time for the
Please
morning
do not
break.
discuss the case.
See, the rules of evidence don't work like, but Your Honor, they didn't complain the last 2 times we did it. So why are they objecting now? They should have objected then. And they're objecting now and they're allowed to. Somebody finally objected to something. So the jury's taking a morning break. The court is reviewing the textbook page, not written by this witness, that they are trying to submit into evidence. Oh. But again, it wasn't this attorney's witness. I appreciate this attorney saying, we have gone too far. It's just odd testimony. Oh, I guess we're not. The judge is going to rule and then take a break?
So, doctor, this page 189, what is it?
So this
Oh,
is
we're gonna
a
voir dire on it. Great.
photocopy from a page of the gunshot wound book that gives a pictorial diagram of what different range of fires would look like on the skin of a shotgun wound victim.
Do you
Anything
have?
else from the state or the defense?
Your Honor, under 803 hearsay, the number 18, learned treatises, to the extent called to the attention of an expert witness upon cross-examination or relied by, and directed statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets on a subject of history, medicine, or other science or art, establishes a reliable authority by the testimony admission of the witness or by other expert testimony or by judicial notice.
By
if
testimony.
admitted, may be read into evidence, but may not be received as exhibits. I'm sorry.
Keep reading, Poot.
So I'll withdraw it as an exhibit, and I'll have him do a drawing.
All right. Okay, we'll take 15 minutes.
Keep reading, Poot. Keep reading. Keep reading. The experts are allowed to rely on it. They're allowed to discuss it. They're allowed to base their opinion on their learning, but it's not an exhibit. Just because the state didn't object earlier, even though we as a collective thought they should have, he just keeps reading to the bottom. It's like, may not be used as an exhibit. No, you can have this dude draw it out, sure, but you can't just admit. And then Poot's default is, but Your Honor, wouldn't it just be faster if we all did? It's like that scene in Center Stage. Y'all have seen this movie, right? I'm just going with, you probably have, because it's incredible. So the scene in Center Stage, she is doing like a triple, but they're supposed to be doing a double. It's a movie about ballet and coming of age and all the things, with Zoe Saldana, who's fantastic in that movie. But anyway, she's like, wouldn't it just be better if everybody did a triple? And that's what Poot is. He's like, wouldn't it just be better if everybody did a triple? Like, can't we all just do it my way? No, we can't all just do it your way, Poot. Your Honor, it'd be faster if I just could admit this instead of having to ask him to do it. Can't we just do it my way? It's better my way. No, Poot. No, we're not doing it your way. All right, let's get to the questions that we have. We needed a moment of relief. The keep reading is where we're at now. So that's where we are. I'm going to answer some of our super chats and our other questions. Let's see. Connie Helena said, well, it would be more reliable than a drawing, but that's not what the jury gets. The jury gets what the witness recalls and what the witness's experience is, not just some book that somebody else wrote that's not subject to cross-examination. You have to be able to cross-examine the evidence, and you can't cross-examine some page in a book. You just can't. That's not how that works. And just because the prosecution has let it slide doesn't mean it's okay. The amount of evidence in this trial that's not actually evidence is wild to me, but they weren't fighting it. And so here we are. Here we are. Laura Lou said AM reactions seem fake. Show for the jury. If they feel that way, then they will see it. It just depends. I don't know if they're looking at him anymore at this point. Dina said there is no way he could have been shot from the top and have his whole brain hit his ankles after he fell. The brain is connected at the brainstem. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. It also seems that the brain was largely intact. Are they contradicting their own small person theory with this testimony? Their own 5'2", I think. Their own shooter must have been 5'2" theory. And I think they are contradicting it a bit, but they also made sure to say it could be anywhere on that trajectory line. So they're trying to come up with anywhere on that trajectory line. How they make that fit, I don't know. How they make that all work together, I don't know. Nicole said this makes sense. I've seen it work to EMS. Shotguns will explode the head on contact. This makes more sense for the angle of the gun. So for Nicole, it makes more sense. And there we go. Anne said, homebrewed beer, wine, and peach mango hard cider for Thanksgiving. We're all doing a potluck, we've decided. Question, what is the point of arguing that the woman was wrong? Well, they're arguing the pathologist was wrong previously. What is the point? I think the point is A, and this, we haven't really gotten to the point yet. I think the defense's point would be A, the investigation is wrong. They're trying to make it fit their narrative of what happened. And B, the experts show it couldn't have happened that way. And C, they're going to argue it couldn't have been Alec. So with a contact wound, they're going to argue he's never putting a shotgun to the back of his son's head and doing this. So, and if somebody was that close, I mean, no matter whether it's personal contact or within 3 feet, I still think we're going to get to whoever did this would have had blood and biological material on them. And that's part of what they're arguing too. Van Celian Sturgeon said, question, why do they need to do a jury view of the site? Because the defense asked. That's why. Once the defense asked, it is granted. Just said, why isn't there a shooter-shaped void in the spatter pattern behind Paul in the feed room then? That is a very good question. There should be a void if the person was behind him. He is not saying the shot was from above, just to the top of the head. If Paul was bent over, it could be level or upward. And that's fair too. We'll see what they're getting to, but they're saying it was to the top back of the head. And yes, Paul could have been bent over. That's not how the pathologist described it, which is fair. Kyla said, Emily, please tell me at least once in your courtroom career you stood up and started a cross-examination of an expert with I have questions. I don't think I ever did. Because it would have been commentary. And I was very, especially with experts, very mindful. But I didn't have a lot of cases that had defense experts. They weren't, most of my cases weren't with private attorneys that went to trial, weren't with private attorneys. They were with the public defender's office. And there often weren't defense experts. On a rare occasion there were, but not a ton of cross-examination of experts. More cross-examination of defense witnesses who already look at you and they're like, you're the prosecutor, so you can go fuck yourself. So I always try to not come in too hot, unless it was the defendant. People don't want to be there. They just don't want to be there. And if you're trying to get the jury to the story, there's no need to go after civilian witnesses who really don't want to be there. Cynthia said, how long was the 911 call? Such poor cell service at the kennel, but yet not one connection on that issue. I believe that 911 connects a bit differently, But yes, there weren't connection issues on that call, and he was moving around the property. I believe it was over 10 minutes long. It could be a little bit longer. Question, didn't their own physics witness agree with the direction of the second shot? They agreed with the trajectory. They didn't agree that it was going up or down, to the best of my recollection. They said the trajectory line was this, but that the shot could have been from anywhere on that line. So thank you all. By the way, I should ask you just to do the YouTube things. If you haven't liked the video, like the video. It populates us. We get to be in the wonderful position of getting deboosted under news platforms because we are not a news platform. I mean, we're a legal commentary platform, but Discovery does get a bit deboosted behind things like Court TV and others. So even though we have a higher viewership, we still get a little deboosted. So thank you for liking the video. It helps it be discovered by others. Janice said we had wicked storms in Oklahoma overnight. I saw some of that. I was watching, as I was working last night, I was watching some of the storm reporting from Ryan Hall, y'all, on YouTube. I love weather reporting so much. We had wicked storms in Oklahoma overnight. And now you're getting that storm system. We had swirly things. I hope you don't get any swirly things. I'll take a look at what we're, whether our air is going to get spinny later today or not. Just me, Nicole said, am I the only one that thought wrongly Gloria had fallen inside stairs, not the 4-step porch? Gloria had fallen on the outside brick stairs, Gloria Satterfield. So I think there's confusion there. It's not always clarified where Gloria fell. I think it's just a 1-story property too. So I love that the chat is like, yes, 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 yes. Thank you. Oh, others are like, I also thought she fell inside. It was outside on those red brick stairs that we've seen in the crime scene photos. So much. So I'm going to keep going through questions. The court's on break. Janet said, I flipped not guilty to guilty after viewing Forensic Psych on YouTube. Well, we're definitely not going to get that in this trial. The jury's not going to have the benefit of that. But I'm trying to read the rest of it. Matthias, YouTube, shame and dysfunction in family. Paul caused trouble, expendable, prosecution failed. So not guilty vote, even though I think he's guilty. And I think there might be some that are like, look, I just don't see how this case comes together. Emily, what will I do with my life once this is over? Well, your mom, there will be a break and we will have another trial. It's coming up on spring break time for all of those who get spring break time. And we have lots of other things that look. I'm going to give you a sneak preview. I wasn't going to do this. I'm going to give you a sneak preview. Somebody's going to cover it before I get to cover it. But remember the Nike Satan shoes? Okay. So for those of you that remember the Nike Satan shoes, Mischief, the art collective in New York, made Nike Satan shoes. They also made angel shoes. They also have made a lot of other things where they take something and kind of spin it. Y'all. So we've been talking about the Jack Daniels Bad Spaniels Supreme Court case about parody and about trademarks and about whether you can take Jack Daniels and turn it into Bad Spaniels and then it's a chewy dog toy, right? So Jack Daniels Bad Spaniels is going up to the Supreme Court. Y'all, Mischief filed an amicus brief, and the amicus brief has connect the dot drawings in it. I think I might actually pull out the connect the dot drawings and send them. You can find it. The briefs with the Supreme Court are public, but I might pull out the connect the dot drawings and put them up as a PDF so we can all do the connect the dot drawings before we cover it after this. But they're hilarious. One of them is BDS M&Ms. Pages and pages and pages of connect the dots that are parody twists on trademarks. One of them is the Supreme Court, but it uses the Supreme logo. Oh my God, it's so good. So I will have to pull those together so that we can do the connect the dots. Oh yes, BDS M&Ms. It's a drawing. So they not only made an argument about parody, but they did all of these different connect the dots drawings that they sent to the Supreme Court and said, can you get them? They're within the amicus brief. So if you pull the amicus brief from Mischief, it's in there. This is what we are going to do when this case is over. We are absolutely going to be talking about parody and protected speech and art expression in an amicus brief. I love a cheeky amicus brief. We also need to talk about the Google case, Google versus Gonzalez versus Google, that might change the actual way the entire internet works, but that feels too heavy because it's clear that the Supreme Court doesn't understand how the internet works. The connect the dots is very light. So I will put those together in a PDF and share them. But it's a perfect coverage of like what is parody and what is an appropriate use of a trademark in a parody way. And you know, Jack Daniels getting salty over Bad Spaniel's dog toys is an interesting thing. But also, I get that they want to protect their trademark and the way their trademark is used and the way things associated with their brand are used. And people think that Bad Spaniels is made by Jack Daniels. Anyway, so a cheeky amicus brief is where we're going after this. And it has art connected to it. Like we get to do connect the dots. And there's tons of them. There's tons of them. So we're going to do that. Rebecca, did you ever talk about Cuthbert and Colin? Oh, did I? There is a Colin sitting right there in the background. These are mostly things that come from cases and things that come from law nerds. But oh yes, that's why there's Miraval wine back there. But there is a cheeky little caterpillar sitting back there. I love that case. I've covered that case. It's so much fun. So yes, we have an activity to do together. And we get to do the activity together. And I cannot wait. To do connect the dots drawings with y'all. So I'll put that together and make it available. I want to do the connect the dots too. Maybe the connect the dots are what get us through the next couple days of trial before we get to it. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what you guys do with the Mischief Connect the Dots art project that was sent to the Supreme Court. It'll take me a little time to put it together, but we'll do that. Chris said, many congratulations for reaching 701,000. Thank you. Are we at 702? We're at 702 today. The video was fun. Thanks so much for all the excellent content. You're welcome. We should actually bing. We did not do a bing. We should celebrate that we hit 702,000. Thank you all for subscribing if you like the content. If you don't, you're probably not in the chat anyway, so it's okay. Those who don't like the content very much find themselves removing themselves from the content, which is perfect. It lets the law nerd community just be the law nerd community. All right, it binged. Oh, it binged. Move your head. Ah! Yep. So we'll put together the connect the dots. I will note where they're coming from, but they're all from public record. I think Mischief is ready. Mischief should have an art contest with who does the connect the dots the best. I can't wait. There's so many of you that are so creative and talented in this community. I can't wait to see what you do with these. Emily, can you explain the new charge? Yeah, let's go pull it up. Hold on. There's reporting on it, right? There is. Let me go find it. I meant to pull it up and then I didn't pull it all the way up. Let me go grab it. Let me make sure the audio's on so I can hear when the court comes back. And we'll pull up the new charge against Alec Murdaugh. Give me 1 second to do that. I am going to Twitter. I think, let's see. Avery said, here's the first thing Avery said. We're on a short break. The mayor of Walterboro, whom many mistook for John Grisham last week, just strolled through the media center. Here's the thing. I still want to believe it's John Grisham. Am I allowed to? Many have said it's actually the mayor of Walterboro. We've heard that a lot, but also I want to believe it's John Grisham. So here's the new charge. There was reporting and a new booking photo that came out on Friday that Alec Murdaugh was charged with a contraband misdemeanor. I am trying to go to where it is reported by Avery with the new booking. It seems largely that contraband misdemeanor has to do with the John Grisham novel that he took back into custody. That can be considered contraband. It seems real petty to charge it unless there's more, but I don't know. Maybe there's a reason that they chose to do it, but they are going through that. So let's see. I am not seeing the article that I was looking for on that with the photo from the new booking photo, but he's been booked on that misdemeanor of contraband. It seems to be largely reported that that's in relation to the book. I will go find it. Not anything more than that. The book was given in the courtroom, for sure. The book was given in the courtroom, but it was handed to the lawyers. So if it was handed to the lawyers, it shouldn't. What day was Friday? If it was handed to the lawyers, it shouldn't have been. The lawyers shouldn't have given it to him to take back in. Because if the sister handed it to the lawyers and the lawyers gave it to him to take back in, then he gets charged with contraband. But the lawyers shouldn't have handed it to him to take back in. So I'm looking for it, and I am not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it off the top of my head. I'll look for it to talk more about it the next break. But it is a misdemeanor. It is not anything. It doesn't seem to be anything more than the book. So that's what it is. All right. I'm going to look for that a little bit more at the break. Do not worry. And we will move on. So that's the new charges. There could have been something in the book, but I haven't seen that. But the Spoolie said he can't have books. He can't have them handed. He can't have them handed in court. There was another comment that he said he got in trouble for his sister mailing him books in custody. And again, this charge was from like Friday, and the new booking was from Friday. So I'll find it and we'll go through it more. But you're generally not allowed to get those types of things from people. If the sister tried to do it in jail, then both he and the sister can get in trouble. Does it matter at this point?
Bring the jury.
Does it matter at this point that he's getting in trouble for having books given to him by his sister? He's allowed to have books, but books are hiding spots. You're not allowed to bring them from the outside. So there are rules about how you can give things to people in custody. He is in custody. So there are rules. It's just an odd thing. We have more conversation to be had because I also want to talk about the Doyle era objection from last week a little bit more. Any chance for a hoodie with thumb holes to be available in the merch shop? I've talked about this a couple times. Valaris, we are working on sourcing them. They are not easy to source unless you are going to buy them by like the hundreds of thousands because you're Target or something. So we're working on it. Eric said they had a slam dunk on the financial cases. They did. Charge those and finish first, then come back to the murder later, because that doesn't have a statute of limitations. That's what I wish the prosecution did. Eric, I agree with you. I think the prosecution should have moved forward with all the financial crimes and not charged this. Once they charged it, they had no choice. Once they charged it, they had to move forward with it because the defendant didn't waive time. They knew that. I don't think they should have charged it.
All right, thank you, and may proceed.
I think it should have. I think they should have waited too.
Last exhibit has been withdrawn.
Oh, now he's not ready. Why isn't anybody ready? Important question. Emily, is your phone still set at 24-hour time? No. Finally caught up to live. So happy to be here in the chat. Thank you, Brandy Rose. No, it's not. It lasted about 3 days and then I yeeted it because I kept getting confused. Misty said on day 8, I was solid conviction. Day 22, 23, I have reasonable doubt. It's either a hung jury or innocent because Creighton unraveled his own case. I don't think Creighton's
book.
case was
I think
that.
we're going to have you sketch this out.
I don't know. This case is.
So-
This is a difficult case. Can the prosecution call Alec on rebuttal? No.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, without the verdict,
But
maybe
step down,
Alec can
please.
say that Paul is not guilty in the
permission of
boat
the court.
case, so protecting the legacy still stands. This case is hard. This case is very hard. I don't think this case is clear cut
How about stand on that side?
anyway. If you miss trials, I think AM testimony on the stand makes a stronger case for the next trial.
Yes.
Okay, so what I want you to do is.
I think the financials need to just go forward and then they deal with it.
Sure.
How does the feed work for a field trip? Nikki, there is no feed for a field trip.
So, talking about shotgun wounds to the body and trying to figure out what the range of fire is. A perfect circle, which I'm not.
I
great artist,
texted Robin. I'm
let's
still
just say
using the
that's a
text
perfect
line,
circle.
but I'm
That
also
means
using
at
the
end of
email.
barrel, right?
So text
nice
went out this
circle
morning.
Is pressed up against the skin. Now, this would be down here on the abdomen where you have leeway, it would end up being a perfect circle. if you have it up where it's going up against
That doesn't
something
look like a perfect
firm,
circle, but I
then
get
you
it.
would have the circle, but you'd have the splitting from that buildup.
Drawing is hard.
So this is a contact range. If we have some burning around it,
Thank you,
contact
Michelle.
range or close range. If we have soot around it, we're close range.
Y'all ain't right. Cheers.
Now, from the
You are in
initial,
good company
the
in
first
this
picture
chat.
that we looked at,
We got
all
you.
those pellets coming, and then they start to slowly open up. So now what we've got is sort of looks like a cloud, right? We call it scalloped margins. So now we're moving out a little bit further.
Well, scalloped makes sense.
We are, in that area of maybe 2 to 3 feet.
S more,
or
that's
so.
true too.
And then as we continue moving further and further, we get the scallop margins, but then we get holes.
Yeah, drawing
And it
is hard.
doesn't have to be perfectly around it, but we get holes from the
But
individual
for
pellets
demonstrative,
that
this
have
is
now
good enough.
moved out.
The jury gets the point.
And so if we start seeing individual pellets, we're saying usually the end of the weapon is 4 feet or further.
I'll answer this at the break.
And then to be more specific, is it 4 feet or 5 feet or 6 feet? Then you have to test fire.
Okay, so,
Test fire meaning same weapon into gel to figure out,
as
or same type of weapon.
muzzle gets closer to the wound, there either is no spreading of the pellets, as in a contact wound, but the further away, the pellets begin to expand, and the further away, you get more of an individualized
Sarah Beth,
pellet
thank you.
pattern.
That's correct. It's like when it comes out, it comes out and it goes triangular. So it gets bigger, and as it goes triangular, it's almost like playing pool. And you take the cue ball and you hit the pool balls, the billiards, and they start to.
It's a good example.
Okay, let me, if you
It's
put
very relatable visually that
Is
it
Defense Exhibit 162 in evidence?
spreads out.
Okay, let me show it.
Caldonia said for lawyers who are supposed to be so smart, they make some pretty silly mistakes on both sides of this case. On both sides of this case.
You need to write on this.
I don't know if they'll recall Dr. Reamer. I don't know if they need to. I don't know if you need to recall Dr. Reamer. I think they just let it go. Emily, the wadding from the first shot, not the second shot. And the wadding from the second shot not being there, I think is very telling. The wadding from the first shot was there. So,
Is everything off over there? Please. What?
oh, Katie, we might be able to do that.
Offer this into evidence, Your Honor.
We need a mischief collab.
Without objection, and ask if he's sealed.
I know a perfect circle is a
Said
band
state.
name.
Submitted without objection.
The boat case criminal
now,
case was resolved.
here we
The civil
see-
case was not.
And if there's
The
no-
criminal case was dropped because Paul was
Well,
charged, and you
large
cannot
wound on his
prosecute people
shoulder, Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
after
And
death.
then a smaller wound in his chin.
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you about the directionality?
Well, it's not just that, it's also that we have no surrounding individual pellet holes. To me, looking at this is not going left to right. I can understand the thought that maybe it was like a tangential graze, but then the pellets wouldn't have gone down and they would have opened up
me
onto
get
the
to that.
left chin. So again, using the totality of the evidence, these are pellets that are coming down from the top. They're starting to open up. They go through here, and they have to go through another bone, so they're going to open up further and disperse through the left shoulder.
So, and maybe this is too simplistic, do shotgun wounds, do they?
Oh, we'll talk about that at the
Of course,
break.
if you just testified, they expand, right? The pattern,
You'll get a different pattern, and for a certain distance, the actual hole will expand, but then you lose that hole and it becomes just individual small holes.
so you've got a smaller hole in his chin and a larger hole in his shoulder. Does that indicate anything? I mean, am I being too simplistic? Smaller means it's expanding at that point?
Right. Not to be offensive, I think it is a little too simplistic because we also have to look at what's around the wound.
He said,
But-
is it too simplistic? You can say, yes, it's too simplistic. I don't
Yes,
think that's offensive.
with,
That's
again,
fair.
the totality of everything.
That's
This
fair.
is definitely coming downwards from right to left. The
still don't
only way I
understand
could
why.
see larger wound on the left shoulder, smaller wound on the left chin is if you consider this a graze wound. But again, using the totality of everything, the size of this wound, the location of the pellets going down into the shoulder, this is not going left to right.
Okay, now, let me also ask you this. If the wound is in the head, and why isn't the brain macerated? Why isn't the brain shredded by those pellets? Why does the brain exit the skull, as we saw a minute ago, without being shot to pieces?
Because, again, you're having the shot shell,
Take it down. I'm
you know,
sorry.
it's okay. Everything is still within that shot shell as it goes in. The pressure is just gonna form around it and push it out. Sometimes you'll see, in my experience, a complete intact brain that may have some holes here and there. Sometimes you'll see a brain that is split in half, and sometimes you will see completely macerated. But from what I saw in the photograph and reading Dr. Reamer's autopsy report, she does state that the brain was received in another bag and that it was, I don't remember the exact words, but that it was severely traumatized.
But no, there's no x-rays of that brain.
There's no x-rays of the brain. I'm sure there are pellets within the brain.
And were there any shots, do you see any actual autopsy photos of the brain? I mean, just the brain?
No, I saw scene photos, but I did not see autopsy photos of just the brain.
Okay. So, you would not necessarily, well, let me back off for just a second. You have actually done autopsies on contact wounds by a shotgun to the head?
Oh, yes.
And what you're telling us is based on that experience?
Well, experience, training, the textbooks, I mean, articles aren't written about it because it's fairly common knowledge.
Okay. And let me do a little housekeeping. I got a number of photos I want to show you that may be used, were they used by you in you reaching your opinion, okay?
Okay.
Can you come over here so I can?
The thermostat is back at 68. There were those few days when it was set at 66, which I thought was curious, seeing that everybody complains how cold this courtroom is. I'm surprised they haven't raised it above 68 when the jurors are wearing blankets. Michelle said trial is important, sure, but can you share the info on your comfy looking top? Yes, I talked about this the last time I wore it. It is not linked anywhere because it's just something I bought. It is Free People. It is a one size, kind of kimono style felt-ish. It's not felt, but it's stretchy, woven, giant blanket with armholes, and I love it. So, should I have links for those types of things? Sure. Do I? Nope. That's where it is. So, that's where it is. I have multiple colors. Diane said, was it dark in South Carolina when the murder took place? It would have been getting dark, but it wouldn't have been like pitch black, I think, at 8:49 in June. They've talked about that in the case when sunset was.
169, 168.
So we just talked about that,
161,
Mickey. I don't have a link to the top.
160 and 159, to determine whether or not he relied on these to come to the conclusions he's come to. I don't think there's any need to publish them to the jury at this point.
Natalie,
I
that's
believe the
a
state
fair question.
consents
Why would
to
Alec
their
try to call
admission.
Maggie if you don't get signal at the kennels? He said it sometimes. The signal at the kennels is sometimes. But the prosecution's going to say he was manufacturing an alibi.
Yes, sir.
Because we know Paul had been on the phone at the kennels to Rogan a couple times. Kay for now said, I got the pink one for my birthday, super comfy. I have gray and black.
Okay.
Are Are those photographs, autopsy photographs or x-rays that you relied on in reaching the opinions you've expressed to this jury today?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, would you offer these into evidence?
That's fair too.
They're admitted.
Yeah, Alex definitely got a different reaction going on today. It might be to the photos that are
Exhibit
coming in.
160,
I'm gonna just
161,
switch feeds real quick.
And again, all under seal,
You can
please.
keep an eye.
So just
These
a
are under
couple more
seal.
questions. 162 is already in evidence, right?
Chad, I don't think it's withdrawal. He said he has been sober for over 500 days. So he's just reacting.
The opinions you've given here today, you've given
He
to a
can't
degree
see
of
the
medical
photos.
certainty more probably than not.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that you're not an expert on the vectors of this shot, either one of any of these shots, except you talked about a probability on Maggie on the two shots that go down, right?
Right. I want to make sure I'm answering correctly. So I'm an expert on the directionality within the body that projectiles go, entrance, exit, the direction within the body. As far as, and I think this is what you're asking, as far as crime scene and reconstructing, things of that sort, that's not my area of expertise.
Okay, but you have given an opinion. I want to make sure that we all understand what you've said. You've given an opinion that Dr. Reamer was wrong on the shot that blew
Oh gosh.
Paul's brain out of his skull and it landed on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe it was a shot in the back right
Objection leading.
of the skull,
Yes, sir.
and you believe that it was going through his skull, out his neck, and into his arm,
Down.
Into the left side, yes, sir.
left side.
Wait, I'm going the wrong way, but
And
down
we found a number of
across the
x-rays
face
showing
into
the
the
pellets.
shoulder.
We've seen
This is
forensic
just him
evidence that
summarizing.
you, in the normal course of your work, rely on to draw opinions, right?
That's correct.
And you've done that thousands of times.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me make sure that the jury understands this. When you're submitted materials like we submitted to you in cases, you report, are you paid to give an opinion, a specific opinion?
No, I wouldn't accept a case if someone said this is what we want.
No, he's paid for his time to review it.
And you come to conclusions based on the materials given to you?
Absolutely.
And that's your conclusion here today?
The conclusions that I've stated, yes.
Beg the court's indulgence.
I was trying to take a note, Poot. You're supposed to keep asking questions. Lindsay said you referenced the greatest movies. If you throw a line from Troop Beverly Hills, you will be the goat. I will try to work in a Troop Beverly Hills reference at some point.
So you've indicated and testified
It's a great
that would
movie.
be
It's been a while since I've seen it.
blood, brains, pieces of skull, other
Cassie,
material would blow
I have not
out
seen that.
the direction of the hole in the.
I've heard of it. I just
muzzle
haven't
the
seen
gun.
it. With the
Would've
Lady
been
Gaga
pressed
suit, I'll
against the
have to go
skull,
back and
correct?
look after this trial's
The
over.
muzzle of the end of the barrel of the shotgun would be
Right.
pressed against the skin firm enough that there'd be pressure onto the skull, and then you would have blowback as the skull opened up.
And that blowback would follow the barrel of the gun?
Well, it would come back up the barrel of the gun, but it would also distribute.
Right. And what about the barrel of the gun? Would there be biological material jammed into that?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
Okay. So there would be brains, blood, skull, whatever, jammed back up the barrel of the shotgun.
Right. What we say is biologic material.
Okay.
Which,
Thank you. Please answer any questions
Again-
Ms. Goode has.
again, they don't think they have the gun with this. So, cross-examination, this prosecutor tends to stay at the podium, which I appreciate. So, except for going up and handing things that are needed. Copper Ridge said just ordered. At some point, Free People's going to be like, what's happening? Maybe we should we'll tell them. So it jammed, which is why the shooter switched weapons. This is a very good point that I don't know if Poot knew that he was making. if it happened the way it happened, then that gun would have been full within the muzzle. I don't think he appreciated that what he was saying as, oh, well, this is a reason to switch guns then. So with that, it gives that answer
Eisenstat.
Good morning.
gives a reason to switch
Now, when you
weapons.
first started your testimony, you talked a little bit about.
I like that she
time of
moved the
death.
podium to where she wanted to be.
Yes,
Is it the pathologist's job to determine the time of death?
depends on the jurisdiction, but pathologists are trained in talking about what's consistent or what's not consistent. But I believe, like in Georgia, I believe here in South Carolina, the coroner, in the majority of counties, the coroner goes to the scene.
And determines time of death.
And does the investigation. So I don't know how it works here, but there's no doubt that part of a forensic pathologist's training and knowledge is determining cause of death from information given, time of death from information given to them.
And it's not customary for a pathologist to actually go out to the crime scene, is it?
Oh, I'd say more often than not, the pathologist does not go out.
Unless the coroner
All right,
happens to
and
be a
now, in this case,
pathologist.
because this appeared to be homicides, the county coroner would be the one to have requested an autopsy, is that right?
That's my understanding. Definitely in Georgia, it's my understanding here, yes.
And Dr. Reamer performed the autopsy here,
Yes, ma'am.
and she performed an independent autopsy.
She did.
We'll get there. I'm going to try to pull things up that I don't need to
Did you
answer.
perform an autopsy of either of the victims in this case?
I did not.
And you relied on, I think you testified that Dr. Reamer's report, x-rays, crime scene photos, and autopsy photos in determining your opinion.
That's correct.
And you were hired, right?
Yes, I was.
And you were here on
think that's
Friday,
clear.
weren't you?
I was.
So that would mean you've made over $10,000 in evaluating or taking part in this.
Because y'all stalled a little
end of the day,
bit.
that's correct.
Kept him over the weekend. I mean,
Did you do a report?
I don't think that's
I
fair.
was not asked to do a report, no.
Wouldn't you agree that a report would have been helpful to explain the scientific methods or investigation that you used to come to your
It would have been helpful to y'all. That's why you didn't do one.
Oh, different jurisdictions do it differently, so I have no idea how it's done here, but, I mean, my report would have been exactly the same as my testimony, so I guess it would be on paper instead of, verbally.
Well, you saw Dr. Reamer's report, and that was actually entered into evidence, right?
Yes, I did.
All right, you spoke a little bit about Maggie and
Yes, that's
her
correct.
autopsy. And I believe you said in your testimony that Maggie's shooter could
Sorry,
be
Shelby.
taller than Maggie? Is that right?
Oh, no, that's not what I said.
He reigns his
What did you
poop.
say?
No, what we were talking about was if Maggie's gunshot or rifle wounds to the top of her head and to the side of her head were with her standing up, that would have to be somebody at an elevated position. So I didn't give an opinion that
Taller.
the shooter had to be taller, because we talked about how she could be bent over.
But an elevated position could mean the shooter was taller, right?
Oh, but that,
Could
I mean,
be.
it could be that the shooter was taller, but that would still have to be somebody at an extremely elevated position shooting down.
Unless she's on the
I'll leave it
ground.
at that.
And you said that determining trajectory is not.
Stephanie,
something
Alec
that
drives
you do.
around
At the scene, that's
back and
correct. On
forth
the body,
to the scene during the 911
that's what I
call,
do all the
but he
time.
does not lose connection.
All right, let's move on to Paul.
I'm going to answer that at the
Would
break.
you agree that when a gun is shot, a lot of
Safe
energy
drive,
and
Kathleen.
momentum is generated, and that momentum and energy tears through a person's body?
Depending on the range of fire, the type of ammunition, yes, I agree with that.
And when pellets are shot, they spread out.
Eventually, yes.
So, if Paul was shot in the back of the head, and those pellets start spreading out, did they come back together when they exited this way?
No, but that's where we're talking about the same thing as range of fire. So those pellets, I mean, if you go from the top of the head down to here, this is about 6 inches, so we have about 6 inches, we have maybe a foot, right, from here to here. Those pellets can still be together and starting to spread out. So no, they're not gonna go out and come back together. Some, that's why I was talking about that billiard ball effect. Some, if you hit that cue ball, the side ones are gonna pop out and the middle ones will still be together. So
Depends on the
no, they
angle
won't go out and come
which
back.
you hit it.
But I have no issue with 1 foot from here to here and having still a whole cluster of pellets going through.
But the pellets would be closer together when they first enter the body.
And that's the point.
For a certain distance, yes.
And we also talked about soot or stippling.
guys, we're almost at
Now, in
50,000
Dr.
viewers.
Reamer's
Thanks,
report,
all.
she does note
I like her
that
cross.
there was soot and stippling for certain injuries, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
It's
she did
concise.
not note that for the injury to the,
Her questions aren't compound.
Agreed.
I find her easy to follow.
and wasn't the top?
She hasn't asked about the choke at all.
Paul's skull missing?
Yes, it was.
And Paul's face, it wasn't blown
Easy to
off,
follow
was
is all
it?
I'm asking for
It
in
was
this
not.
fucking case. Truth.
His brains weren't splattered all over the floor?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you
Okay.
mean by that, but his brain left his head and ended up being on the floor. There were some smaller pieces in other areas.
But it was
and then
mostly-
a large piece in one area.
But it was mostly a mass. It wasn't.
I'm going to show you what's been entered as tapes 24
It
on the
wasn't
seal.
exploded. It was mostly a mass. So. And that's fair. Question off topic. First time needing glasses. Love yours. What are they? Also, where can I get the blanket? It is a free
I
people
don't know if you can tell from this picture.
I can.
wrap.
Can you?
Yes, ma'am.
This
Does
particular
that
brand
brain
is
look
Dolce & Gabbana for the
macerated
glasses.
or splattered everywhere?
No, but that brain has been extruded from the head, and
It is
there are,
extruded.
when you do a zoom in on it, unfortunately, no X-ray, but when you zoom in on it, you can tell
was
that there's
mostly
injury
intact.
to the brain. But the brain, yes, I agree, it's not macerated.
And there were pellets on the floor of that feed room.
He's looking at them now.
That's my
the crime scene
understanding.
photos.
I'm going to show you tapes 26 and 43.
Shannon Mai, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships to the chat. We're gonna have to add an extra members only live for this trial
See that
at
as
some
the
point where
door
we can
to the
just
feed room?
I
have a
do.
conversation.
And tapes 43.
I didn't see the subtitles because I'm looking at the chat and listening and looking
That
at the
blood
faces.
spatter on top of the door.
That looks like blood spatter at the top of the door, yes.
Yeah, I like her cross. It's easy to follow.
And no blood spatter out there on the sidewalk from his brain being blown out from his head and his face being left intact, right?
Right, the brain would come out the top of the head.
And it's on the top of that door.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
And the blood spatter is on the top of the door.
It is on the
Right,
top of the door.
that's blowback. That's from here, the pressure pushing it backwards.
On the top of the door. So then why don't you see where a person would have been standing if it's blowback? How would the blowback not have been blocked? Why isn't there a void? Ask about the void.
And did you see any crime scene photos of the feed room where there were some containers on a shelf?
I did.
So the containers on the shelf, I believe, would be to the right side on this picture.
Looking at the picture, I believe, yes, inside on the right, there's some shelves with a number of items on it.
And was there kind of a demarcation line showing blood going
It's fair if they're to the side.
to the top of the feed room?
Oh, I don't recall, and in all honesty, you're starting to get into an area that's not my area of expertise.
Into trajectory, is that right?
Outside of the body, yes.
Yep. I like her cross style. But she is
And did you determine the manner of death for these victims?
I did.
What was that?
For both of them, it was homicide.
Thank you, nothing further.
I will take
Anything
it.
further? Thank you. You may step down.
We're done.
Excuse, thank you.
We're done. We're done with this witness.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Tim Palmbach to the stand, please.
I have no idea how to spell that. We'll figure out who Tim Palmbach is in a moment. Might be who we saw, the pathologist. Who else did I think we were going to get today? It's going to be another expert. I don't know if it's going to be regarding narcotics and addiction, but maybe. But I like her style of cross. It's easy to follow.
Take a seat in the witness stand.
Even if, it's an interest. I don't know how the defense is going to argue
State your name again for the record.
the shots to Paul based on the new information, but we'll see.
Timothy Palmbach, Palmbach.
Mr. Palmbach, will you tell the jury where you're from and what do you do?
I'm from Connecticut. I've been up in that state for the majority of my life. Most of my career has been in the Connecticut State Police, and I actually started out in a row position. Then I was transferred into a major crime unit, and from there I spent a good deal of my time in the lab. I retired as a major from the lab in 2004, and at that time I was head of the whole division of scientific services for the state of Connecticut. I then went back to the school, which was my alma mater, which was University of New Haven, to teach. I took the chair of forensic science position, which is a large forensic science program with both graduate and undergraduate students, and I managed that program
So
as
forensics,
well as,
tool marking
as
maybe?
teaching.
Or general
In
forensics?
addition to that, I was
including
doing
tool
some
marking?
degree of consultation, expert consultation,
Tool marking,
but not much just because of the volume of work that I had.
GSR.
In August of last year, the university offered me an early retirement incentive package, which I gladly accepted. And so
And now I'm
I just
consulting.
teach part-time, assist with a couple of grants that I had, and have a little bit more time to do consulting.
When,
Okay.
when you were with the Connecticut Forensic Science Division, who did you work under? Who did you train under?
Dr. Henry Seeley.
And who is Dr. Lee?
Within the field, he is one of the original founding fathers and very, very well regarded as holistically as a forensic scientist, but very much so as a crime scene reconstruction expert.
And you mentioned, in addition to teaching and your prior work in the field, you currently do consulting as well?
Yes, I do.
Before we get to that, do you hold any certifications in your field of specialty?
So certifications, I have memberships. It's more of a membership organization than a certification.
Sure. So what's the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Sure. American Academy of Forensic Science is like the American Medical Academy or American Bar Association. It's
I
kind
don't
of
know about that.
the large entity that all the professionals belong to. You have to be a practicing practitioner in good faith in order to do that. And then you go, it ranks from an associate member to a member, and eventually, if you meet the criteria, you can be a fellow. So I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And what is the International Association for Identification?
So the IAI, or International Association of Identification, they tend to have membership and certification in areas like fingerprint examination as well as crime scene analysis.
And you're a member of that
I am.
association? And are you a member of the International Association of Blood Spatter Analysis?
I am, and the name is
So crime
exactly that.
scene.
So the membership there are individuals who've had the requisite level of training, experience. I believe they even make you or demonstrate you qualified in court before, and then they'll grant you membership in that organization.
What seems self-explanatory to you, but maybe not everyone in the courtroom. What is blood spatter analysis? And it's spatter, not splatter, correct?
That is spatter, correct.
All right.
I
The
appreciate
basic
the,
course would be 40 hours, and I don't think they want to hear the basic
Communication.
course. And I don't mean that flippantly. There's a fair amount to it. The simple way to explain it is we're looking at energy and force applied to sources of blood or other mechanisms and activities applied to blood, and then determining the patterns that result from that. And once we understand that, that's much of what the training is in a lab, an environment. You create these patterns, you study the patterns so you understand them. Then it's going to a scene, seeing these patterns, properly interpreting them, and drawing conclusions from them. So that's the short version of what it is.
And I believe you're also a member of the Massachusetts Forensic Science Oversight Board, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
That's a governor's board that they bring in experts from around the country of different specialties, and we look at practices and protocols within the forensic science community within the state of forensic science. So it's essentially an advisory board.
I believe you also
As
have
the name
a law
implies.
degree?
I do, sir.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, right?
Question. I haven't practiced law. It was back in
He was curious.
at the time, right, early 90s. There was a lot of stuff going on related to new technologies, DNA being the biggest of all of them. And what was happening for lab directors, and I was an assistant lab director at that time, is we spent more time in the court or writing papers in support of new testing and not knowing anything about it. So many of us, myself included, said, if this is going to be a big part of our job, we have to go back and learn it. So that's what motivated me to go back and do it.
Wow.
And then currently, professionally, are you the executive director of the Henry
Eminently
C.
qualified.
Lee Institute of Forensic Science at UNH?
I was, but I gladly, when I
love that he
went
was
to
like,
emeritus
well, we're
status,
dealing with
gave
court
that
a lot,
position
so
up and
might as well go to
got a
law
little bit of
school.
time
I
back. But I
appreciate
had
that.
been for 19 years prior to that.
And have you, as part of your consulting work, have you been qualified as an expert in state and federal courts in various states?
I have.
Do you know what states?
Oof. All right.
He's like,
Connecticut,
Sir?
New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, California, Illinois, Alabama. Yeah, I think so. North Carolina for sure. I think I got it.
And what are your areas of expertise that, for which you've been qualified and that you
Yeah,
wish
he
to
knows
be
quite a
qualified in
lot.
this court?
In the big genre, it's crime scene reconstruction and analysis, and sub-disciplines underneath that independently are blood stain pattern interpretation and shooting incident reconstruction.
One of the cases, I believe, would State v. Michael Peterson. Were you an expert in that case?
I was, sir.
And was that the stair-step case?
I think it's known as the staircase case, yeah.
All right. Have you ever not been qualified as an expert in crime scene reconstruction, blood stain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction in any court, state or federal?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Mr. Palmbach as an expert witness in the area of crime scene reconstruction, blood stain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction.
Says the state.
Is it blood stain analysis or blood spatter analysis or splatter analysis?
The field is referred to as blood stain analysis. Blood spatter would be a subcomponent of the greater field, yeah.
No objection.
He's admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Palmbach,
So he's
were you
admitted
hired
in
by
multiple-
Mr. Harpootlian and I on behalf of the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, in this case?
I was.
he's
what were you hired to
in
do?
multiple areas.
To review the case, look at the forensics evidence, the pattern evidence, crime scene documentation, lab analysis, autopsies, and related investigative reports that dealt with the scene activity and the physical evidence.
And what are you charging for your time?
I am.
How much do you charge?
I do it as a block rating, just simply because I don't want to keep track of hours. So my initial retainer fee was $5,000. I will have another finalizing fee.
I
as
appreciate
complete here.
that so much.
Last night I scratched it out. I believe it's going to be $8,000 more plus travel expenses.
And did you come down here Friday and did not get to testify and spent the weekend in the Low Country?
Yeah, I showed up Thursday, actually, but yeah, I've been here for a bit.
All right.
He's like, yeah, we ended up spending a lot more money because the state
have you
wasn't done on
reviewed
Friday.
in
Yep,
this
we
case?
know.
What materials have you been
We
provided?
are
Again,
well aware.
lots of photographs, crime scene photographs, evidence photographs, autopsy records, data, x-rays, various lab reports, investigative reports, diagrams created by
Jim's trying to show that the amount he's been
Investigative
paid was
and
inflated because he
reports
was
that
here
were
over the
related to those
weekend.
diagrams.
That's why.
Now, when you, upon your initial review of the
Oh,
autopsy
all of us do the wrong
reports,
jobs.
Did you make any suggestions to us?
Oh, yeah, once I agreed to take the case, that material was submitted, and I began to just review it.
But it's fair, 'cause
and
Jim
that's what I
can't
usually do,
argue-
read through it and see.
The
get a sense
prosecution
of
can't
what
say,
makes
oh, well, you
sense.
spent all this money. It's like, well,
One
part of
the
it was
areas I
being
very
here for the
concerned with
weekend.
Right away was looking
that's, I
at
think, fair.
the shotgun wound to Paul. And based on all my training and experience, what we visualize in the head is absolutely consistent with a contact wound. Reading through the report, it didn't say that. It was written obviously as an exit wound with the contact being down in the left shoulder and the left face. I think within a day, I called back to Attorney Harpool and yourself and said,
Hoot.
this doesn't look right to me. It's inconsistent with my interpretation of the results. And my best advice for you would hire a forensic pathologist to review the case.
Okay.
And were you sitting here in the courtroom when Dr. Eisenstat testified?
I was.
And before coming to town to Walterboro Thursday, Friday, had you ever met Dr. Eisenstat before?
No,
Had you ever worked with Dr. Eisenstat before?
no.
So this
Did you
is
talk
going.
to Dr. Eisenstat at any point in time?
This is going to the fact that they had
before you
consistent
arrived here in
opinions
South
that are
Carolina
different.
For this case?
They did not coordinate, if you will.
Did you have an opportunity to go to Moselle?
I did,
And when was that?
Friday morning.
Okay. Was that your first physical trip to Moselle?
Correct.
And we'll get to some of the things that you located. Generally, overall, I want to first address the shooting of Paul. As you reviewed everything and tried to reconstruct the crime scene, can you give the jury an overall picture of Paul's murder? How did it occur?
Sure.
Okay.
I believe it began with Paul.
If this is more
his
clear
right
than the
shoulder
state-
to the open feed door. This is with inside the feed
will be
room,
very
and
helpful to the
he's
jury.
facing straight ahead, and he's upright, and his arms are more or less at his side. And the first shot comes in a very oblique angled shot into his chest, travels through his chest, exit the side of his chest,
Lodges
into his
into
left
the
arm, exits his left arm, and then continues on and exits through a window pane in the feed shed, which is the opposite side from the doorway.
Roughly, where would the shooter have been on the first shot into Paul?
Where would the
doorway.
shooter have been?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're definitely going to be outside the door, and how close they are to the door is subject to a lot of different factors. So first of all, what's reported is a small amount of gunshot residue in that area, not a lot of it. And in fact, as I looked at it, yeah, I could see some of the particulate matter adjacent to the medial side of the injury, but I couldn't see much more gunshot residue beyond that. Now, in fairness, when you have an article of clothing and you're shooting through the article of clothing, the majority of the gunshot, if not all of it, depending upon the distance, will stay on the outside of the clothing. In this case, it was black clothing, blood-filled clothing, and you wouldn't be able to see that unless you did some enhancements or use something we call like a modified Grice reagent test.
Well, let me stop you there. Did you see any indication that SLED did any GSR testing of the clothing?
I did not.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
A GSR pattern testing of the clothing.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Which is hard
However,
with
I'm
black
not going to
bloodstained
dispute what I
clothing.
read, that there was a minor bit of stippling there. But a minor bit of stippling there with a shotgun is going to give you a necessary minimum distance of 2 to 3 feet from the wound to the end of the barrel.
And that's what,
The other factor you have to take into
what was
consideration is
said.
both of the shot shells that have been associated with the shooting of Paul were found within the feed room. Now, while the shotgun's never been recovered, and we really don't know the action and how it worked, it is a reasonable assumption that it's a semi-automatic variety, and that therefore, as an individual pulls a trigger, it'll eject to the right out of the port. So in order for the two casings to be within the feed room, the probability is that at least the receiver part, the ejection area, has got to just be inside the doorway minimally in order for the casings to stay inside of there.
All right, I'm going to stop you right there. You said it was a semi-automatic firearm. Why do you say that?
Well, we don't know.
He said it could be.
I mean, we clearly don't know because we don't have the weapon. Options could be a single shot. That doesn't make much sense. You'd have to shoot and stop and reload and shoot again.
And there's two shots, so
It
that
could
doesn't make
alternatively
sense.
be a double barrel, but in
That
my
doesn't make
review of
sense
the
either.
firearms report from the state lab, they indicated that their examination of those two shot cartridge cases were that they came from the same weapon, that they were co-aligning them to one weapon. In the case of a double barrel, you have separate breech face areas, you have separate firing pins, and you're not going to get the two casings to look exactly alike. So that more or less took the probability of a double barrel shotgun away, and I think the logical inference is it's a semi-automatic. It could also be a pump-based action, but again, that's an additional stipulation.
Sure.
I don't
The,
think I don't think anybody thinks it's a
Is there
double
any
barrel.
indication that Paul had an opportunity to defend himself? Were there any defensive
Excuse me for the
indications?
yawning.
So I
Experts.
frankly think he was startled by that shot. He was his
Arms
quite
are
sure
down.
it was a door. I mean, if he knew somebody was coming and/or saw somebody coming, he would be facing the door or trying to run, which he wouldn't have anywhere to go. But he was essentially facing this way, and the door is this way. I don't think he even perceived it until he was shot the first time. And you asked the question,
I don't
did see any
disagree with that
defensive
based on everything we've
injuries
heard.
or any indication of defensive actions on him or in the feed room? The answer is no.
What type of defensive indications have you seen in the past that would indicate?
And all the experts
there
have
was a
agreed on
struggle
that.
of some sort?
Well, I think obviously your hands always kind of come up, and his hands would be going up in the direction of the shooter and the weapon. So the orientation of his body would have changed. His hands coming up means that he likely, they could have been injured. Certainly there could be gunshot residue distribution on them. There could be,
Sure.
that'd be the main difference.
Okay. And and what was the ammunition in the first shot into Paul?
That was buckshot. So it's 9, about 38
And again,
caliber
the dogs
pellets.
weren't going wild.
And I think you mentioned
Alex
that
said
the
when he
shell,
left there was nobody
spent shell was
else
found
there.
inside the feed room. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Let's move on to the second shot of Paul. Can you reconstruct that generally, and then we'll get to some
Please tell
photographs.
me that there are some
Sure,
images
based on
somewhere
the general
that they have
morphology of
created.
what happened to the head, this
Visual
explosive nature,
images.
it's taught that way, we've learned it that way, and through personal experience, you never see that except when you have a high energy source contact wound. The reason I say a high energy source contact wound, if you took a little .22 caliber revolver and held it to the head, you will not see what we saw here. Simple reason being is it's not creating anywhere near the volume of what we're talking about, these gases, this high voluminous gases that you get with a shotgun or a rifle. Effectively, why? Well, the barrel of the shotgun is going to be longer, it's wider, and so that you have this whole big area within the barrel that's being pressurized. And that just creates an exponentially a whole lot more gaseous material than you would have seen in a handgun. So seeing that head in the condition it was, that is a contact wound from a high-energy source weapon.
Trial.
Which would understandably be a shotgun or a high-powered rifle.
Now, I don't want to repeat what the jury just heard, but we were sitting here in the courtroom and Dr. Eisenstat, explained the
Sure.
mechanism of the head to the shot.
I heard that, yep.
Shot to the head, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And is that, do you agree or disagree
Yeah,
with
no,
his
completely
assessment?
agree, completely agree.
Now, we'll get to this shortly, but there's, on the door, as it swung open, at the top, there's hair, it looks like Paul's, and there's blood at the top. Is that inconsistent with your assessment of how the shot happened?
No, actually, it's completely consistent with that.
Well, explain that, please.
So what happens is the barrel is in alignment and tightly against the head. And again, the shot goes into the head.
Kat, the
gaseous
makeup of the
material
jury is
begins to build. And again, this is
online. It's
again,
shifted some
milliseconds,
because
right,
of
very, very quickly.
alternates.
It's beginning to swell and build. At the same time, the wadding is starting to move down toward the exit area and come out. And then the head finally goes from the pressure. It can't go. And as it goes, the pressurized gases are going to find the quickest area to escape, and then they're going to redirect in that format. That ends up being the entrance hole. So you kind of get like a shift in action here, and all of the energy now
Goes
is
back out.
kind of recategorized, and it's now pushing up toward the corner of the ceiling and the door.
Now, have you seen Dr. Kinsey's photograph of the door? And it's a crime scene photo, and there's a little ding in the door.
I have seen that.
Did
yeah.
you go out and inspect that on Friday?
I did, because you could clearly see a little ding, and I totally agree that could have been a pellet impact, but it was taken, at that time, it was taken at a little bit of an angle, and I felt it would be better if I get up and get 90-degree and closer view and examine it myself, and I did.
And while you were there, did you also see any other pellets in the feed room that you attribute to the shooting of Paul in the head?
So first of all, in close examination of the impact on the door, I do believe that's from a pellet, and actually the dimensional size of it is consistent with the diameter of a number 2 steel shot pellet. And it is also, it was elongated, so you could see that it was coming from the bottom up. Quite near there, probably only a foot away, on the header, the trim header of the door, there was another one of these steel pellets. Again, the right diameter actually embedded in the wood. It's still there today. Going back, and I'll be honest, I did not see that in the photograph. Going back and looking at the photographs, I confirmed, yeah, it actually was present the day of the shooting.
Because sometimes you don't see
So,
things
Mr.
the first time,
Palmbach,
which
how
is
is it that
fair.
a shot going down into the head could lead to pellets causing indentations in the door and getting stuck in
Good question.
the header
Yep.
of the door?
An explosion really is the best way to do it, but it's not just this kind of an explosion. It is like the military would call it, a chafe charge, where you focus the explosion in a narrow pathway, and that creates a much larger damage area. And that's what happened here. You expanded the skull plate, and it pushed back through, first of all, pushed back through the actual entrance hole of the skull. And as that happened, then the skull breaks and pulls out, but there's now a very large energy moving this way, and it's drawing with it things as heavy and large as the entire brain, but it's also grabbing blood, it's grabbing tissue, it's grabbing skin, it's grabbing hair, it's grabbing the bone fragments, and it's grabbing part of the steel shot that's still in the skull cavity, and it's pushing it at a pretty reasonable velocity up and toward that corner of the door and the ceiling.
Broncos country, I agree. A jury view makes sense after this testimony so they can see it,
and
knowing
we'll
that
get
this
photos,
testimony is
but
coming in, so they can visualize
There
it.
appears to be
Absolutely
the
agree.
wadding that in the middle of the feed room on the floor. In your opinion, where did that come from?
It came out from inside the brain. That obviously made it through the brain, it was in the brain. And again, remember, the wad has these little fingers that tend to open and flare out like that. As a matter of fact, if you look at it in the photograph, you can see that it was flanged. The fingers were folded back. So it kind of breaking power, right? It's not going to go through the rest of the brain and out the side of the face and into the shoulder as easily as a pellet will. So it stopped more or less in the brain, and then it got caught up in this explosive force. I'm assuming it just went up it could have gone up into the shooter, it could have gone up into the door, could have gone up the ceiling, and wherever any one of those areas could have happened and fallen down on the floor.
The Jabber 91 asked, do all the jurors have to go to the view?
And
Yes,
I want to talk about the
they
shooter.
do.
How close would the shooter have been
They all have to go.
in relation to the shot into Paul's head?
Well, so this is contact. So he's got to be close enough to get the barrel in contact, firm contact with his head.
So can't be 5'2", even if
We don't know
Paul's
what that gun is. I don't know is it an 18-inch
bent
barrel
over.
length, a 26-inch barrel length? We don't know that. Obviously, that's going to change the difference. But and the shot is
steep.
somewhat overhead downward. So all of that is bringing this shooter much closer to Paul than when he took the first shot with Paul standing upright.
A
So
steep downward
we
shot.
see indentations from a pellet in the door. We see a pellet stuck in the threshold of the door. What's happening to the shooter in this, in your reconstruction of a contact shot to the back of the head, what's happening to the shooter at that point?
He's getting hit with large amounts of brain material, blood, skin, hair, bone fragments, and I believe very likely some of the pellets.
This is
And
why
what
they're
would be the
talking about
force
that.
of that hitting the shooter?
Because Alec didn't have any bruises,
Substantial,
etc.
and the reason we know that is, one, we've seen what's happened to the
Donna, he's
skull,
an
how
expert,
badly
so his
damaged it
opinion
was.
is
And secondarily,
expert opinion, not
we have
speculation. That's
two
why
of
they're
the
allowed
pellets.
to
One is actually denting this
talk
metal
about that.
door, and another one is embedding in the wood.
So that's
above
why
it.
they're talking about
That, I can't quantify that force, but that's substantial force. And that's the kind of energy that's taking all of the brain, all the fluid, all the tissue, and all the hair, and all the broken skull places, and sending it. Principally, it's going to follow right along the barrel pathway, around it for sure, but that it's going to go in the same direction, essentially, that the barrel had been placed.
Would you expect to see any type injuries to the shooter?
That's quite possible. I mean, for sure, they're literally covered in all of that material, for sure. But given the size of the bones, the amount of the bone, and now pellets coming back at them, if any of them hit him, it's going to be an injury, whether it's substantial or just a stinging injury. Yeah, I think that's possible, actually probable.
And that's
And-
because we've got video of Alec
And
that
when you s-
night.
And how much biological material and blood is going to be on the shooter's clothing and on the shooter's person?
A lot,
He's like
a
all.
lot, on the upper body and head.
But also, if Paul is bent over and
Shooter
down,
has
you don't have that extreme angle
Thick
of
hair,
a shooter having
something a
to
lot
be down.
different
The
than what
shooter
I
is
have? Would
then
you
up,
expect it to
going
be
down.
matted in the shooter's hair?
Certainly. I mean, you're going to be covered on any surface, but yeah, I guess the thicker the hair is, the probably more it will retain in there.
And we have pictures of the room showing blood in various places throughout the room, right?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with?
Exactly. So you have this core high velocity, kind of high volume pattern going up to the corner. But you also, this hole in the side of the head it's like this. It's very large. And so once that's open, there's still a lot of energy right there.
I see you guys asking what if he
And
hosed
there's
himself
blood and
down.
tissue right there. You're also then going to just literally below
I think there
volume
would
to
be
that,
more
and that's what we're
blood
seeing
in the,
throughout
but
room.
again,
That's
the
why you're
mud
seeing
at
it,
night.
on shelves and
I don't know if you would have
door
seen the
trims
blood
and
in the
on
mud.
this wall and on this
But a
wall over
hose
here.
isn't going to do it enough.
With the exception, if you really look at it, there are some areas that they have a void appearance, which to us would indicate there was something there.
Wait,
that-
where's the
that
void?
Absorbed the blood that should have been there. And in this case, it would be the shooter's position.
Wait, where? Can you show us where the void was?
And I'm,
Do we have a
we're
chart
gonna
with
get
the
to some
void?
photos and walk through that a little bit more.
Yes,
But I-
please.
I want you to now address just sort of an overview. Dr.
I want to hear more
Kinsey's,
about the void.
I guess reconstruction based on Dr. Reamer's autopsy, where the shot is being made from a different angle. Do you think that's possible in this case?
Oh, I don't think at all it's possible that the shot came the way that Dr. Reamer articulated. I think probably Dr. Kinsey, and I don't blame him, relied on that information that was provided to him by Dr. Reamer, and he began to
Disagreed.
conduct his analysis based on that information, which was wrong.
But as to the angle of the gun, do the angles work out where you could take this shot from the outside?
So you have to look at the shot distribution evidence.
The
We'll
first
talk
shot
about
came from
gunshot-
outside the
gunpowder
kennels, though.
residence.
That's
We'll look at where
uncontroverted.
blood spatter is located, and then we'll look at where we see, this pellet and other projected spatter coming back. None of that is consistent with the lower trajectory upward shot that Dr. Kinsey articulated, and all of it is consistent with an overhand contact shot to the back of Paul's head.
Okay, well, let's start walking through these photos. And we'll start with Defendant's Exhibit 162, which is an evidence, and please cover your screens. This is under seal, and it's, can you pull it up, Doug? Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is showing the left side of Paul's face and the left shoulder and the injury in that area.
Now,
It's going to be a lot for the jury.
can you explain the significance of the size of the two different wounds, one in the side of the jaw and one in the shoulder?
Yes, the shoulder is much larger and much more diffuse and spread out. The side of the neck is a bit more circular and certainly smaller. And then if you look at the shoulder injury, again, it's substantively larger, and you can see, damage, a lot of tissue damage in that area. And you can even, from this photograph, visualize easily one of the pellets that's still present, more or less up on top of that area.
Sure. Now, as a shotgun, pellets even enter the body, do they continue to spread out or exit the body and spread out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Again, it's all about distance. In order, your spread, the distribution of spread is a factor of distance traveled.
And we're not going to pull up the other autopsy photo, but do we in fact see that under Paul's arm? This individual pellets as it exits under his armpit?
Sure.
let me
And
answer
then
that.
you actually
Take a
can see
break.
the effect of spread over distance, because by the time those pellets hit the window behind there, which is, 5, 6, 7 feet, now you start to see the spread of the shot.
Okay.
Sindaria said, isn't the pathologist contradicting the armpit coroner, contradicting their own witness? They called the armpit coroner to contradict him because he is an agent of the state. The armpit coroner is the coroner called out by law enforcement. Law enforcement is who made the state's case. Even though the state didn't call that witness,
Mr. Palmbach,
they called that witness to
190,
dispute him.
191 and ask if he relied upon
So
these.
it makes sense to me because it was
Analysis.
so laughable.
I did.
Shannon, thank you for your order from the Lawnard Shop.
191 and evidence under seal at this time, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Third admitted.
Doug, if you could pull up 190, please. Now, will you tell us, Mr. Palmbach, what
I don't know
this
how Alex paying for all of this
photo
defense.
depicts and how it relates to your analysis?
Don't know.
Well, this is showing the final resting position of Paul, and this is obviously after both of the shots and where he's located. Yeah, as you can see, the brain is located on to the left of him against his left leg, and there's a substantial amount of a spatter in this area around and transfer and pooling by his feet in the doorway. And you see that his feet are more or less on the, if you were standing on the outside, it would be more or less on the right side of the doorway, and then the rest of his body angles a little bit more toward the left from that once he's outside.
Does this photo inform your opinion as to where Paul was probably standing or kneeling at the time he received the fatal blow to
The
his head?
court notified the
Well, this photo
audience
in
not to talk
conjunction with
during
several
court,
other
and
photos
yet
in that area, but
you got people in
yeah,
court
yes, it does
holding
inform
up
me
their-
to me his
holding up and
motion,
still talking. The court's going to be
between the two
pissed.
shots.
The people are still talking in court.
And let's go to 190, excuse me, 191, also under seal. And again, is this same,
This witness has been very
Just from a
clear
different angle?
and easy to follow.
From the other side, yep, and so you're now looking more at the left side. And again, you can see the large brain mass, somewhat near his left knee area, but you can also see a fairly large piece by his,
That's
of
just
brain
hard.
material by his left ankle.
For the
And then there's more,
jury.
maybe 18 inches away from his body, kind of adjacent with his his belt or hip area. There's also what appears to be a large fragment of skull on the ground, maybe a foot off the cement pad.
And some of this we already know,
I'm gonna show you
and some of it we
2 more
don't.
photos, 3 more photos.
I think this is going to the defense of there's no way Alec could be as clean as he was if he had done this. That's part of the argument that this is going to. I also think it's going to Dick's argument that
Show you one.
Alec, the
exhibit
loving
192,
father, couldn't have done this to his son. Couldn't have pulled that shotgun trigger. Though it also
192
explains
and
why a shooter might switch
165.
weapons and why a shotgun might be
I'd
jammed.
ask if you relied upon those in reaching your conclusions.
I don't know how much the
did.
jury will find
What are they?
this helpful.
There are views principally of the floor area within the feed room.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, we move defendants 165 and 192 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Doug, if you'll pull up 165, please. And what do we see here, Mr. Palmbach?
Again, it's looking downward at the feed room, so you can,
Billy
you
Joe,
can
it's a
see
fair
this
point.
from the area of the stoop, and then heading back into the kind of the feed bag, and you'll see that yellow placard number 1. And what I can deduce from that, and let's focus with the placard area number 1 and the blood stain that's on the
Runkle
floor
knows
in that
much
area.
more about guns than I do.
That is classified as we call a vertical drip pattern.
But
And
they
that
switched
occurs when
guns for a
blood
reason.
from above comes down. I believe that what that blood is attributed to is the chest wound. And so, the shot came into the chest. Of course, the chest entrance is going to start bleeding, but as long as Paul is upright, gravity's going to kind of just flow that down, his shirt, and that'll kind of catch it. We won't see that on the floor for a period. But the shot then came out of his chest, into his arm, and out of his arm. So you've got, 17 or 18 different holes here. There's lots of opportunity for this to bleed, and in fact it did, and you can see the blood running down his arm. And so
And
I
you
think
see the drips
what
down.
you're seeing in those
And the drips
accumulations
down
of
are
droplets on the
a slow
ground
move.
is
Right.
the positioning now, post that first shot of his left arm bleeding. And then you can begin to see some movement away from that toward the door.
All right, Doug, go back to, yeah, thank you. So did we see the wadding there by the number 1?
Correct.
And is that the wadding from the headshot?
Yes, it is.
And, all right, back up, Doug, and go to the threshold, the entry of the, can you enlarge that? Yes, thank you. Can you tell us what this is?
So there's a couple things going here, one, it might be, can I come down a point?
Yes, please.
It might just be easier.
Doug,
He's like, can I just come show you? That's fair.
Go regular size, and then don't make that so tight, but cut it in half. There you go. Thank you. You probably want to stand over here,
This side,
Tim, so you don't block your streams. Yeah.
Okay. First of all, again, these areas here are the vertical drip patterns that I was alluding to. And again, you can see them beginning to move in this direction. And you'll even see a couple of the larger droplets here, again, moving toward the door. Again, these are coming from Paul as he's moving away more or less kind of from the center part of the room toward the doorway. But an area I think that's really worth paying attention is this area of the floor here, and then this little bit of trim here. And this is a second
Dr. B
impact
says hi and
area.
bye, Chad.
This is not directly related to what we're seeing up on the ceiling, although it is related to the overall event of him
Yep.
receiving that headshot. And I believe what we're seeing here is after I think he's moved sufficiently that he's now moving toward the doorway, and the door jamb right here. And in this area
I
here is
hope
where
they
he's
have a
gonna receive this
recreation of
shot.
this.
And as he receives this shot here, it's going to exit from his lower face and it's going to hit the shoulder. as it's coming out of the lower face, it's coming with a volume of blood and tissue. And then that's going to get slammed basically right into the shoulder where the shots are. And that's going to create another projection, independent. And that's going to line up for us that his head is located right in, it's about a foot or so off the ground and pretty close proximity to the edge of this trim board. And you can see the resulting spatter in this area, which all supports that impact site and is consistent with that being the projection of the shot out of his head through his lower side of his face and into the shoulder.
So are you saying that the blood spatter on the floor there that you just pointed out is from the exit wound from the chin and back into the shoulder?
Correct.
Now, let's see. Doug, if you don't mind pulling up Defendants 192, please.
I will pass on Dr. B's, I will pass on all of the hellos to Dr. B. He is always thrilled. He's like, oh, Chet said hi. Yes, Chet always says hi.
Are you sure that's 192?
I know, I like the purple too.
Does that depict the same?
It's the same basic area. I mean, we can highlight here, again, there are larger pieces of brain-like matter or tissue, bone fragments here, and here, and there's even more that are beyond placard number 1.
Now, Dr. Kinsey, and relying upon Dr. Reamer, where does he have Paul being shot? On this side or on the other side, or do you know?
Well, with his claim of it coming from the left shoulder and the left side of the face, he'll always have to be, the shooter, the weapon will always have to be lower than that area and to the left side of the victim, of Paul.
Well, from the spatter on the floor here, where's, in your opinion, where's Paul physically located at the time of the shot?
He's right here. He is right up against that doorway.
And where's the shooter?
The shooter cannot be there because Paul is there. The shooter's going to be in the same doorway area, probably even, maybe 1 foot there and 1 foot in,
The gallery cannot see this,
adjacent to the
or
open
shouldn't
door,
be able to.
the opposite side of the door.
Only the jury should be able to see this. These are
Do you see
sealed
what's referred
photos.
to as a voiding area on that door?
I want to
Yes.
see where the voiding area is.
All right, let's look at State's Exhibit 26.
Oh, I bet the
which
voiding
is
area is
already
where
in evidence.
they
Well,
marked it
and-
with green, right?
Okay,
And if you,
hold up. Don't move on yet, Doug. Well,
I say we could actually see on the floor there.
okay, Doug, go back to,
But how would the ejection port still
192,
be
I
past
believe
the
is what we're-
doorway if he's now out of the doorway? The ejection port wouldn't be
So
inside
if
the
you
doorway.
look at the area immediately.
It doesn't mean they don't
let's stop
roll.
right. What's a voiding area?
Oh, so a voiding area is an area where we would expect, looking at all the other areas around it, to see blood stain.
And there's not.
So in other words, in this case, you really have blood projecting everywhere, just because of the voluminous explosion of the head. And so if we look at an area that seems like it has less blood than the immediate adjacent areas, then the best explanation for that is
Is that's where the
something
shooter was standing.
there to block it and capture it. That is to say that blood didn't make it to the floor and didn't make it to the door because it's physically on the body of the shooter, and that's now gone. It's left the seat.
So point out the voiding area that you see.
Again, with the shooter standing in this area here, which is the door side of the door jamb, right? There is much less
I think that's
blood.
what
Now,
we saw
again, there
with the
is
state's
some here,
expert
but-
as well.
I mean, if I'm standing here and blood is being projected all the way up and showering all the way down, in addition to this big stream of it's coming this way, then of course droplets can still kind of make their way up and come down and come here and around, just not as many. My presence here is going to absorb a lot of those droplets, but not all of those droplets. And so we see much less of that blood here. And if you look at the face of the door, the lower half of the door, there's much less than there is above it. Again, will you see some droplets on it? Yes, but actually most of those droplets, when you really look at them, have a downward trajectory, which is, again, very consistent with them coming up and over and downward. So it's by volume, there's less blood there than we're seeing in the immediate adjacent areas, and the scientifically defensible explanation for that. The reasonable explanation for that is that we have a voiding effect taking place.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 26, Doug.
Such an awful crime scene. It really is just such an awful crime scene. It's important for the jury to understand
sort of
this,
blow
and
up
I
the
think
door,
this witness
please.
is doing a very good job of making it
I mean, you almost
clear.
don't have to. You can.
Okay. Well, it doesn't really help when you do that.
Yeah, if you go back to the original, I think it helps. So, literally across the whole top of the door, but most particularly in the upper left corner, right by the hinge side, the upper top, you see large amounts of blood transfer. You see what looks like a contact transfer of material. And as we blow up on that area, we'll see bits of what looked like brain debris. We'll see lots and lots of hair in that area.
CC Chris,
this is also the area where we saw that
closing
pellet impact.
arguments, I think
So
Thursday.
this is following the barrel back up for the shooter. This is the area right in alignment with this that you're seeing up here on the upper part of the door, and that's where there is a very substantial amount.
Is that,
Erica, thank you for the
does
gifted
that indicate
memberships.
it went above the shooter?
Well, as I was going to say, if that volume
Would
is
have had to
there
have
and
gone
that much
up.
is coming back, then logically, why are we seeing such diminished below that? Why is that, yes, there's blood there, but the volume difference between that is substantial. And that can be explained by, again, the fact that that is a shooter location and much of the blood, not all of it, but much of it, is being transferred onto their clothing.
And
Or face or hands.
And
or
yet there
down
are
below
no
the gun.
seemingly no shooter footprints.
how
And I
off
think the
ground
only
does
thing that
Paul have
accounts
to
for that
be
is the
for
water.
That much blood to go up that high?
Because there's no shooter
Well, I
footprints.
think that
So
the
how do you get
best-
out of there without
We have some
footprints?
pretty good data as to where Paul's head was
Ah,
because of
well,
that
somebody asked.
secondary impact
I
location
got
that I
questions.
showed you. The exit portion of his head has got to be in that general vicinity. Obviously, the
I think we've got
8 or
probably
10
about
inches
15
up
more
is
minutes.
where the entrance part of it is.
20
But
more
that
minutes of
does
this
give us a
testimony, and then they'll break for
pretty good
lunch.
approximation of where Paul's head
It's going to be hard to get through 4
when that
witnesses
shot
today.
occurred.
Maybe 3.
2 feet off the ground? 3 feet?
Not even.
Not even, okay.
My Apple Watch just,
Is there enough force to send
he
his
is
hair to the
slugging that
top
water,
of the
isn't
door?
he?
With the,
Well, clearly there was, because we see it. I mean, yes.
okay, all right. I have a few more door photos. Finish 193, and
Nobody ever searched the cabin. Nobody searched the skinning
I'm showing
shed.
you, while you're down here, Finish 193, and is that a photo that you rely upon?
Oh, I
It
wanted to
is,
grab
yes.
Deborah's question.
It is.
And, Your Honor, we moved Finish 193 into evidence with
Deborah, all
Without objection and
all the
under
experts
seal
and
this
witnesses
time.
are paid.
No objection.
The law enforcement officers are paid to be
Doug,
law
can you pull up
enforcement. Their
193?
experts are paid too. So to have competing experts, they have to be paid.
And,
Everyone involved in the case
just
is
hold it
paid. The
right
lawyers
there.
are paid.
Can you tell us what
It's
that
just
is?
who they're paid by. The
So
state.
now that we're looking at a little closer view of just the top of the door.
The state pays all their
Again, you
experts.
can see.
So that's fair.
The extent of the blood spatter in this area of the door, and then also the adjacent area of the door trim. Of note isn't also that it's there, and there's lots of it, but lots of it is quite small.
Dr. Patrice, I'm with you.
In blood stain analysis field, what makes blood droplets smaller is by increased energy. So as we start seeing an accumulation of droplets, which we do on the trim up here and also on this door here, that means that they are subjected to much more energy and then virtually the other droplets we're seeing around the room, and that's because these are the ones that are coming directly back under the explosive power coming out of the entrance hole and moving up, much of it
Jennifer-
into the shooter, some of it up and over. and
Jennifer,
into the
this
ceiling
testimony
of the
is
top of the door.
building for the defense's closing
Doug, can you,
argument. They
blow
can't
up the-
argue what they
the-
want to argue
well, hang
without
on.
this testimony.
Do you see the pellet?
that's where we're
and the
at.
threshold of the door on this?
Yes, it's going to be
I
in this
just
area
hope
right
there's
here.
an actual
Can you find it and blow it up? Doug?
reconstruction.
I think you missed another.
Well, yeah, he got the other pellet, he got the actual pellet, and that is the actual pellet. And then I was pointing, which is here, I believe it's right here, yep. And that's the actual physical pellet that was observed in the door.
So this photo is from the crime scene?
Correct.
Right, and when you went out Friday, did you see that exact pellet?
I did.
And tell the jury again, in your opinion, how that pellet got there?
It has been projected back along the axis again of the barrel of the gun because of this high voluminous material that's now escaped and is pushing back out the entrance hole. And it's moving all this material with a lot of energy, a lot of velocity back up in this corner.
Now, Mr. Palmbach, if the shooter was on the outside and angling toward Paul's shoulder and up through his head and out the top of his ceiling, would you expect pellet and the markings on the door to be in that area?
Well, for starters, I wouldn't expect the patterns.
It's a good question.
In the scenario where the top of the head is going to be the terminal point of the gunshot, in other words, of the theory that it started in the left shoulder, went to the left cheek, went into the head.
Up the top.
I do not believe that you'd even have a fracture of the skull. You wouldn't even have an exit wound. That those pellets, because of two reasons, mostly, it's not contact. All that gaseous material is not going up into the cranial ball. It's just going freeform, so you don't get any of the explosive value. And secondarily, the number 2 pellets are much lighter. Their mass is less. And so they're not going to have the energy that's necessary, particularly after moving through the shoulder, through the face, and up through the brain to penetrate and break out of the skull. I think you wouldn't even see any of them outside of the skull. You certainly would not see that rearward projection or blast of blood and hair and bone and pellets that we did see.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 181, 183,
Kelsey,
188.
I'm not dabbing. I'm not
186.
dabbing. The direct. I'm trying to show the directionality
Are those photos you took on
of where it's
Friday?
going. This way versus this. This is harder to show. Up
They are.
versus down.
Yeah.
So I'm visualizing for myself the way he's talking about it, which is hard.
We would move 181, 183, 186, and 188 into evidence at this time without objection.
No objection.
I saw a couple questions about Alex's
Just
car.
work quickly through
He didn't
these.
take the car
Exhibit,
until he left for his mother's house. He took the golf cart, it seemed, back and forth to the
181.
kennels. Nobody ever tested the golf cart.
Well, let's don't do this. Let's go to 188, Doug, and tell me what 188 is.
Those are unsealed crime scene photos that Jim is holding up. So those are from the door jam.
So
We've
this is
seen some of
overall
those.
photo of that same area of the door that I took on Friday, and you can see the impact dent right here in that upper corner. Same relative position as you saw it in the crime scene photos.
Can you also see the pellet lodged in the,
Yes, yep, and the actual pellet is up here on the door trim, and again, it's in the same relative position as observed in the crime scene photos.
okay. And then,
Sarah Gray, there is a void. That's what they were
let's look
talking
at,
about on the door
181
jam.
and just
They talked about
briefly
that.
point out 181, Doug?
The state talked about it too a little bit.
Thank you.
I don't know if they've talked more about a void on the ground, and I think it's
So this
because
is
of
a
the water
close-up view,
on the
90
ground.
degree on of that pellet up in the up into the door trim.
So the
And,
ground, there's
What
not a lot
it's
of
demonstrating is a couple
blood
things.
on the
One,
ground.
that it is a steel pellet. You can see the coloration. You can also see that the diameter fits the general profile diameter of a number 2 pellet. A number 2 pellet is 0.15 inches or 3.8 millimeters. And so if you, unfortunately, this particular protractor and ruler had it backwards, so you have to kind of protract down, but that is very consistent with that 3.8 millimeter. So this is just to demonstrate that it's actually embedded into the wood, and it's the right kind of structure and size of what the number 2 pellet would be.
Forrest Fay. I was trying to grab your question, but the
And,
chat
186,
scored almost 50,000,
please,
so it
Doug.
moves quick. Is the point that the shooter would have been very, very bloody? That's one of the points. Yes, that's one of the
Tell us
that's one of the
what
points.
that is, Mr. Palmbach?
And the other point is that it didn't
So
happen the
that's
way
a
the state said.
close-up. That's actually a close-up of that impression on the metal door that we
son.
saw. And you can see that it's kind of oblong in shape, and it's more round and fatter here toward the bottom, and again, and the resist ruler, by the way, is running parallel to the floor, and the floor is below it. And then it tapers off angularly this way, which shows the directionality. That pallet is actually coming in an upward direction. It's not coming straight on.
Lastly, I'm going to show you on this set, defendant's 182. Can you identify that?
Yeah, what is that?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It's a picture of me on the external part
Picture
of the
of
doorway.
me, he said.
Just showing what the relative positioning would have to be to hold the shotgun in roughly the positioning that Dr. Kincaid.
Okay, so they recreated it with this
Why don't we
expert in photos.
introduce-
We should be able to see
move
some of those that
introduce
aren't,
defendant's Exhibit 182 and
that aren't
evidence.
sealed.
Without objection.
and get a bit of a better idea,
Can you
because
go on 182, please?
we're seeing Jim holding those photos of the recreation they did with this expert, going out to the scene and standing and taking still photos of it. This is
So,
another reason why they want the jury view, so
As
the
you
jury
can
can go
see,
see their theory of the
I'm crouched
case.
very tightly against
That makes sense.
the right doorway.
To me.
It's about as far over as I could go, and still, I was trying to, how far can I go over and still manage?
When
you know,
Sled got there, the
firing
golf
this kind of
cart
relative
was
position
at
here.
the house.
Right out of the gate, what you realize is my body
Because he took the
is
golf cart
physically
from
in
the
position
kennels to the house,
where Paul is
went into the
passing through.
house,
And
did
we
things.
previously identified this area right here, like right in my right shin area, about a foot off the floor, and here, where I'm seeing the impact spatter associated with the exit out of the lower face and into his shoulder. So Paul is moving through here, and his head's at about this location, very close to his door, and then outside of the door where we finally found him. And it's in that location that, from the other side, the shotgun comes down into his head. The other thing that I wanted to show in this photograph, and it should be noted that you see a shelf here on the right, that's a change from the original scene. Not that shelf is the same, the best I can determine, but they cut out the rest of it. So, it actually went down the whole length of that wall. There was a refrigerator on it and other
I
objects.
think Sled
And if you look at
disregarded the golf cart
distance, between the edge of that shelf,
because Alex said he wasn't at the kennels.
4 inches or so, it's not
Or
possible.
said he
that
was in the
shooter could have
Suburban.
Gotten in the room, and there's just not enough room for them to be on the left side of Paul. So they would have to be outside reaching in with the shotgun in order for that to happen, but in my attempt to do that, I was in the wrong location.
The golf
And I
cart was
think
never
a
tested.
And a couple critical things about that is, again, we do not know the length of the gun because we don't have it, so I don't know how long it is. But you
Right.
can make a general assumption this would be pretty short. It would be probably longer than that, but because there was no observed, and nobody talked about seeing any gunshot residue, even on the shoulder of Paul, then you've got to have, again, a minimum, and that area was fairly well exposed at 2 to 3 feet minimum, where the barrel would have to be. So
And
if
he's
the
saying a 2 to
barrel
3
was
foot
placed
minimum from the
inside on
shoulder
the floor
doesn't
in
get
an
you the
upward-
damage
again,
to the
It's got to
head.
come across the shoulder, upward and out the back. It's
They're
this kind
saying
of a
there's not enough
trajectory.
force.
You can't even have the shoulder until about 2 feet from there, and then the side of the head here, and
Okay.
Paul's head here. None of that creates a pattern consistent with anything that we see. Now, that would account for a lack of gunshot residue if that was true, but what it definitely would have changed is the pellets coming out of here now would have definitely begun to spread, and you would have seen pellets all across the side of his left side of his face, which you didn't. And then finally, if you look at this angle here, again, imagine door here, gun in this thing, then even if, and I think there's no evidence of it, but even if the shot could go through Paul's head and create an exit pathway, then that would project whatever pellets and bone matter that way. Whereas, if you move the shooter to the other side, and we shoot into Paul downward this way, then all of this material comes back at the shooter, but also it's going this way into that upper corner, which is where we see the pellet defects and the heavy blood and the hair.
Without
How much
visuals, it's very hard. I get it, Chad. The jury does have
Take a
visuals,
seat. That'd be great.
so when he's moving around, the
that
jury's
down.
also looking at a staging photo and that is why it's a little harder to get an idea of it here. So that.
Mr. Palmbach, let's talk a little bit about the reconstruction of murder of Maggie Murdaugh. Did you assess the crime scene as it relates to her?
I did.
And what your observations?
Well, generally,
He has not
there's a couple
said-
really key observations. One, all of her wounds were facing the direction of the shooter. So at all times during this, her shooting, she's facing the shooter. Now, she is moving, for sure. There is some degree of movement, from where the initial shooting most likely occurred, which is, we can't give you an accurate estimation for that. We can give you a really good estimation where it ended, and that's where we find her. And I'll talk about which wounds were associated with that in a minute. But you have her
Well, the
facing the
brainstem
attacker the
wound.
entire time. At no point did she turn or blade or anything
She
other than
wasn't trying to
face him.
run away.
And moved a little bit in the area, although not much. And then the shooter, based on the overall distribution of the shell casings, also moved, again, somewhat, moving, toward where the ultimate location where we find Maggie.
I'm going to show you.
How did they move toward her at
two
the
photos.
end if there's stippling from the earlier shots? I've got a question about that.
Defense Exhibit 163 and 164, and ask if you relied upon those.
I did.
None of Defense Exhibit 163 and 64 in evidence at this time with advocate.
No objection.
Submitted.
If you don't mind pulling out 163, Doug.
They normally take a lunch break around now.
Thank you.
They're going to try to get to a
Seen this,
natural
but
stopping
just
place in the
give us an
testimony and
overview
then
of what
stop.
this is.
Well, so Maggie is underneath the blanket there, and she's in a face-down position there.
Just leave it like that. Don't
Her head is more toward us, and her feet are pointing more toward, I think what's been identified as a doghouse. You'll see placards in the foreground, 3 and 4, which are two of the blackout 300 casings. You'll see a placard 12, which is over on the grass, more in alignment. We're heading more toward Maggie's head area. And that was a large piece of what appears to be brain-like material. And while you can't see the numbering, there are additional placards to the left, immediately to the left side.
The sound just got better.
They're on Maggie's right side, but as we view the photograph, they're to the left of where she's currently located. So this just gives us some general orientation of approximate locations of the shooter, and certainly where at least the fatal shot to Maggie was taken.
I'm going to show you Defense
Side Billy.
149.
Yeah, documentaries, especially
other
the
two
ones
would-
on this case and that true crime kind of
We'd move
genre,
those be
definitely
under
have a
seal,
perspective
and
that they tell.
149 under seal.
They're really
Is this,
more of a
rely upon this
docuseries.
in reaching your conclusions?
I did.
Because they do have a point.
Excuse me, Exhibit 194, not 149. 194 in the evidence under seal at this time.
No objection.
Nicole, states do it randomly. They generally
And,
pull from
if
driver
you don't mind,
registration and voter records, and then
pulling
they
up,
send you a
Doug,
notice. You can't volunteer.
well,
You
before
get
I do that,
you get
let's go
volunteered.
to 164, and which is a closer up area around the
Just call me Megan.
side by
Congratulations
side, as they
on your
call it.
channel being monetized.
What's the significance of this photo?
Again, I think this is an area in which Maggie passed by during this incident. It's also an area that's being highlighted now where what appears
Rita,
to be her
I enjoyed Long Beach
a
very
damaged
much.
loop bearing,
Thank you.
which is consistent in shape and design and structure to the one that's still in her right ear. This one would have come out of her left ear at the time of that impact, a shot to her left ear, and more or less just been blown over at this direction.
And the jury that has seen the autopsy photo of the injury to her left ear, is this, do you believe this earring is a byproduct of that injury?
I do.
Okay. And then And then just briefly, I'm going to pull up 194 and ask if you can,
Deborah, for the defense,
just
their job is to raise
generally,
doubt in the
think
state's
you were,
case. So if there's doubt in the state's pathologist and doubt in the
hair
state's
on her
witnesses,
body.
this
What
is to raise
significance
doubt
is
in the
that?
state's
And
case.
If you'll, blow up her legs.
Right.
Doug, please.
So, when you find a body, you always have to wonder, is that really the position that the body remained in? Or, through medical, maybe the defendant did, or the accused or the shooter did something to the body. More likely, in a medical evaluation, they did something to it. We always just want to know, are we looking at it in the right orientation? Did somebody flip it over and whatnot? And so I think it was valuable in this case to have seen that injury in the back of her head, the massive amount of hair that came off of that. And then if you look close up on the back of her legs, you'll see just dozens and dozens of hairs laying on top of her legs, which would be a good indicator that she didn't get moved. That we can count on this being the final position, unaltered position of Maggie.
I don't think there's any controversy
go
that
back to
Maggie didn't
163?
move. Teresa asked, how did the lawyers decide who will be the ones to ask and cross the person on the stand? That's decided well in advance. They take the witness list and divide them up based on a whole lot of factors depending on the team.
Marker 12.
You've definitely
a moment
seen
ago, and
the tech
163.
the tech
And again,
witnesses kind of all go
what do you
together.
understand 12 to be?
The civilian witnesses go together, law enforcement
It's
witnesses.
physiological material. I mean,
So
it looks
it's
structurally
decided
like
within the
material,
team.
but it's tissue.
In your opinion, would the shooter of Maggie have any blood spatter, blood, biological material on him or her?
I think it's possible. I think it's possible because, as we're seeing here, that you have a projection of brain material backwards toward the direction of where the shooter would have been located. We also have a couple of the shots, the left thigh shot and the abdomen shot, which have been identified as having stippling around them. By virtue of being stippling, that does make it an intermediate distance, and that's going to move the shooter in anywhere from, I would agree, I think Dr. Eisenstat said a foot to 3 feet is probably a good approximation.
Okay. Mr. Palmbach, do you have an opinion based upon more probably than not whether there was one or two shooters who murdered Maggie and Paul on the night of June 7th?
I do have an opinion on that.
And what's your opinion?
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
And please explain the basis of your opinion.
Okay. So
I like the way he did
Let's
those
go back to
questions.
Paul.
What's your theory?
In Paul's
then
scenario,
why?
we know
It makes
where
it so much
the
easier
shooter
to
of the
follow.
shotgun had to be, and that would have been orientated really directly over Paul's head. And we also got a chance to see what was the effect of this dynamic explosion in the contact. And you can see outside and even in throughout the feet area in multiple and many large pieces of skull. We also saw large amounts of tissue that were projected all the way up onto the ceiling and the door. You see hair all the way up into the door, and of course you see blood literally everywhere within there. And finally, you see the pellets. Some of the pellets are on that same pathway, and they had enough inertia to either or dent the door and put themselves up and stick into the casing. All of that activity was in direct alignment with the shooter. And so I think minimally, that shooter is getting covered with this material, getting more or less the shock wave of that effect, and more than likely getting hit with at least something that could have done injury, a bone fragment and or a pellet fragment. Therefore, I think that particular shooter, for a brief period of time, is kind of out of this. It's not as if they could instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period engage in a meaningful assault, an effective assault, able to shoot straight and make hits. So that, I think, is one of the major indicators of concern. I think the other things to consider is that all of this is
Maybe that's why you
very
see
temporal.
7
It's
shots
very
at
close.
Maggie.
I know when I looked at the photographs versus being there, I'm like, It is much closer together
That's why they
than it
wanted
looks
to
like in the
review.
photo. So it is happening very close. With Paul, as I articulated,
But physical
I believe
closeness
he
and
was shot first.
time is
I
different
believe he had no idea
if
it was
Maggie's coming
coming.
around.
And he took the shot to the chest, and very soon thereafter, the one in the back of his head. Anybody in the near proximity to that, if Maggie had been
Would have
anywhere
what?
in that area
Would have heard?
walking around down there, she would have heard that. And her response would have been in the direction of the shooter or the activity, or run, or do something different. So I think that the temporal location suggests that these things more probable than not happened fairly quickly, and that the individual who shot first with the shotgun minimally was stunned, probably blood and material in his eyes, and maybe have been injured, and would have taken some degree of time to recover. And lastly, I think there
I
is
think that goes
just
both
more
ways,
or less
though.
anybody who deals with firearms, a logical argument here. Why would one shooter bring two long rifles, two long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot two of
It's a
them.
very fair
So
point.
you either got to put one down, use one, and then swap out and grab the other one, or I suppose you could have one on a sling, but that's quite awkward, and it's slipping around and it's banging around in an environment we know is very, very tight. Finally, if one of the weapons is the Blackout 300, well, that comes with a high magazine capacity.
why
My
not just
research of
use
that
it
showed
on
that
both?
the Palmetto State Armory upper, which we don't know, we have no idea what gun this is because it hasn't been identified. But if the state, I think, has alluded to that, if that's the case, then a weapon that had that Palmetto State Armory in a 300 Blackout, a person could purchase a 10-round capacity clip, a 20-round capacity clip, or a 30-round capacity clip. Where I live in Connecticut, we are really restrictive on what kind of weapons we can have and what kind of clips we could have. We'd have to, even if we
Carolina's
could
a little
have an
different.
AR, which is very restrictive, we'd have to get a 10-round clip. Other than that, it wouldn't make sense for anybody to buy a 10-round clip when you could buy a 20 or 30. But having said that, if it was a 10-round clip, there were only 8 shots fired. You still had 2 more to go, and you could have more than not easily reloaded. So to me, there's structurally difficult for the same shooter to have 2
He's
long
not a
arms,
firearms expert. That's why he's
and
calling
no
it a clip.
practical reason for that to happen. Add that to what
On your
shooter
hair,
who
sir.
fired first with the shotgun, and I think it tips in favor of the probability of 2 shooters.
Mr. Palmbach, the person who shot Paul, was he or she standing in the feed room at least 1 foot?
Yes.
Was there an opportunity to do a footprint analysis to illuminate more clearly the existence of footprints there?
For sure. I mean, all of us, several, I can speak for myself, and I believe others have opined about this, including some of the analysts in the case. There are what appear to be partial footprints in blood in the feed room and on
determined
the
as a
cement
pulse,
around
though.
it. And while I'm not a footwear pattern expert, I can generally recognize what appears to be footwear or partial footwear impressions. I would agree with that. But in order to go beyond it's a general pattern to something more specific, that generally what you do, and I've done this countless times, is you spray enhancement reagents on them. And you
Does
spray
that
a
work
reagent.
if it's wet,
We generally call
though?
them blood pattern enhancer reagent, or you could even use a straight protein spray.
You have to wait till it's
Amidia
dry?
Black would be an example of one of those. And by spraying those reagents in the area, it reacts with the presence of blood or proteins, and it brings up the transformation. It gives you a lot more clarity, a lot more detail.
But
and
water.
you can tell an awful lot more about a particular footwear pattern. Absolutely should have been done in this case. And I also believe, second to that, you had a lot of dirt in the immediate area that should have had at least partial footwear impressions, and I saw no indication of any attempt to either look for it, photograph it, properly photograph it, or analyze it.
And thank you. 1 moment, Your Honor.
I don't know if that would have helped with the water. That's my question. So that's my question. with the water there, but I hope they ask that on cross-examination. Could they have done that?
Analysis or attempts to obtain fingerprints.
Could they have done that with the
From,
water there? But it does
the
make
feed room
sense.
area?
There's
I did not.
much more they could have done.
Could you have used reagents like you described to enhance fingerprints? Or is that a whole different methodology?
Well, if you thought that the fingerprints could contain blood, which maybe they easily could have, then yes, you could also use those reagents to enhance partially or fully bloody fingerprints.
Royas,
But I think you could
my
also
husband.
use basic fingerprint processing techniques on the door and any surface in the area. Since we know this is a very confined area and the shooter has to be in that general
And we
area.
heard about what
and
the state did
possibility
and
of
did
touching
not
something
do
is
with
there.
fingerprints.
But I think it would have been wise to look for that.
Thank you, that's all I have.
They're going to take a lunch
Please
break.
answer any questions the state may have.
I imagine they're going to take a lunch break now. I'll answer some questions and then we'll go to lunch. Really? It's 1:15. What? Your Honor! Excuse me. Your Honor, you normally take lunch at 1?
Dr. Palmbach,
It's
No.
1:15.
I'm not a doctor.
Excuse me,
get it right.
sir.
Now, you
Lunch?
said you were hired by
Please?
the defense to
Your Honor.
investigate and
Why? God, why?
And
Lunch.
you just got the chance to go out to Moselle, was it last Friday?
That's correct.
And so between last Friday and today, you've had the chance to determine all of these things you've testified about.
No, before I arrived here,
The Chad needs
everything else
nuggies,
was
Your Honor.
predetermined, and I had done all the work in the analysis. What I didn't know or didn't perceive was these two pellets and the fact that the energy was able to project two pellets
Okay.
upward. That was the only new information.
Emily, recompose.
And you form your opinion by reviewing
Listen to Cross.
reports and things that were provided to you by the defense.
We're listening.
Do you
We're
know if you
listening.
reviewed the entire case file?
Emily's brain
No,
needs a
I
break.
didn't know that.
You just reviewed materials that were provided to you.
Correct.
Did you prepare any kind of report?
I did not.
You did not.
Correct.
But you did review reports made by Dr. Kenny Kinsey and a pathologist and other witnesses for the state.
I did.
All right, let's talk about the feed room a little bit. You testified a lot about that. Now, you said the shooter stepped in the feed room, could have stepped in the feed room to shoot Paul in the back of the head.
He said would have had to.
Correct.
And when he would have shot Paul, he would have been covered in blood,
As a result of the backspatter from the headshot, yes.
covered in blood.
Yes.
And in the picture of the feed room, were there any other bloody footprints clearly apparent?
Any other,
Yes,
other than
Yes.
what?
Paul's.
other than Paul's footprints.
Well, all I've seen is partial footprints that have been observed in the feed room. I've yet
That were
to read a
matched.
report that said conclusively they were Paul's.
Oh, they didn't give him that report.
I'm going to show you states.
So wait, did they
27.
not give him the report that concluded that the partial
And there
footprints
has been
were
testimony
Paul's?
that those footprints we're looking at. these
Match
ones
Paul's
are Paul
shoes?
Murdaugh.
I don't think that misstates the testimony.
Were there any
Maybe
other
it does.
clearly visible footprints that you can see in that picture from a bloody shooter?
So first of all, and again, I am not a footwear examiner, so I'm not going to make a determination about whether or not it
But
definitively
didn't you
Paul
see the
Murdaugh's shoe.
reports?
All of the reports I've read, generated by the state, the ones that I've seen, would say that they didn't exclude it, but that also does not mean that it's Paul's. Now, I'm not disagreeing that it doesn't, maybe has some characteristics in similar, but I don't know that they're even at a point where that has been fully identified as Paul's.
So you haven't seen the
That's fair.
report that identified those as Paul's footprints?
Definitively identified as Paul's? No, I did not.
You only saw the reports the defense wanted you to see.
Well,
I got the reports that were
given to
supplied
him.
to me, yes.
Calls for speculation,
How
but
about
she's making the
damage
point
to the door? We
to
saw
the
this
jury
picture where there's blood in the corner.
that he didn't get all
of
the
door
reports.
frame. And I don't. that
I
was
think
a
it's-
Defense's exhibit.
I always think it's better for the defense to give their experts all the reports. I think it yields a better result on cross-examination when the expert said, I looked at all the reports. I don't think leaving out
exhibit
reports, unless you don't
165.
have them in time, I don't think leaving out reports helps. I really don't. Because generally, this expert,
And I think
even
we
if
were
he had that report, it's
emphasizing
not going to change his
blood in
opinion. It just makes
the
it look
right
like he excluded
corner,
stuff.
The bottom of the door frame there.
So,
Yes.
Were there any defects from pellets in the door frame down there?
Not that I saw.
Because defects were in the top of the door, right?
That is correct.
And you referred to Paul being shot in the back of the head, kind of like an explosion.
Correct.
And I'm not a physicist or anything here, but when you fire a shotgun, things are going in a direction that the gun is fired, right?
Correct.
So there wouldn't be just like a boom explosion like from a bomb when you fire a shotgun.
Actually, that's more exactly what it would be like, yes.
So you're saying a shotgun, when you fire it, the impact is all around like a bomb instead of in the direction the gun is fired?
Only when you confine it. And again, and that's why it makes the classical determination of a contact wound in something
what if
like
there's
the
a
cranium.
choke?
It's not, you shoot a person anywhere else, you will not trap the gaseous material and allow the pressure to build up within eventually. yeah, it
Experts
does
wanna
look like a
explain their
bomb going
answer.
off. That only happens in a cranial vault.
So if there was an explosion of this type, wouldn't Paul's whole head be blown off?
I'd say the fact that his entire brain came out and a large portion of his skull is missing, that's pretty dynamic. I don't know how much more you want.
But his brain wasn't destroyed, was it?
There were pieces of his brain throughout the room, and including out on the ground.
Most of his brain was intact, right?
Yeah.
The majority of the structure was physically together, but whether it was injured is absolutely not.
Well,
for
she
me
didn't
to
say
judge. The
injured.
pathologist that needs
She
to do
said
that.
I believe
intact.
you testified that his brain was a mass on the ground.
Intact.
Yes.
So it's not
And
exploded
his
everywhere.
face wasn't destroyed either from this explosion, was it?
No, because again, if the energy source is going to find
No.
the easiest egress, and that is where the entrance
The answer
hole
was
came.
no.
So that's why none
could
of
have
that
cut the
explicit
witness
value
off.
did
She's not going
go
to.
down with the shot, which is the kind of the logical inference that all should come this way or this way or this left. But in this capacity, because this is in this seal vault, this is this large hole there, then you get kind of a shift, and all of this now starts pushing back that way, following the exit point out the entrance hole.
And you're talking about pushing up, but the shooter was firing down?
That's what
The
he said.
explosive release of the gas trapped in the cranial will push back upward in the direction of where the barrel was. Absolutely, some of the projectile and energy has gone through the brain, exited the left side of the face, and into the
She's
door.
making the
And
confusion
created
cases to
exactly
show the jury that
pattern
it doesn't make
that
sense,
you were
right?
pointing to a minute ago
Like,
on the door jam.
That doesn't seem
So
right.
all these pellets that were being pushed
I like her
downward
cross-examinations.
when they were shot, we don't have any defects downward, just upward.
Correct.
Okay. I like her cross. Her cross-examinations have been clear.
Further.
Oh,
Step down.
wait, when did she finish questioning? That was a very short cross.
We will break for lunch now till
That was a very short cross.
2:45, till 2:45. Jury is excused.
They're calling for the courtroom to stay at order. I'm going to see if we get any additional statement to the attorneys before the judge leaves the bench. We may or may not. But that was a very quick cross. But it was, okay, so what you're saying is that no energy followed down. Okay, that doesn't make sense. And you're saying you didn't have all the reports, you didn't know these were Paul's footprints. Okay, so they're just going to argue it that this witness did not take everything into account. And they're going to argue with,
At 2:45, do you
There it
have
is.
another witness?
More.
All right, we'll be in recess till 2:45.
all right, one more witness. We are at lunch until 2:45 on the east, 1:45 central, which means I will be back here at 1:40 Central after lunch. We'll go ahead and change the time on that so you can hit the notification there. I like her too. I think there was no point in hammering out that cross-examination because this expert's just going to fight with her. And that's what experts do. He's just going to defend his position. He's a very qualified expert. And I think he made some really good points. The point of that expert was to get to the two-shooter theory and to talk about the fact that the wound from Paul was not coming up, but coming from the top of the head and out. So that's what we're doing. All right, we're going to answer some questions. Let me just shift around my screen so I can read it better because like Poot, I'm old and I need to be able, it's easier to read the questions when I make them a little bit bigger. So we're going to do that. To all of you that are new here, welcome, law nerds, to having the conversation in our chat about this case. I thought that last witness was very helpful to the defense. We'll see what the jury thinks, but I thought that was a helpful witness to the defense. I thought that the witness was very clear. It looked like the images were very clear about where the witness thinks that the shooter was and was not standing, and made the point that the shooter would likely have injury. The shooter of Paul would likely have injury, and we of course know that there was no apparent injury to Alec from the things we could see in all those video. So I think it was a good witness for the defense, and I think a good cross-examination by the prosecution, where the prosecution just went, that doesn't quite make sense to us. So I think a good witness. It's interesting that they're leaving off the defense with the experts and not with Alec's testimony. Instead of doing Alec's testimony on today and tomorrow, doing Alec's testimony last week and then having the experts stay the weekend. They could have had the experts testify last week. I don't think they needed Alec's testimony to get to this testimony. So I'm interested why they changed it. I don't understand why they did it in that order, really, but that's where we're at. Okay, we should swoop a doop and do a quick summary and then questions, and then we should all eat lunch. That's what we should do. Swoop a doop. Let's eat lunch. So what happened today? Defense experts is where we're at today. Oh, my color is not all the way Jedi'd appropriately. Hold on, we're just gonna do this at some point. I'm just gonna pull the hood over my face entirely and sit here like Emperor Palpatine. I'll go get the black one for later. So today we heard from the defense experts. The first expert up was a pathologist who testified that while they largely agreed with the pathologist from the state, Dr. Reamer, there were two things that they disagreed with. The trajectory of the last two shots to Maggie Murdaugh being shots that grazed her face, and then the shot to the top of her head. About the shot grazing the face being an entry wound going down along the face into the body versus coming from behind Maggie and up into the face. So they disagreed with that trajectory and then disagreed with the second shot to Paul, the shot that extruded his brain from his skull and did all the tremendous damage to Paul Murdaugh's head. So with those two, that was the disagreement from the pathologist. And then the defense brought a crime scene reconstructionist with a number of photos that had the crime scene reconstructionist showing where they think that the shooter would have to be standing, and to bring in a two-shooter theory and saying that they believe a two-shooter theory made more sense, arguing that the shotgun blast would have been so close that it would have almost stunned the shooter with the shotgun blast, because they would have also gotten some of the reverberation of the blast itself, of blood and body material and potentially bone fragments, and that they wouldn't have just immediately been able to pick up a second weapon and then go after Maggie Murdaugh. However, I think the state is going to turn around and argue, right, there weren't as clear shots with regard to Maggie Murdaugh. That's why there's 7 rounds, one that was clearly shot into the ground. The shots to Maggie were not with great accuracy, and that's so many shots. So that, I think, is the point of that. And the defense is going to argue this doesn't even make sense, that it could be Alec. And the state's going to argue it makes sense that it could be Alec, and it makes sense that Maggie wasn't trying to if I'm the state, I would argue the reason, even though they're close in physical proximity, that Maggie isn't calling the police or attacking the shooter of Paul Murdaugh is because the shooter of Paul Murdaugh is Alec, and she's trying to process how that even fucking makes sense when he picks up the other weapon and rounds on her. They did testify that all of the shots to Maggie were facing the person that was shooting her, and then it seems that they were advancing back towards her position. So we'll see how the state argues that, and if that's what they argue, that makes sense. We'll see if it doesn't. But the crime scene being not well preserved, the crime scene being not, fingerprints not being lifted everywhere, footprint comparisons not always shot and taken everywhere is going to be an issue. There's an argument, that at the beginning of this, the first person on scene needed to clear the scene and did step into the feed room. So there are some issues with regard to potential cross-contamination in the crime scene. And that is a huge problem that the state has to deal with. So with all of you, I see all of you under swirly warnings. I get it. We don't have any in my area yet, but there are definitely storms with the spinning era coming. I get it. So all of you stay safe, and let's get to some questions. I saw the chats. Wait, I didn't see who it was. It went by so fast. Wait, Broncos country, no love for mountain time, Emily. I can't keep track of my own time zone in central time, let alone Eastern and Pacific and mountain. And the mountain doesn't switch. And so then I get confused about whether I'm in daylight saving time or not in daylight saving time. And if it's an hour behind me or 2 hours behind me, I just get confused because it never aligns with central. It either aligns with Pacific or kind of not Pacific. I can't keep track of time zones. I'm terrible, which is why I tell you where it is in central. And then we try to put UTC up as well. So everybody can figure it out. So I'm going to get to as many questions as I can in a few minutes, and then we're going to take a break. So with that, I hope that made sense. I saw a question from Deplorable Freedom Fighter. Question, what about the pellets out the window? So how can he be shot in the back of his head? So they're saying he shot towards the back of his head and that everything came into the head and then blew out and back. So, and then the chat is saying Mountain Time does switch, Arizona doesn't. See, there's like 17 time zones. I don't understand. This was something really hard on our road trip when we drove cross country to move to Tennessee. We kept forgetting what time it was, and it just got all confusing because we would cross time zones and not even realize it. And then we were like, oh my God, what time is it? We were always confused. Always confused. When is the jury going to the scene? What day? Oh, I forgot to mention this in the recap. Glad we're still in the recap, even though I switched to questions, but I didn't play the bumper yet. So we're still in the recap. At the beginning of the morning, the defense requested a jury view of Moselle. The jury view will likely be on Wednesday, though if the court can get it arranged, it might be tomorrow. So there will be a jury view of Moselle. It will take at least a half a day because it's at least a 45-minute drive to drive the jury out to Moselle, let the jury walk around at Moselle. They can't do experiments. They're not going to have witness testimony out there. They're going to get to go see Moselle, but they're not going to really be allowed to talk to each other about that because they're not deliberating. So like juror number 1 can't go to juror number 4 and be like, oh, so standing here and like that. They can't have those conversations. All they can do is go out and look. The judge will be there. Bailiffs will be there. Law enforcement will be there. The defense brought something disturbing to the court's attention, and that was that there were trespassers up at Moselle over the weekend that had to be removed by law enforcement because people were up there taking selfies and things. I imagine people were also filming content and what have you, because if you're going to go up there, it just is so, I don't know, tragic. I understand media agencies needing aerials of the scene and taking drone footage and things like that. Taking drone footage and trying to get aerials and overviews of the scene is much different than people taking selfies out at the crime scene and trespassing on someone else's property. It's just, but I'm not surprised. So they brought that to the court's attention so that the area can be cordoned off before the jury makes a field trip. So during trial, there will be a jury view at Moselle. There won't be testimony during the view. They say, we've got a lot of lawyers. I imagine 1 or 2 lawyers from each team will go out there. The defendant has the right to be there, but also does not have to be there during the jury view. So they will determine what to do with that. And then let's get to some questions. So I hope everybody is staying safe with the, it's swirly weather. All right. Can the jury check cell service? No, they have to rely on the testimony. And also cell service from 2 years ago might be different than cell service now. So also we hear that there was a cell phone extender at Moselle. So no, they might pull out their phones and take a look at it, but they're not supposed to have their phones with them. So they shouldn't be able to do that. And the judge will keep an eye on those things. So with that, let us go to questions. So I see a lot of questions about the jury view in the chat. And I'm not going to be able to pull them all up. Here's the thing. The jury can't do experiments. So the jury's not going to be able to say, hey, let me get out my Apple Watch, pop on a outdoor walk and track my steps between the kennels and the house. They might be able to walk that distance if they want to walk that distance, but they are not able to do experiments. They're able to look and give context to the testimony they've heard, but they're not allowed to do their own experiments and then use those as evidence. They have to rely on the evidence that they've been given. So, let's see. When you say acquittal in chat, is that not guilty? Yeah, Joanne C., acquitted and not guilty are the same. So, different than innocent, for sure. It is just the state hasn't proved it. You get acquitted if you are found not guilty. So, same. The jury votes guilty or not guilty, but if a not guilty verdict is rendered, it is an acquittal. It is, you have been acquitted of the charges against you if a not guilty verdict is rendered. So I saw a number of questions. Will Alec get to go to Moselle? It just depends, as I said a little bit earlier, on his attorneys, their decision on security, on transportation, because he has to be transported in a separate way. So it depends. Maybe. If I'm the defense, I would ask that he be there. Question, isn't the cell phone evidence a better estimate of time of death? Anyway, Justin Scott, that's what the state's arguing. The state is arguing that the cell phone evidence is the best evidence of time of death. The defense is arguing that and disputing it and saying, look, we don't know. They could have just stopped using their phone. They're going to argue that Paul's phone stopped using, or Paul stopped using his phone because they were at like 1-2% battery. His battery percentage was low. So that's one of the things that they're going to argue. So I think the cell phone evidence is a good estimate of time of death. I do. I think it gives you a range of when they stopped using their phones. But when you're looking at beyond a reasonable doubt, some jurors are going to be like, okay, well, how do we know they didn't stop using their phones because somebody was there confronting them? How do we know there wasn't a big confrontation and they stopped using their phones because of that? So there are arguments to that. Like everything in this case leaves lots of room for things to be argued. Does their phones going silent mean that the only reasonable explanation is that that's when they were shot? And I don't know if that's the case, and I don't know if the jury will believe that that's the case. If the state didn't claim motive was due to finances, would they have been able to get the financial crimes in? Dana, they might have been able to get some of the financial crimes in if Alec testified, because they're allowed to go to his truthfulness and things like that. But if they weren't claiming it was motive, they would not have been able to get those in the same way. No. Which I think is why they claimed it was the motive. I just don't necessarily agree with that decision. LK said, if I was a juror visiting Moselle, I would want to go to the tree line and clap. Fingers hitting palm creates pretty loud sound, and see how the sound would travel. Would I be allowed to do that? I mean, if people just start clapping, we saw Metters clapping in court. I don't think they will. They'll tell them, what are you doing? But you're not allowed to do experiments. And they'll tell that. Tracy, can we get tank tops? The tank top that we had sourced has changed, so tank tops should be back as the weather gets a little bit warmer once we find ones that we like. Dr. B, I know every time I talk about Dr. B, my husband, I know Dr. B's like, wait, what? Dr. B, I watched Murdaugh Murders podcast this weekend, very informative and well-researched with victims' interviews, gave me better insight into family dynamics. I have listened to the Murdaugh Murders podcast. I also think it is well-researched. Mandy Matney's been following this family for a long time and was, I think, one of the critical voices in kind of bringing this to light with regard to the Gloria Satterfield settlement. I will say it is a perspective-based podcast. So if you're going, is this going to be completely neutral? It is not. It doesn't mean it's not valuable. Just know that it is not neutral anymore. And I think that's based on Mandy Matney's reporting. I don't have a problem with that. I think Mandy is very clear about her perspective in the podcast and makes it very clear what her perspective is throughout the podcast. Tiffany said, if there's a hung jury, what does that mean? He just walks and this case goes unsolved? Tiffany, a hung jury means the state has the opportunity to retry. I think a hung jury would give the state ample opportunity to pause and really, really take a look at whether they want to bring this case again. And if they don't bring the case again, then yes, it means no one's convicted and retried of this case. He's facing life. He's facing life on the financial crimes. But I've said it multiple times. If I'm looking at prosecuting this case, I go after the financial crimes first. I let everyone get comfortable that they think that we're not going after the murders, and I monitor jail calls and family conversations, and I wait. I don't think there was any reason, except maybe outside pressure, to bring this case when they did. But that's, again, one person's opinion. When can I get the purple sweatshirt with I have questions? Those will be listed. We have not launched them yet. Those will be launching soon. Would AM get a life sentence for financial crimes? Yes. In some way, remove the pressure from this jury for a verdict. I think that's why the defense keeps bringing it up. The defense is reminding the jury that they should not, and they'll get jury instructions about this, they should not be punishing Alec Murdaugh for all the other shitty stuff that he's done. That's uncontroverted. They have to make sure that when they are rendering a verdict in this case, it's because the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed these murders. And the two-shooter theory doesn't necessarily back him out of being one of the shooters. But it changes the case a bit, and there's no conspiracy charge here. And I think a conspiracy charge would be very hard here because you don't have the co-conspirator, and it would be very hard to prove an agreement. I don't think they have any evidence to prove the agreement because proving the agreement is very much a part of a conspiracy charge. But anyway. Shannon, I remember with Depp v. Heard, we were able to see exhibits on the court website. They're not doing that for a case like this. No, they're not. The exhibits, and I've talked about this in other content, the exhibits are made available to the public and the reporters in the courtroom in a very specified procedure, and then those are made available by those media outlets that are present in the courtroom. Cy Billy, I hope I pronounced that right. Can I hear Vincent Van Gogh, Crappy Day?
Yes, we can Vincent Van Gogh.
We can absolutely Vincent Van Gogh. I hope your day is better. Have you talked about Alec's new misdemeanor contraband charge over the weekend? I think we talked about that a little bit at the break. I will look for more information on that and circle back this afternoon after I break for lunch. Do you think if he's found guilty and actually did it, he would ever admit to it? No. There's going to be a lot of appeals. There's a lot of room for appeal in this case. The 404 is one of those things, when you look at all the financial crimes and all the other evidence that was allowed in, it's a lot in this case. Like, it's a lot in this case. The roadside incident and all the rest of it. Those are the types of things appellate courts overturn. When those things overreach, I also think the prosecution, not just commenting on this is the first time anyone's heard that story, but now they've seemed to make it a central theme of their questioning of Alec Murdaugh. Nobody's heard this story before. Nobody's heard this story before. The defense raised the objection to Doyle error, saying, hey, you can't comment on post-arrest silence. And the prosecution argued he hasn't been silent. But when I went back and looked at it, and I was like, yeah, I totally agree with the prosecutor. He hasn't been silent. But when I went back and looked at it, he wasn't technically arrested on the murders until July 14th, 2022. I don't know if he was silent past that. And so I think the defense could have argued he wasn't in custody on the murders until July 14th, 2022. And so I think there's room for the defense to argue that better. They preserved the appeal. I think they could have argued it better in the moment. They started arguing, well, the defense attorneys we're still promulgating this theory well into 2022, but that's not the defendant not being silent. So I actually think there might be a problem there looking at the date of arrest in the murder case, because the last interview we've seen, and there might be another one, the last interview we've seen is from September 2021. But on the stand, the defendant did say that, well, I've been trying to tell you this version of the story and y'all didn't return my calls. And that might have mitigated it some, but I don't know, because that's a much more narrow question. And the defendant said it on the stand, but I think the defendant said it on the stand. I think the defendant said it on the stand after being confronted with the state. But the defense attorneys making that argument still is not the defendant waiving his rights against self-incrimination. And so I think the state doubling down on that, even though the judge allowed it, I think the defense could have argued it more strongly with the date, but I understand that everyone is very tired. And they should have argued it outside the presence of the jury so that the court could have heard it more. Because once the court allowed it, the state just doubled down. This is the first time we're hearing it. This is the first time we're hearing it. I don't even think they had to, because the statements speak for themselves. Like the state had all of the statements before. The jury can, in their brain, the jury can go, oh, this is the first time we're seeing this. We've heard him say to this officer, this, to that officer, that, and we've heard them say to every single officer what it was. I don't think they had to argue it the way they did. And the way that they argued it could be a problem for appeal if he is convicted. And that's a big if he is convicted still. So I still have questions about that, because I wanted to go back and look at the date he was arrested. We haven't seen a single interview past that July 2022 date. So I've got questions about that I didn't have when they first argued it, because I'm like, oh no, he didn't stay silent. Actually, he wasn't arrested then. I wish the defense would have put in the date on the record, just be like, remember, Your Honor? Because it would have reminded me as well. Remember, Your Honor? He wasn't arrested till July 2022 on these. These were all pre-arrest silence. So if he's convicted, that's going to be a huge issue of contention, and possibly a very big one, because the state then doubled well down on it. And they could have left it to the common sense of the jury. They absolutely could have. And they could have argued it without saying, this defendant never told you this version. They could have argued, this defendant said this. This defendant said, in the first interview, the defendant said this. In the second interview, the defendant said that. So they could have just argued his words and not made it such a big deal. They made it such a big deal, they might make it a big problem for themselves. So I needed to go back and look at the date of arrest on that. Because I think that those are the two biggest issues we see potentially for appeal at this point. If, and again, that is a long way, if he is convicted. So let us continue with that. Can someone on either the defense team or the prosecution team watch your live and text them in court? I mean, they shouldn't. Your questions are so valid, they should use them. They shouldn't. I don't have all the information. I only have what we're being shown. I think it is a bad strategy for any lawyer to start shifting what they're doing in court because of things that they're seeing outside of court. They need to rely on their strategy, their team, and the information that they have. They have more information than any of us. And so they have to rely on that. We saw that a lot in the O.J. Simpson prosecution. They were taking in what was being said and they kept shifting track. Once the prosecution is like, could be this, could be that. Well, if it could be this and it could be that, then it's doubt. That's where we're at. Then it's doubt. So they shouldn't be shifting. They should have a very clear theory of the case going in, and that should reign. And if they don't have a clear theory, they should leave it more vague and then tie that back in their closing arguments. Minimal Chaos Dragon, thank you for your incredible chat. My dad was a Supreme Court clerk and he loved watching your lives before he passed. One of the last convos we had was about your coverage of this trial. Thank you. I'm so sorry for your loss, and I'm glad that that was something you were able to chat about. And much love to your dad. May he rest in peace, and may his memory be celebrated by all. Thank you, Minimal Chaos Dragon. That is such a tremendous compliment, not just to me, but I'm glad to be a part of all of y'all's conversations. And so many of you, we are our coverage here is a part of the conversations. I mean, I can't stop talking about this case either. So, biographer question, can they find him guilty for Maggie but not Paul? I think that would be very odd. It would be a very odd thing to find him guilty of one and not the other. Could they? Yep. Would that be potentially an issue on appeal? Yep. Because the state is arguing that he committed both of these. Anthony, question, all the defense experts are hired. I don't believe any of them due to bias. I don't necessarily agree, but that's fair where reasonable minds can differ, and the jury's going to differ. Is it because I think he is guilty, and am I the one with the bias, and how can he make a conclusion with pictures? No pathologist would do that. This is part of the expert game. And a lot of pathologists, even state pathologists, sometimes will use pictures to make assessments afterwards. And they're using the pictures, the reports, and everything else. So all the experts are paid. I mean, if you look at it that way, all the experts are paid. The experts by the state are being paid by the government. They're being paid by the state. Every pathologist, everyone else, they're hired by the state. They are on the state's team. So they're hired too. The defense pays their experts to rebut the power of the state. So all experts have their opinion. I didn't get the sense that these experts were trying to fit facts with their perception first. I think really that these experts looked at it and went, I disagree. And we just have a disagreement. I don't like, and it leaves open room to doubt the experts for the jury when it's like, oh, well, you didn't get all the reports. And when the defense doesn't give them all the reports, I think it's a bad look on the defense attorneys. That's not the fault of the expert. And the defense is going to argue, again, well, all these are the state's experts and the state had a rush to judgment. So all those experts are biased because all they want to find is that Alec did it. So it goes, the argument, I think, fairly cuts both ways, if that makes sense. Oh, this guy's growly. I like it. Alex in detox sickness on 6/6, but had a pocket full of pills in the police car after the murders. I mean, that's what he said, and had confrontations with Paul about them at some point. Janelle, am I the only one that noticed caretaker Barbara Mixon testified for AM was also mentioned in the phone interview with Ryan Kelly as someone AM bought pills from? Nope, you're not. I don't know if the prosecution will bring it up, but he did say that. I don't know if he's truthful, but yes, he did say that. So we'll see. Are they really trying to say missing guns were the actual weapons? Yes. Well, the prosecution is trying to say that. The defense is saying it could be anything. Jillian said, I was screaming at the screen when Poot was reading the learned treatise exception, just waiting for him to get to the part where it says it can't be an exhibit. I know, right? The learned treatise exception didn't go the way Poot thought it was going to go, and it was great. How do you anticipate streaming for Verdict Watch? I don't know yet, Stina G. We have to just see when we get done. I will decide after we wrap the trial, and then I will keep you all posted, which is a good time to remind you, if you have not gone to lawnerdalert.com yet to sign up, go to lawnerdalert.com. It is a great way to keep up. I thought I didn't. Hold on. Let me just put it up on the screen so you can see it. It will be linked to, y'all broke it like 17 times. I love it. And it will sign you up. So when I know my schedule for that, I will be able to keep you in the loop. Free. We're not selling your info ever. We keep your info locked down. And we will send you updates on when I'm streaming, and we will send you updates on things in the shop, and we will give you the schedule for the day, and then a roundup at the end of the week of all of the places you can find the videos, the podcast, me on other platforms, and all of it. So it's a good way to stay in the loop. And we will, when we're on Verdict Watch, we will let you know when we are streaming, how we are streaming, and when that comes in. We will let you know through Law Nerd Alert, through social media, through Patreon, and through all the places. We will tell all of you the things. So that is a good place to sign up for that. How many pathologists did the defense hire to find this guy? That's a good question, Michelle, and the state didn't ask. The state didn't ask. Are you the first pathologist they hired? They did not ask, but it sounds like they hired the Reconstructionist first. Did AM ever tell the truth before he was cornered? The state can argue that Alec Murdaugh's story was the same to all of the law enforcement officers before he knew about the kennel video. That is something that they should argue in closing. I just worry that they made this is your news story, such a big deal out of it. It's a problem. Marley said if Paul's phone was in his back pocket, he's not using it. If not in pocket, why wasn't it covered in blood? It had to be in his pocket unless they argue somebody wiped it up, but it popped out of his pocket and didn't get any blood on it. And it might have been that he put it back in his pocket to close the kennel, put cash away, and help put the other dogs away. Is there a story with your earrings? I like them. They fit my face. I like larger earrings. They're easy. And now I never have to choose. I just wear these. I have like three different colors of them. And they're kind of hoop adjacent. I love a hoop, but hoops are really hard with the in-ears. They get caught on the wires. So they just work. But no more story than that, other than I really like them. Do you find it odd that Alec never talks about finding who killed his family? Yes, I commented on that on News Nation. I have also commented on that here. I think it's odd that he talked about knowing what the killer might have been thinking, but never saying, I find it very odd that he never said, if I had only been there, could I have prevented this? It's odd to me. Guys and gals, please no, it's me. It's not the chat. Chat's bae. It's my fault. Okay, thanks. It's my fault. I keep answering questions because I love talking with you. I love talking with y'all. Missy to Mrs. said, is he screwed for admitting the financial crimes? He was screwed before he admitted the financial crimes because he admitted them on some of the calls anyway. And I think the financial crimes are just what they are. This is what I liked about white collar prosecution. The paper says what the paper says. Like, money went from this account to that account. That's not your money. And so I think that the financial crimes are a much easier case to prove. And with all of that, y'all, thank you for helping me break my website. Thank you for breaking records in the chat. Thank you for helping bump some of the traditional legacy media out of live trending just because we're so cool. The law nerds deserve the respect. Like, we've got 50K people here. Put some respect on our name. And with that, I'm going to go get lunch. You go get lunch. When we come back here, will you tell me what you had for lunch? You can go bump into that chat now and let us know what you're snacking on, no matter what time it is, whether it's lunch for you, dinner for you, breakfast for you, middle of the night snackies. You let me know. Law nerds, I'll see you in a little less than an hour. Bye.
You can find all the Law Nerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. When you only have time for just the quick bits.